Hello and welcome to the Flutter Essentials, creating modern mobile apps from scratch. I am Mahmood Khalil, your course instructor for this exciting journey into the world of Flutter programming. Well, I have done my MS Software Engineering back in 2018 and I am running a software company since 2019. Before I jump into this course, let me tell you a bit more about Flutter. Flutter is an open source framework by Google for building beautiful, natively compiled, multi-platform applications from a single code base. In this course, we will cover a wide range of topics to ensure you become a Flutter expert. You will learn from basic Flutter to its widgets, state management, validation, database, and much more. My passion for teaching and programming led me to create this course. And my goal is to make sure you have a fantastic learning experience. And I am here to support you every step of the way. So are you ready to embark on this exciting journey to become a cross-platform mobile app developer? Join me by enrolling this Flutter Essentials, creating modern mobile apps from scratch course. Let's unlock your full potential as a programmer together. Thank you for joining this course. I'm thrilled to have you on board. Let's get started and I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn how to install Visual Studio Code and Data SDK. Let's come to the Visual Studio Code. So simply type VSCode in Google. Open the first website code.visualstudio.com. Here you can find the download for Windows button. Click on that and then it will start the installation. I have already installed it, so I will simply open that file. After downloading, you can simply double click to start the installation process. Accept the agreement, then next, and yes, and next, install. It will take few seconds to few minutes, depend on your system speed. It's installed successfully. Let's click on finish and it will run the code editor. Let's come to the installation of Dart SDK. So simply type Dart SDK and open this file dart.dev. Simply click on that, click on get Dart. Then after that, if you are using Windows, you can follow these instructions. If you have Mac OS, then you can follow these instructions. Let's come to Windows and scroll the wheel and then you can find downloading the SDK as a zip file. Simply click on that button, scroll down and here is a stable channel. So currently it is 3.0.7. Simply click on that 64 architecture. If you have 32-bit, you can use this one. I have 64, so I am simply downloading this file. I have already downloaded the SDK file, so I will simply open that. Let's open that file. Simply copy it, go to C. Let's create the folder Dart-SDK and paste that zip file here. Now you need to extract this zip file. After completing this extraction, you need to copy that all files and paste it here. We don't need these two files. Now the next step is to set the environmental variable. So simply type envar and it will show edit the system environmental variables. Click on that. Click on environmental variables. After that, you have this variable path. Simply click on edit button. Here you need to click on new button and add this path c:/.stk/man. If you place your stk.stk in D drive or E drive, then you need to update this path according to that path. So simply click OK, OK, OK. Now if I open the CMD and click write Dart, you will see the detail about Dart. So your Dart has been installed successfully. Now open the VS Code again. You need to install required plugin in VS Code. You have to install two plugins here. First one is Dart and second is Code Runner. Here click on that button, extension, and here you need to search Dart, and you can see that plugin. Simply click on install. After that, you need to find Code Runner. This is the package. I have already installed it. Simply install it also. After that, you need to go to the setting here. Simply click on this wheel icon and go to setting and search in setting run in terminal. Then scroll down and simply check this box, Code Runner run in terminal. After that, you will find this icon here. Now simply I am creating one file here. Click on this file and demo.dart. After Code Runner, you will find this icon here. So give me just 2 minutes. I will tell you what is the purpose of this Code Runner. So simply I am making first Dart program, and I am simply printing Dart SDK and VS Code installation. End it with semicolon. Save it by clicking Ctrl S and then simply click on that button to run this code. And you can see this installation. This is one way of writing code in VS Code. The second option is you need to use Dartpad. So simply type Dartpad here, and here is the Dartpad.dev. It is online editor to write your code here. So here you can write simply void main print hello Dartpad, and it with semicolon. Save it and simply run it, and it will display the result in console, hello Dartpad. So here you can also write your Dart code and test it in online environment, but I will use VS Code to write whole code. But I will use VS Code to write and test our Dart code. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. First, let's talk about what you can expect from this course. Our Dart Mastery course is carefully crafted to take you from a complete beginner with a little or no programming experience to a confident Dart programmer capable of building robust applications for cross-platforms. Now you might be wondering if this course is suitable for you. Well, the good news is that whether you are an absolute beginner or an experienced programmer looking to add Dart to your skill set, this course is perfect for you. We have designed it to cater to learners of all levels, ensuring everyone can benefit and excel. So, learning objective of this course will be master built-in data types. You will gain a deep understanding of Dart's built-in data types, including variables, lists, maps, strings. These fundamentals are the building blocks of every Dart program. Harness the power of conditional statements. Learn how to implement decision-making logic in your code using conditional statements. Control the flow of your program and make them more flexible. Our third learning objective is embrace the efficiency of iterative statement. Discover the art of loops and iteration, allowing you to perform repetitive tasks with ease and efficiency. Our fourth learning objective will be functions. You will understand the importance of functions and how they enhance code reusability and maintainability. Our fifth learning objective will be gracefully handle exceptions. We will learn the best practices for handling errors and exceptions, making your applications more robust and user-friendly. Our next and most important learning objective will be object-oriented programming. We will learn object-oriented programming concepts including classes, objects, inheritance, polymorphism, and encapsulation. These principles will help you design modular and scalable applications. Our next learning objective will be functional programming. We will learn functional programming concepts like higher order functions, closures, and Lambda function. Our next learning objective will be Dart collections. We will learn about Dart collections. In Dart collection, we will learn list, set, HashSet, map, and HashMap, etc. Let's come to the Dart. So the question is, what is Dart? Dart is an open source, general purpose, object-oriented programming language with C-style syntax developed by Google in 2011. The purpose of Dart programming is to create a front-end user interfaces for the web and mobile apps. But nowadays, you can use Dart for Windows as well as Linux and Mac OS applications. It is a strongly typed since Dart is a compiled language, so you cannot execute your code directly. Instead, the compiler parses it and transfers it into machine code. It supports most of the common concepts of programming languages like classes, interfaces, and functions. That's a lot to cover, but don't worry, we will take it one step at a time. Each section is carefully designed to build upon the previous one, ensuring a smooth and enjoyable learning experience. You will have plenty of hands-on exercise to reinforce your understanding and gain practical experience. So if you are ready to embark on this exciting journey into the world of Dart programming, enroll this course and join me in the Dart Mastery Zero to Hero training course. Whether you are dreaming of becoming a professional developer or simply want to explore the Dart programming, this course is your gateway to success. See you inside. Welcome back. What you can expect from this course? Our Flutter Essentials Creating Modern Mobile Apps from Scratch course is carefully crafted to take you from a complete beginner with little or no programming experience to a confident Flutter programmer capable of building robust applications for cross-platforms. So what is the target audience for this course? Well, whether you are an absolute beginner or an experienced programmer looking to add Flutter to your skill set, this course is perfect for you. We have designed it to cater to learners of all levels, ensuring everyone can benefit and excel. Let's come to the learning objectives of this course. So we will learn basic of Flutter from its architecture to its unique features. We will learn about the different types of widgets, their properties, and how to create responsive and interactive user interfaces using widgets. Then we will build a complete application using Stateful widget. And at the end, we will build complete user management application using SQLite database. This course is divided into 5 sections. We will kick things off with our welcome section. Here we will set the foundation of your Flutter journey. In this section, we will learn installing Flutter SDK on Windows, and I'll guide you through the process of installing the Flutter SDK on a Windows machine. Then we will learn installing Android Studio, and you will learn how to install Android Studio, a powerful integrated development environment which will be crucial for building Flutter apps. Then we will learn setting up on macOS. If you are on macOS, we have got you covered too. Once you all set up, we will dive into creating your first Flutter app. We will start by building the classic Hello World app, giving you a taste of how Flutter code looks and works. Then we will organize code and make a random number generator app. Well, widgets are the building blocks of any Flutter app. In this section, we will explore different widgets, each serving a unique purpose. So we have a lot of widgets to cover. In this section, we will put our knowledge into practice with a hands-on project. We will build an interest calculator app using Stateful widget, honing your skill in managing app state and user input. Lastly, we will conclude our journey in an in-depth project that involves working with database. We will create a complete user management app mastering SQLite database operations and giving you a valuable experience in handling user data. So that's just a glimpse of what awaits you in the Flutter mobile app development course. Whether you are excited about creating beautiful user interfaces, mastering app state, or building fully functional apps, we have got you covered. So let's embark on this learning adventure together. Thank you for choosing this course, and I can't wait to see you in the upcoming videos. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to make our first application. We will make our first application, which is called Hello World example. And in our very next video, we will see what is comment, how many types of comments exist in Dart programming language, and how you can use it. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will write code for our first application named Hello World application. We will use print function to print strings, integer on screen. So let's come to the coding part. Open the browser and type Dartpad. Open this first link. This is Dartpad, which is used to write and run Dart code online. You can use Visual Studio as well, but if you are using Dartpad, there is no need to install Dart SDK in your system. So this is example code. Let me remove it. I am starting from scratch. Any application that we create has some entry point. In Dart, we have an entry point known as the main function. In order to declare main function in Dart, we use void as a return type, and then main, and then parentheses, and then curly braces start and close. This is our function body, and we have to write our code here. In main method, whatever we will write will be executed when we launched our application. Now what is void and what is main method stand for, please don't worry about it for the time being. Just remember the main method is a function or a method which is the entry point of our application. So whatever code we will write within this main method will be executed first. Now how to write our first application that says hello world? For that we have a statement called as print statement, which means print out whatever I am asking in the output console. To use print function or print statement, simply type print and then parentheses between the double quotes. You can write anything. I am writing hello world. And at the end, I am ending this statement with semicolon. And when I click run, you can see the output in console. Let's write another print statement which says this is our first Dart programming application, and at the end I simply put semicolon and then run. You can see hello world, and then this is our first Dart programming application. It is not compulsory to use string or character in the print statement. You can also use integer in print. But one thing is, remember here, you don't need to use double quotes here. You will simply put integer in the print function. And if I run this, you will see the output. It is very interesting. You can use arithmetic operation as well. For example, 6 plus 3 and then semicolon, and if I run it, you can see the output. You can also use Boolean values, for example true or false, and if I run it, you can see. You can also use false, and if I run it, you can see false in output console. I hope you have clear understanding of writing main method, and in the main method how to use print statement. So stay learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I am going to tell you about what is comments and how to use comments in Dart programming language. So comments are the set of statements that are ignored by the Dart compiler during the program execution. It is used to enhance the readability of the source code. Generally, comments give a brief idea of code, that what is happening in the code. We can describe the working of variables, functions, classes, and any statements that exist in the code. Programmers should use the comments for better practice. There are 3 types of comments in the Dart: single line comments, multi-line comments, and documentation comments. Let's understand it using coding example. So come to the Dart pad. Let's start with single line comment. So we can apply comments on a single line by using the double slash. The single line comments can be applied until a line break. For example, I want to add a comment. This is our hello world application. This is our single line comment. Same, this is our first application. Integer values. Sometimes we need to apply comments on a multiple lines. Then it can be done by using double slash, then double asterisk. You can write multi-line comments between these. This is our multi-line comments and can be used for better understanding. And last one is the documentation comment. The document comments are used to generate documentation or reference for a project, software package. It can be single line or multi-line comments that start with triple slash. For using documentation comments, you can use triple slash, so it will be considered a documentation comments. For example, this is our demo application. You can use integer, string, Boolean values in print statement. So let's recap it. This is our single line comment. This is also our single line comment, and this is also our single line comment. This is our documentation comment, and this is our multi-line comments. I hope you have clear understanding of different types of comments in Dart. So stay learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Congratulations. At the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have made our first hello world application. We have learned about main function. We use print function in different ways. And at the end, we have discussed different types of comments and use it in our practical example. I hope you are learning from this course. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover what are the different data types in Dart, what is variable and how we can declare it, what are the literals, how to perform string interpolation and constant in Dart, and different ways of declaring constant in Dart using final and const keyword. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is variable, how we can declare it, and what are different data types. So let's start with what is variable. A variable is a named space in the memory that stores some values. In other words, it acts as a container for values in a program. Variable names are called identifiers. There are also different naming rules for declaring variables. Rule number 1 is identifiers cannot be keyword. The next rule is identifiers can contain alphabets and numbers. Next rule is identifiers cannot contain spaces and special characters except the underscore and the $sign. And next rule is variable names cannot begin with a number. There are 3 different ways of declaring variables. First way is type syntax. A variable must be declared before it is used. Dart uses the var keyword to declare a variable. So syntax is, for example, var name is equal to, and in the single quotes or double quotes, you can specify your specific strings. For example, Kashif. Next way of declaring variable is type checking. Dart supports type checking by prefixing the variable name with the data type. Type checking ensures that a variable holds only data specific to a data type. The syntax is, for example, string name is equal to, and in the single quotes or double quotes, Kashif or Ali or your name, and int num is equal to 10. Consider one thing is very important to remember here. All uninitialized variables have an initial value of null. This is because Dart considers all values as objects. We will also cover this in our practical example. The next way of declaring variable is using dynamic keyword. Variables declared without a static type are implicitly declared as dynamic. Variables can also be declared using the dynamic keyword in place of the var keyword. For example, dynamic x is equal to Tom, dynamic y is equal to Jerry, and so on. Our next topic is data types. The data types are the most important fundamental feature of programming language. The variables are used to store values and reserve the memory location. The data type specifies what type of value will be stored by the variable. Each variable has its data type. Dart supports the various built-in data types, which is number, strings, boolean, lists, maps, runes, symbols. We will cover list, maps, runes, and symbol in our later videos because these are the advanced data types. So we will cover in later videos. For now, let's start with number. The Dart number is used to store the numeric values. The number can be of 2 types. Integer and double. Integer values represent the whole number or non-fractional values. For example, int marks is equal to 80. And double values represent the 64-bit of information for floating number or number with a large decimal points. The double keyword is used to declare the double type variable. For example, double pi is equal to 3.14. Our next data type is Dart strings. A string is the sequence of the characters. If we store the data like name, address, special characters, etc., it is signified by using either single quotes or double quotes. For example, var message is equal to, and in the double quotes, welcome to .mastery 0 to hero training course. Our next data type is .boolean. The boolean type represents the two values, either it is true or false. The bool keyword denotes boolean type. The numeric values 1 and 0 cannot be used to represent the true or false values. For example, bool is active is equal to true. Let's come to the coding part. So as I told you, a variable must be declared before it is used. So in type syntax, we use var keyword to declare a variable. For example, var name is equal to, and in single quotes or double quotes, you can specify your string. For example, here Kashif. And at the end, you need to close or complete this statement with semicolon. And then if I run this program, you will see nothing because I didn't print it. So for printing this variable, we have a function print, and in this function I will simply call name variable, and at the end of this statement I will end it by semicolon. And then if I run this program, you will see Kashif in a console. So this is our first way of declaring variable, which is called type syntax. Our second type is type checking syntax. So in this way, you will need to specify data type. For example, integer age is equal to 85. One thing is, remember to here, there is no need to enclose integer values and single quotes or double quotes. So if I print it, and if I click on run button, you will see 85. But if I place it here, but if I enclose 85 in single quotes and if I run it, it will give an error. So you can see a value of type string cannot be assigned to a variable of type int. Int age is equal to 85. So when we use specific data type, we need to specify relevant data. If we will use wrong data, it will give error. One thing is, remember to here, all uninitialized variables have an initial value of null. This is because Dart consider all values as object. For example, where last name and then print last name. So now it will give us a null. So you can see Kashif 85 and null. Our next way of declaring variable is using dynamic keyword. Variable declared without a static type are, so come to dynamic keyword. So we need to use dynamic and then variable name, for example marks, then equal to, and then 50. And if I print it marks semicolon and then run it, so here it is mistake. If I run it, you will see it give us 50. Let's come to the data types. Dart supports the various built-in data types. Our first type is numbers, which is further divided into two data types. First one is integer data type and second one is double data type. So the Dart number is used to store the numeric values. For example, int age is equal to 50. We used here var age is equal to 50. Var total marks is equal to 800. So as I told you, these both ways of declaring variables are correct. So if I print
age, and if I print it again, total marks, you will see the result. So basically here is a error due to previously declaring this variable using int keyword. So let's comment it. So if I run it here, you will see the result. It's 50 and 800. So both ways of declaring variables are correct. So in the double data type example, we need to specify double keyword, then variable name, for example pi, then followed by equal to, and then its value, for example 3.14. You can also use var keyword, for example percentage, and then 50.5, and if I print pi and then print percentage, I am commenting it, and if I run it, you will see 3.14 and 50.5. Our next data type is string. We have a string keyword to specify the string data type, then variable name, for example company name, then equal to, and then we need to use single quotes or double quotes. But one thing is very important here to remember: if you use single quotes, you need to always use single quotes, and if you choose to use double quotes, you need to always use double quotes. If you make it practice, it logic's great. And you can also use var keyword, and then here I am using message dot mastery 02 hero training course. I have used single quotes in company name variable and double quotes in message. Both ways are correct, but you need to choose one. So if I print company name and if I print message, I am commenting it. If I run, you will see these two variable values, logic's grid and dot master, it's dot mastery, and if I run it again, you will see the result. The boolean type represent the two values, true or false. For example, bool is active is equal to true, and if I print it is active, you will see the output. Let me comment it. You will see true. You can also use bool is alive is equal to false, and if I print is alive, you will see the result, true and false. I hope now you have a clear understanding about different types of data type that exist in Dart programming language and variables. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what are literals, different ways of declaring string literals, how to work with string interpolation. Let's come to the coding part. Let's create new file. If I write kashif for 90.5 false, these all are literals. We can assign them to a variable. For example, var name is equal to kashif, var age is equal to 4 and then var percentage is equal to, let's remove the double quotes, and where is active is equal to false. These all are examples of literals, and we assign literals to some variables. And if I run this file, you will see nothing will be displayed on the terminal because we didn't print anything. So if I print, for example, name, and if I run, you will see Kashif. Let's comment it. Now come to the different ways of declaring string literals. So our first example is string and then exm. This is variable name, and then I am simply writing here I am string with single quote. Let's make it single. So our first way of declaring string is using single quote, and if I simply print exp1, and if I click run, you can see, let me save it and then run it again. You can see I am a string with single quote. Let's make another string using variable exp2, and then in the double quotes I am string with double quotes. And if I run it, but before running I need to save it. If I run it, you will see the result. I am a string with double quotes, so there is no difference between these two strings. Let's understand it with another example. So I'm taking another string. So if I write I am string, so what will happen? It will throw a error. Let's save it and then run it. So there is a error, string starting with must end with so on, because here it is confusing with single quotes. So here escape characters play their roles. So before the single quote, second single quote, let's add /. So if I run by saving it and then run, then there will be no error. I am a string. But in the double quotes there is no need to use escape character. Let's use double quotes now. I am string and semicolon, then let's save it and then run it. You will see no error. I am a string. Let's make it I am a string with double quotes and change to 4. Let's run it. I am a string with double quotes. Let's take another example. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Let's copy it and then paste it here. Make it 5 and then
also change it here, save it, and then run it. So here you can see the output. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. I have repeated this sentence, but there is also a purpose. So there is a recommendation here. We need to write text on a visible area. So here we need to put enter and then single quotes again, and here I need to single quotes again, and then to concatenate this string I need to enter plus sign. So if I save it and run it, you will see the output. There is no difference between there, but the recommendation is only write a string on a visible area before this line. This line basically shows a visible area of the string. We need to write before this line. Let's copy it, enter it, and then paste it and save it. So it will work again. So we don't need to use plus sign. Let's save it and then run it. So you will see this string as well. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, and so on. Let's understand string interpolation. So let's take a string, and this time my variable name will be name. Here is also I'm using name, so I'm using name1 or first name. Let's make it Hassan. Now I am taking another string with the name of message, and then I'm writing my name is, and I need to use Hassan. I need to use this variable. So one way of using plus sign, first name, and then semicolon, and if I simply print message, you will see the result. Let's save it, then run it. You will see my name is Hassan, but you don't need to use plus sign here. You can simply remove this, add $sign here, and then simply add double quotes here. So between dollars and between double quotes you can use variable name with $sign. Simply run it. Before running it, let's save it and then run it again. So you will see my name is Hassan. Let's take another print function. You can also use this whole string in the print function. So let's comment it and then paste it here. And if let's add double quotes, save it, and then run it. So you will also see my name is Hassan. So you can use string as well as variable in the print function. Let's take another print function. The length of the name is, let's add plus sign, name dot length, and if I run it, let's save it, there is an error. Let's check the error. So the argument type int can't be assigned to the parameter type string. So we need to add here toString function. So if I save it and run it, it will tell us the length of the name variable. So the length of this first name variable is 6. Let's change it Hassan Khan. Save it and then run it. So you will see. Let's save it again. Okay, sorry, I am using this name. Let's change to first name. Save it, run it, and you will see the updated result. The length of the name is 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and space is 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. but you can also use it in another way. Let's copy it, and then simply you need to remove this string. Let's remove plus sign also, and then cut it here, cut and paste it here, and then simply you need to add $sign. But if I add $sign, as I told you, we can use variable name in double quotes using $sign. But here you can see the $sign is only applied on this first name. So for using some type of functions, built-in functions, we need to add curly braces here. So let's add a starting curly braces here and then end it here. Now if I save this file and run it, you will see the result. The length of name is 11. The length of name is 11. Let's comment it. Also comment it, and then change it to first name, and then if I save it and then run it, you will see the result. The length of first name is 11. You can also do interpolation with integer. So in integer case, let's take another example. Let's take a variable name a is equal to 20. Let's take another variable b is equal to 40. So let's take a print function. The sum of a and b is, now simply you need to use a $a and then $b sign. No, this is totally wrong way. You need to use curly braces here, $sign here, a plus b, and semicolon, and then simply save it and run it. So the sum of a and b is 60. The sum of a and b is 60. You can also extend this. So simply add $sign here and then add $sign here. So what will happen now? It will display values of variable a and b instead of a and b. So let's save it and then run it. So the sum of 20 and 40 is 60. I hope now you have clear understanding of what are literals, different ways of declaring string literals, and how to work with string interpolation. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about defining constant using const and final keyword. Dart supports the assignment of constant values to a variable. These are done by the use of following keyword. We can define constant using two keywords. One is constant keyword and second is the final keyword. These keywords are used to keep the value of a variable static throughout the code base, meaning once the variable is defined, its states cannot be altered. There are no limitation if these keywords have a defined data type or not. We can also use data type while defining constant, but it's not compulsory. We can define constant without specifying the data type. Let's start with final keyword. The final keyword is used to hardcode the values of a variable, and it cannot be altered in future. Neither any kind of operations performed on these variables can alter its value or state. Let's understand the syntax of defining constant using final keyword. So final and then variable name. It's a syntax of without specifying data type. And if you want to specify the data type, the syntax is final, then data type, and then variable name. Let's come to the const keyword. We can define constant using const keyword. The const keyword in Dart behaves exactly like the final keyword.
The difference between final and const keyword are final variables can only be set once and it initialized when accessed, while constant variable is implicitly final but it is compile time constant. It is initialized during compilation. And second difference is instant variable can be final but cannot be constant. We will look this into the practical example. Let's come to the coding part and create a new file. Constant.dart void main. So let's take a final keyword, then simply first name Kashif semicolon. Let's define a constant using final keyword with data type. So final string last name is equal to Khan. So if I print first name, print last name, semicolon, let's save it and then run it. You will see the result, first name and last name. Kashif and then Khan. Let's comment it. Now come to the const keyword. So simply you need to specify const keyword, then let's take a variable name pi is equal to 3.14 semicolon and then using final keyword without data type. So you can use const double percentage is equal to 90.5. So if I print pi, let's make it double. If I run it, you will see the result, the value of pi. Another difference is instant variable can be final but cannot be constant. If you want a constant at class level, then make it static constant. So let's understand with example. I am making a class with the name of student. I will explain what is class in later videos, so don't be worried. Let's cut it out here. So at a class level, you can use final keyword. For example, marks is equal to 80. But you can't use const keyword. Let's make a semester is equal to second. You can't use const keyword at a class level. You need to add static keyword before const. So if I save it, it will never display a error. I hope now you have clear understanding of constant. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Congratulations, at the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. What is variable, different types of variables, different ways of declaring variables, what are literals, different ways of declaring string literals, string interpolation, what is constant, declaring constant using const and final keyword, and what is difference between const and final keyword. I hope you have found this section very useful, so keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover conditional statements. Conditional statement is also called decision-making statement.
A conditional or decision-making statement evaluates a condition before the instructions are evaluated. Conditional statements in Dart are classified in 5 different categories. Number 1 is if statement. An if statement consists of a Boolean expression followed by one or more statement. If-else statement. An if can be followed by an optional else block. The else block will execute if the Boolean expression tested by the if block evaluates to false. Our next statement is else if ladder statement. The else if ladder is useful to test multiple conditions. Our next statement is conditional expression. Conditional expression has 2 different types. We will discuss it in our next video. Next is switch case statement. The switch case statement evaluates an expression, matches the expression's value to a case clause, and execute the statement associated with that case. I hope you have clear understanding of conditional statements. We will do practice in our next video. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will cover if statement, if else statement, else if ladder statement. So start with if statement. The if statement evaluates a condition before a block of code is executed. The syntax is if round bracket start, then Boolean expression, round bracket close, then curly bracket start, and between the curly bracket there are number of statement. For example, statement 1, statement 2. So all statement will be executed if the Boolean expression is true. If Boolean expression evaluates to be false, then the first set of code after the end of the if statement will be executed. Our next statement is if else statement. An if can be followed by an optional else block. The else block will execute if the Boolean expression tested by the if block evaluates to false. So the syntax is if round bracket start and close, and between the round bracket you can specify a Boolean expression, and after the round bracket you have to start curly braces, then statement 1, statement 2, and so on. You can specify a number of statements between curly braces, and after curly braces you can end this if section by putting closing curly bracket. After that you can specify else part, and simply you need to specify else keyword, then curly bracket start, and you can specify number of statement between the curly braces of else part. So this is the simple syntax, the differences between else part. So if the Boolean expression evaluates to be true, then the if block of code will be executed, otherwise else block of code will be executed. The if block guards the conditional expression. The block associated with the if statement is executed if the Boolean expression evaluates to true. The if block may be followed by an optional else block. The instruction block associated with the else block is executed if the expression evaluates to be false. Our next statement is else if ladder statement. The else if ladder is useful to test multiple conditions. When you have multiple conditions and you have to test each one, you can use else if ladder statement. So the syntax is if in and between the round bracket you can specify your condition 1, and after round bracket you have to start curly bracket, then statements, and then close the curly bracket, and then you have to start else if part. So what is the difference between if else and if else if? If I talk about if else statement, then there will there is no need to specify condition in else part. You simply start the curly bracket, and in the curly bracket you only mention the statement. But in if statement, mean ladder statement, you have to specify boolean expression in else if part. So after the if part you have to specify else if and then boolean expression between the round bracket and then curly bracket start, and then between the curly brackets you can specify multiple statement. After that you can specify else part similar to if else statement. So this is the syntax. One thing is, remember to here, once an else if succeed, none of the remaining else if or else will be tested. Let's understand this with a practical example. Let's take a variable with the name of num and give any value. For example, I am giving 10, and I want to check if the value of num is a positive or negative. So I need to specify if keyword, then round bracket start and close, and in the round bracket I can specify the conditional expression or condition. So my condition is if num greater than 0, then between the curly braces I need to print number is positive, and after round bracket I need to close this statement by putting semicolon. Save it and then simply run it, and you can see number is positive. So here is only one condition, if num greater than or equal to 0. You can change this condition according to your requirements. Let's understand if else statement. So I want to check if number is a positive or number is a negative. I have condition if num greater than 0, print number is positive, else. So I need to simply print number is negative. So if I run this, you will see number is positive. Let's run it again. This time you will see number is positive for this if else, and this is number is positive for this one. Let me comment it, change it to -5, save it, and let's run it, and you will see number is negative this time. Here it is, number is negative. Let's understand else if ladder state. So I am taking a variable with the name of signal, and I am giving a take one if signal is red, simply print stop. Let's add one more equal, because we are checking the condition if signal is equal to red or not. Let's comment it, also comment it, save it, and here it is, stop. So we have a problem statement. If signal is red, then we have to print stop, and if signal is green we have to print go, and if signal is yellow we have to print wait. If signal is red, print stop. Else if signal is not red, then also check if is it green. If green, simply print go. Else if signal is not green, then what is the signal condition? If signal is not green, then what is the current state of the signal? Else if signal is equal to yellow, print please hold on, run it, and you can see it stopped. Let's change it to green. Run it. Let's save it again and then run it. It's go because our signal is green right now. Let's change it to yellow. Run it. You will see. Please hold on. So what if signal is not red, not green, and not yellow? Then what will be happen? So we have a else part where we can specify our own signal is not working. Let's save it and then run it. So this time you will see signal is not working. So we have multiple conditions to check. One thing is very remember to here, once an else if succeeded, none of the remaining else if or else will be tested. I hope you have clear understanding of if statement, if else statement, else if ladder statements. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about conditional expression. The conditional expression is considered as shorthand for if-else statement. Conditional expression has two types. First is ternary operator and second is null expression. Let's start with ternary operator. The conditional or ternary operator is just a dot operator that takes three operands. First is a conditional followed by a question mark, then an expression to be executed if the condition is truthy followed by a colon, and finally the expression to execute if the condition is falsy. The syntax is condition, question mark, expression if true, then colon, and expression if false, where condition an expression whose values is used as a condition. Expression if true mean an expression that is evaluated if the condition evaluates to a truthy value, and expression if false mean an expression that is executed if the condition is falsy. Next expression is null expression. It is also called null checking expression. So this expression uses a double question mark and can be used to test for null. The syntax is expression 1 double question mark and expression 2. If expression 1 is non-null, it returns its value, otherwise evaluates and returns the value of expression 2. Let's understand with an example. So the syntax is condition followed by a question mark, then expression 1 colon expression 2. So let's understand. So we have to check if 10 is greater than 20 or not. So we can take a variable result. So we can take let's take a variable with the name of res mean result, and then let's write a condition if 10 greater than 20, then print ten is greater. Else if ten is smaller. So it is a previous syntax of if else, but let me save it and then run it. It's 10 is smaller. because 10 is smaller than 20. It's a previous syntax of if-else statement. Let's write it with ternary operator. So our condition is 10 greater than 20. This is our condition. Then we need to put question mark and then expression 1 or expression 2. Let's print greater, 10 is greater, colon, print, and between the double quotes or single quotes, 10 is smaller. Let's end with semicolon. Let's comment it, save it, and simply run it. There is a error. Try renaming this to be identified that it isn't a keyword. Let's save it and then run it again. 10 is smaller. So you can write this in different ways. Let's take a variable with the name of result equal to, and simply remove this print function and simply take only string. Let's remove it also. So this time the result of this expression or this expression will be saved in res variable. So we can simply print res variable. Let's complete by putting semicolon, save it, and let's start it. 10 is smaller. We have second conditional expression, which is called null checking expression. So the syntax is expression 1 double question mark and then expression 2. Mean if expression 1 is not null, return its value, otherwise evaluates and return the value of expression 2. Let's take an example. So I have a variable with the name of n1 and number is n equal to, and its value is null. Let's take another variable with the name of n2 and give 20 value. Let's take an variable with the name of result1 and then equal to n1 double question and 2. So what will be the output? Let me print the res1 variable, semicolon, save it, and tell me what will be the output. It will be a null or it will be a 20. Let's run it. It's 20. Let's change it to 10. Let's save it, comment it, and let's save it and then run it. You will see the output. Let's comment it out, save it, and it's giving us 20. Let's remove the null value, save it, and then run it. It will again giving us 20. Let's change it to 10. Let's save it, put equal here, let's save it and then run it. It's giving us a 10 and it's also giving a warning operands if null aware operation has type int which excludes null. So basically if the value of this first expression is null, then it will give us second expression, evaluates and give second expression. And if it is not null, then simply it will return the value of this variable. So I hope you have clear understanding of conditional expression. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about switch case statement. The switch case statement evaluates an expression, matches the expression's values to a case clause, and executes the statement associated with that case. The syntax is switch keyword, then in the round bracket we have to specify variable expression, and then we have to start our curly braces, and between the curly braces we have number of case statement or cases. So case constant expression 1, then we have to use colon, and then we have to start curly braces, and we have to start the curly braces and close the curly braces, and between these curly braces we have to specify statement for our case first. And then after the curly braces we have to specify break keyword with semicolon, and then we have to specify our next case similar to previous one, and then after curly braces of second case we have to specify break keyword with semicolon. Then we have an optional default case. The value of the variable expression is tested against all cases in the switch. If the variable matches one of the cases, the corresponding code block is executed. If no case expression matches the value of the variable expression, the code within the default block is associated. There are also some rules of switch case statement. Number 1 is there can be any number of case statement within a switch. The case statements can include only constant. It cannot be a variable or an expression. The third one rule is the data type of the variable expression and the constant expression must match. Our next rule is unless you put a break after each block of code, the execution flows into the next block. The case expression must be unique. The next rule is the default block is optional. Let's understand it with practical example. The problem statement is we have to measure the performance of a student by evaluating his grade. So let's take a variable with the name of grade, and the grade is A. I have only one variable here with the name of grade. Let's start with switch. So we have to specify switch keyword, then in the round bracket we have to specify grade variable. You can use simply a string, you can use directly string in round braces instead of using variable. So between the curly brackets we have to specify different cases. So case 1 is A. Let's use double quotes, and then we need to specify colon, and after that we have to specify curly brackets again, and between these curly brackets we can specify our multiple statements or single statement. Let's take a print function excellent, then close it with semicolon, and after this curly bracket we have to specify break keyword. Then we have another case 2, and if grade is B, then what we have to print. So I need to print here good, end it with semicolon, and after that curly braces, simply use break keyword. So what is meant by this break keyword? So if case 1 is matches, then we need to stop the execution of the remaining part. So this break keyword will log the execution of remaining part when case matches. Let's take another case C, print fair, and after that use break keyword to stop the execution of remaining cases. Let's take another case D, colon. Let's add colon here also. Print poor. Let's close it with semicolon and then use break keyword. So let's save it and then run it. It's excellent. So we have case A, case B, case C and case D. What if we have grade F? Let's save it and run it. Let's run it again and we got no result. So let's take another case. It's case F, colon, and then curly braces. You are fail, semicolon, and simply put break. Let's save it and then run it. It will show us you are fail. What if we don't have any grade A, B, C, D, E, F? Let's change it to E, and if I save it, you will get nothing. So what is the solution of this situation? So you have a default case. Simply you have to use colon and then print, and in the print function invalid grade. Please choose correct grade. Let's end it with semicolon and then simply put break statement. Simply save it by pressing Ctrl S and then run it. And this time you will see invalid grades. Please choose correct. Please choose. It's not a choice. Please choose correct grade. So these examples verify the value of the variable grade against the set of constants A, B, C, D, and F, and execute the corresponding blocks if the value in the variable doesn't match any of the constants mentioned above. The default block will be executed. So I hope you have clear understanding of what is a switch case statement and how it works in Dart. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Congratulations. At the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered what is conditional statement, if statement, if else statement, else if ladder statements, conditional expressions, switch case statement. I hope you have found this section very useful. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section.
Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover iterative statements, which are also called loops. We will cover what is iterative statement or loop, classification of loops, for loop, for in loop, while loop, do while loop, break statement, continue statement, and labels. Let's start with what is loop. So loop is used to run a block of code repetitively for a given number of times or until matches the specified condition. It has two different parts, a body of the loop and control statement. The main objective of the loop is to run the code multiple times. If we talk about classification of loops, then we have two categories: definite loops and indefinite loops. So in definite loop, we have only one loop, which is called for loop. And in indefinite loop, we have two loops, while loop and do while loop. So what is definite loops? A loop whose number of iterations are definite or fixed is termed as definite loop. For example, for loop and for in loop. The for loop is an implementation of a definite loop. The for loop executes the code blocks of a specified number of times. It can be used to iterate over a fixed set of values such as an array. While the for in loop is used to loop through an objective's properties. Let's come to the indefinite loops. An indefinite loop is used when the number of iterations in a loop is indeterminate or unknown. Indefinite loops can be implemented using while loop or do while loop. The while loop executes the instructions each time the condition specified evaluates to true. In other words, the loop evaluates the condition before the block of code is executed. While the do while loop is similar to the while loop, except that the do while loop doesn't evaluate the condition for the first time the loop executes. So in do while loop, the statement will execute at least one time. Let's come to the loop control statement. Our first control statement is break statement. So the break statement is used to take the control out of a constructor. Using break in a loop causes the program to exit the loop. We will see the example in our upcoming video. Our next statement is continue statement. The continue statement skips the subsequent statements in the current iteration and takes the control back to the beginning of the loop. We will also look this in our practical example so you will understand completely, guys. One more major concept is label. A label is simply an identifier followed by a colon that is applied to a statement or block of code. A label can be used with break and continue to control the flow more precisely. That's it for now. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video with practical examples. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about for loop. The for loop is used when we know how many times a block of code will execute. It is quite same as the C for loop. The syntax is for, then in the round bracket we need to specify three things. First one, we need to initialize a variable which is called initialization. Then we need to specify a condition, and then we need to specify increment or decrement, and then curly braces start and curly braces close, and between these curly braces we need to specify our statement. This is called loop body. The loop iteration starts from the initial value. It executes only once. Then the condition is test expression and it is checked after each iteration. The for loop will execute until false returned by the given condition. Then this condition will be checked in every iteration. And at the end, the increment or decrement is the counter to increase or decrease the value. Let's understand with it an example. Let's say we need to print hello world 3 times. So the solution is simply hello world, then again write hello world, and then again hello world, semicolon. Let's save it and then simply run it.
So it will print out hello world 3 times. But what if we need to print hello world 100 times? Here loops play their role. So simply remove it and we will use for loop to print hello world 100 times. So the syntax is for and then initialization. So initialization is, let's suppose, int a is equal to or num is equal to 1. Then condition, so how many times we need to print hello world? 100 times. So the condition will be num less than or equal to 100, then semicolon, and third one is increment or decrement. So num plus plus, curly bracket start and close, and then here we need to write print hello world, semicolon, save it and simply run it. So you can see hello world, hello world, hello world. You can even print this counting 1 to 100. So simply you can print num. If I save it and run it, you will see 1 to 100. 1 2 3 4. So here is the magic. I hope you have clear understanding of for loop. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about for in loop. The for in loop is slightly different from the for loop. It only takes start object or expression as an iterator and iterates the element one at a time. The value of the element is bound to var, which is valid and available for the loop body. The loop will execute until no element left in the iterator. The syntax is for, then variable name, and then in keyword, and then object name in the round bracket, and then between the curly bracket we need to specify the statement or block which need to be executed. In each iteration, one property from the object is assigned to the variable name, and this loop continues till all the properties of the object are exhausted. Let's understand it with the help of example. So as I told you, for in loop is only work with object or expression. So we need a list or object. So I am taking a variable name fruits, and then we have a list with different fruit names: apple, banana, orange, grapes, cherry, and mango. And I want to print out each fruit name. So we have a for in loop. So this we need to write for, and in the round bracket I will take a variable, and the variable will be a singular. So it is fruit in fruits. This fruit is basically this list name, and this fruit is singular of this one. So in the curly braces, simply I need to print fruit, semicolon. Let's save it and simply run it, and you will see the output of fruit names: apple, banana, orange, grapes, cherry, mango. So basically we need to declare a iterator variable which is fruit. It can be any name. but it is recommended to specify a singular name. I hope now you have clear understanding of for in loop. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about while loop. The while loop executes the instructions each time the condition specified evaluates to true. In other words, the loop evaluates the condition before the block of code is executed. The following illustration shows the flowchart of the while loop. So this is while, then condition. So we need to specify while, and then in the round bracket there will be a condition, and then after closing round bracket we need to specify our condition between these curly braces. So this conditional code will be run until the condition will be true. So if the condition is true, then simply conditional code will be run, and if condition is false, then simply loop terminates. The syntax is while, then expression, and then in the curly braces statement to be executed if expression is true. Let's understand with an example. For example, we need to print a table of 8. So I'm taking a variable with the name of table, and which number of table we need, it's 8. I'm taking another variable with the name of num, and the value of num is 1. Then we need to specify while, because the syntax of while loop is we start while, and in the round bracket we need to specify condition. So I need to print a table of 8 to 10, 1 to 10. So num less than or equal to 10. This is our condition. And then in the curly braces we need to specify our statement, what we need to print. I will write here. So I need to print, here I am using string interpolation. So in the double quotes I am using table variable, and then I am writing 8 multiplied by 1. So here I am using variable name num, and then I am using equal to, and then I want to multiply 8 multiplied by 1 is equal to 8. So by using string interpolation I'm using here $, and in the curly bracket I simply multiply table multiply by num. Let's end it with semicolon. So the output will be 8 multiplied by 1 is equal to 8, and it will go 8 multiplied by 10 is equal to 80. Let's save it and simply run it, and you will see the output. One thing is I am missing, it is continuous running num plus. I forget to increment the num variable. So let's save it and then run it, and this time it will show the correct result. Here it is, 8 multiplied by 1 is equal to 8, 8 multiplied by 2 is equal to 16, and so on. If you want to print to 20, 8 multiplied by 20 is equal to 160. So simply you need to change this value. Control S, and if I run it again, now our table will be print to 20. Specify here a variable name. Let's take another variable with the name of 2, and simply I'm putting here 20, and simply I'm giving it 2. Let's save it and run it, and this time the result will be the same. You can also increment in another way. Let's comment it, and then simply num is equal to num plus 1. This is similar to above statement. So if I save it and simply run it, you will see the result will be same. I hope you have clear understanding of while loop. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about do while loop. The do while loop is similar to the while loop, but only difference is that it executes the loop statement and then check the given condition. So statement will be executed at least one time even if condition is false. The syntax is simply we need to write do keyword and then curly brackets, and in the curly bracket we need to specify statement. This is our loop body, and then while, and then condition and semicolon. So the question is, which loop should be used in which condition? So the selection of a loop is a little bit difficult task to the programmer. It is hard to decide which loop will be more suitable to perform a specific task. We can determine the loop based on the following points. Analyze the problem and observe that whether you need a pre-test loop or post-test loop. A pre-test loop is that the condition is tested before entering the loop. In the post-test loop, the condition is tested after entering the loop. The second point is, if we require a pre-test loop, then select the while or for loop, and if we require a post-test loop, then select the do while loop. Let's understand it with an example. It is totally similar to the while loop. The difference is the statement will be executed at least one time. So I need to take a variable name a is equal to 1, and simply I want to print the counting from 1 to 10. So do print a semicolon and then increment a is equal to a plus 1, and after curly bracket we need to specify while, and in the while's round bracket we need to specify our condition. So condition is a less than or equal to 10, then simply semicolon, and if I save it and run it, you will see counting from 1 to 10. Let's change this 10 to 0, and if I save it and then run it, let's see what happened. Let's see what is the output. So you can see our condition is false, a less than or equal to 0. The condition is false because a is equal to 1, but the output is 1. You can see the output is 1. So it always be executed and run the statement at least one time, even the condition is false. I hope you have clear understanding of do while loop. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about break statement. The break statement is used to take the control out of a construct. Using break in a loop causes the program to exit the loop. Let's understand it with an example. Let's take a variable with the name of I, and I is equal to 1. And I am using while loop, and the condition is I less than or equal to 50. And then I simply print I. So I will be print from 1 to 50, but I want when I reach to 20 it break the loop, and I only want to print
from 1 to 20, but the condition is I less than is equal to 50. So here break statement play its role. So simply if I save it and simply if I run it, you will see the result. I forget to increment, so simply I save it and then rerun it. So it will display counting from 1 to 50. You can see here, but I want a counting from 1 to 50, 1 to 20, but I don't want to change the condition. So here let me add a conditional statement. If I equal to 20, so and then simply if I add break statement and save it and run it, now you will see it will display 1 to 20. So basically break statement used to break the execution of while loop, and simply it terminates the execution it simply terminates the execution. I hope you have clear understanding of break statement. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about continue statement. The continue statement skips the subsequent statements in the current iteration and take the control back to the beginning of the loop. Unlike the break statement, the continue statement doesn't exit the loop. It terminates the current iteration and starts the subsequent iteration. Let's understand it with an example. So the problem statement is I want to print counting from 1 to 20 but skip the digit 16. So I am simply taking a for loop where num is equal to 1 and num less than or equal to 20, and then simply num plus plus, and simply I am printing num. If I save it and run it, it will simply print counting from 1 to 20, you can see. But I want to skip this 16. So here continue statement play its role. So let me add a condition. If num equal to 16, then continue. If I save it and then run it, you will see counting from 1 to 20, but there is no 16. After 15, it's a 17. So I hope you have clear understanding of continue statement. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about label. Labels generally help us to point out something in particular. We can use them for identifying a specific place or location as we go on the mentioning them and using them as reference later. Dart allows us to use labels that let us control the flow of the program more efficiently. A label is primarily an identifier followed by a colon. We can apply it to a statement or a block of code. Let's understand with it an example. Let's take a loop. Int I is equal to 1, then I less than or equal to 3, and then I plus plus. Let's take another for loop. This is called nested loop. Let's take j. Int j is equal to 1 this time, and j is also less than or equal to 3, and then j plus plus. Let's print using string interpolation. I am printing I and then printing j. So the value of I and j will be print
Let's save it, Control S, and then simply run it. Let's see what is the output. So here is the output 1 1 2 2 2 1 1 2 2 2 3 3 3 3. Let's 1 1. Let's see 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 1 3 2 1 2 2 2 3 3 1 3 2 and 3 3. If you change it to the 10, so it will print to 10. Let's run it. So our both loop will be run. So our both loops will be display counting from 1 to 10. Let's change it to 3. Run it. Now I want to skip the execution after 2 2. So let's add a condition if I is equal to 2 and j is equal to 2. So simply break the statement. If I save it and simply run it, let's see what is the output. You can see 1 1 1 1 2 1 and then 2 2 is not here and 2 3 is also not here. But I simply want to break the execution of 2 1 after 2 1 or after 2 2. So here is not a required output. So here labels play its role. Let's add a label to the outer loop. Let's say outer loop and then colon. So it is a label for outer loop. You can also specify label for inner loop. So now basically what's happening, it's breaking the inner loop, but I also want to break the outer loop. So here I will specify break outer loop, and if I save it, you can see after 2 1 it break the execution. So if I save it and run it, you will see the output shown. After 2 1 it break the execution. If I want to display 2 2 is also, then simply cut this print statement and let's place after the if statement. Let's save it and then simply run it. You will see now 2 2 will also be displayed. So basically label is used to control the flow of program more efficiently. Let's also apply this label in continue statement. Let's comment it and simply I am taking, let's copy it, paste it here. Let's uncomment it. I'm removing labels. I'm simply running it. So it is showing result as usual. Now I want to skip 2 2. So simply here if I is equal to 2 and j is equal to 2, simply I am mentioning continue, and if I save it, but before saving it I need to cut it out and simply paste it here. Let's save it and run it. Let's see what is the output. You can see 2 2 has been skipped, but I want to skip remaining result as well. So I am specifying the label outer loop colon, and simply I am mentioning outer loop. Let's save it and simply run it and let's see what is the output. So it is skipping 2 2, but I also want to skip 2 3. So here also label play its role. Let me label the outer label to outer label loop. Let me label the outer loop to outer loop and inner loop as inner loop. So if I continue and specify outer loop, let's save it and simply run it. You will see the output. So it's simply skipping 2 2 and 2 2 3 as well. If I specify in the loop, so it will only skip 2 2 in output. Let's save it and let's run it. So it's skipping only 2 2. So in this way you can control the execution of the loops by using break statement, continue statement, and with the help of labels you can control the execution more efficiently. I hope you have understanding of labels. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back. Congratulations, at the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have learned what is iterative statement, categories of loops, definite loop and indefinite loop, for loop, for in loop, while loop, do while loop. We have learned about break statement, continue statement and labels. I hope you have found this section very useful, so keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover functions. Dart function is a set of codes that together perform a specific task. It is used to break the large code into smaller modules and reuse it when needed. There are many major concepts that we will learn in this section. We will learn how to define a function, how to call a function, how to return a value in a function. Then we will look parameterized function. In parameterized function, we have two types of parameters, required parameters and optional parameters. We have three further types of optional parameter. First one is optional positional parameter, second one is optional named parameter, and third one is optional default parameter. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn what is function and how to define a function, how to call a function, how to return a value in a function. So let's start with what is function. Functions are the building blocks of readable, maintainable, and reusable code. A function is a set of statements to perform a specific task. Function organize the program into a logical block of code. Once defined, functions may be called to access code. This makes the code reusable. Moreover, functions make it easy to read and maintain the program's code. It improves the modular approach and enhances the code reusability. Let's understand it with an example. Suppose we write a simple calculator program where we need to perform operations number of times when the user enters the value. We can create different functions for each calculator operator. By using the functions, we don't need to write code for adding, subtracting, multiplying, and divide again and again. We can use the functions multiple times by calling it. The function provides the flexibility to run a code several times with different values. A function can be called anytime as its parameter and return some value to where it called. There are many advantages of a function. It increases the module approach to solve the problems. It enhances the reusability of the program. We can do the coupling of the programs. It optimizes the code. It makes debugging easier. It makes development easy and creates less complexity. Let's understand what is function declaration. A function declaration tells the compiler about a function's name, return type, and parameter. A function definition provides the actual body of the function. Few are the major concepts related to a function. Let's learn each one by one. Defining a function, calling a function, returning a function, and parameterized function. Let's start with defining a function. A function definition specifies what and how a specific task would be done. Before using a function, it must be defined. The syntax for defining a standard function is given below. So,
we have a function name, then round bracket, and then curly bracket start, and then we have a number of statements, and then curly braces close. Or we can prefix the return type. Here in this example, we have a void keyword. It means function will return nothing. Void means nothing. You can specify int function name, you can specify string function name. So here is in this example, function will return nothing. So void basically showing nothing. So void function name, round bracket, then curly bracket start, then statements, and then curly bracket close. The void keyword indicates that the function does not return any value to the caller. As I told you, the void keyword indicates that a function does not return any value to the caller. A function must be called to execute it. The process is termed as function invocation. So syntax is function name, then round bracket, and then semicolon. Then we have a concept returning a function. Functions may also return value along with the control back to the caller. Such functions are called as returning functions. So as I have told you, return type, then function name. The syntax is return type. As I told you in the previous slide, where we have a void keyword which mean nothing. So here we can specify int function name, round bracket, then curly bracket start, and then statement, then return some value, and with semicolon, then curly bracket. The return type can be any valid data type. The return statement is optional. If I not specified, the function returns null. The data type of the value returned must match the return type of the function. A function can return at the most one value. In other words, there can be only one return statement per function. Let's understand what is parameterized function. Parameters are a mechanism to pass values to functions. Parameters form a part of the function signature. The parameter values are passed to the function during its invocation. Unless explicitly specified, the number of values passed to a function must match the number of parameters defined. Let us now discuss the way in which parameters can be used by functions. The syntax is function name, then in the round bracket we specify parameters, data type, and then parameter name. For example, int n1, comma, string name. Then after round bracket we have a curly braces start. After round bracket we have to start our curly brackets. Then we specified our statement, and after that we need to close curly bracket. So let's understand it with an example. First we need to define a function. So the syntax is function name, then round bracket, and then curly bracket start and close. And here we have statement 1, statement 2, and statement n. So function name can be anything. For example, test. And statement can be anything. For example, print, and then function called. But we need to declare this function outside of this void function. This is function declaration, this is function name, this is function body. This is how we can define a function. Now how to call a function. So we can simply call a function by writing function name, it's test, then semicolon, and then round bracket, and then semicolon. If I save it and run this file, you will see the output function called in a terminal. So you can see function called. Let's come to the returning a function. So we can declare return type just before the function name in a function declaration. So it's, for example, it's a string test, and then here we can remove this print function and simply return function called. Now if I save it and run it, you will see the output. Now if I print this function, call this function in a print function, let's save it and check the output. The output is function called. Let's change it to integer, and then if I return 1 and save it, let's remove the double quotes. If I save it and simply run the code, let's see what happened. You can see the output. So you can specify the return type as well. Let's copy it here and simply comment it out. Let's define another function with the name of test with param. So in the round bracket you can specify your parameters. So our first parameter is integer, and the variable name is num1, then comma, and then I have to specify another parameter with the name of with data type string. So it's string and the variable name is name. Let's start the curly braces and close it, and here I am printing num1 and then num2 name. Let's close it with semicolon, and if I call it here, so the way of calling parameterized function is that you also need to specify the parameter here. So I am passing 15 and name is I'm passing Mahmoud. If I save it and run it, you will see the output. We need to specify semicolon here. Let's save it and run it again. You can see 1 and 15. You can also call it again by simply copying it and pasting it, and let's change to 20 and then let's change it to Khan. Let's save it and then call it. So this function will be called 2 times. We are specifying parameters in first time is 15 and Mahmoud, and in second time 20 and Khan. So you can see the output 1 and 15 and Mahmoud, 15 and Mahmoud and 20 Khan. So you can call it. I hope you have clear understanding of functions. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about arrow or lambda function. So lambda functions are a concise mechanism to represent functions. These functions are also called arrow functions. So syntax is, we need to specify return type, then function name, then in the round bracket we need to specify parameters, and after that we have a fat arrow, and then we have a expression with semicolon. Let's understand it with an example. Let's take this example. So the return type is optional, so I am simply pasting this function as it is. So in arrow function, we don't use this curly bracket. Simply we need to remove it, and then simply add arrow, fat arrow, then simply using this, and after that I'm also removing this one. So I'm using here string interpolation. I'm removing this, and if I save it and run it, let's see what happened. So nothing happened. We need to call this function in our main function. So simply I'm calling it test with param, and num1 I am putting 25, and at the place of name I am simply using Ali. After that I am ending this statement with semicolon, and simply if I save it and call it, you will see the output. It's 25 and then Ali. So we have a shorthand syntax which is called arrow function or lambda function. I hope you have clear understanding of what is arrow function or lambda function and how to define and use it. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about optional parameter. So let's see what is optional parameter. As in our previous videos, we covered required parameters. In this video, we will be learning about optional parameters. So optional parameter can be used when arguments need not to be compulsory passed for a function's execution. A parameter can be marked optional by appending a question mark to its name. The optional parameter should be set as last argument in a function. Optional parameters can be used when arguments need not to be compulsory passed for a program's execution. The optional parameter should be set as the last argument in a function. We have three types of optional parameters in Dart: optional positional parameter, optional name parameter, named parameter, and then optional default with default values parameter. Let's start with optional positional parameter. To specify optional positional parameter, use scare brackets. So syntax is void, mean you can specify your return type, then function name, and in the round bracket you need to specify parameters. So to use optional positional parameter, you need to specify parameters between the scare bracket to make it optional positional parameter. The rest syntax of the function is same. If an optional parameter is not passed a value, it is said to be null. Let's understand with it an example. Let's take a function name city names. And parameter is we need to specify 3 cities. So string, we need to specify data type, so it is string city1, string city2, and then string city3. And then simply I am placing the name of city 1 is city1. I am simply copying it, then pasting it. It's city2 and it's city3. 2 and then 3. And if I call it simply, city1 is Lahore, city2 is Islamabad, and city3 is Bahawalpur. Simply complete this statement with semicolon, Control S, and then simply run it. You will see the city's name, the name of city1 is Lahore, the name of city 2 is Islamabad, the name of city 3 is Bahawalpur. So these all are required parameter. If I simply remove this one and save it and then run the program, you will see the error. So you can see error, too few positional arguments required, 3 required, 2 given. So what if I want to give only 2? So if I simply round this third parameter with square brackets, you need to specify question mark here. If I save it and then simply run it, you will see the output. The name of city 1 is Lahore, the name of city 2 is Islamabad, and the name of city 3 is null. So what if I remove this one also? So you need to cut this square bracket from here and put it here. So I simply add question mark here. If I save it and then run it, you will see the output. Now the name of city 2 and 3 will be null. I hope you have clear understanding of positional optional parameters. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about optional named parameter. Unlike positional parameters, the parameter name must be specified while the value is being passed. Curly braces can be used to specify optional named parameter. So the syntax is the return type, which is void here, then function name, and then in the round bracket you need to specify parameters. For an optional named parameter, you need to specify curly braces, and between that curly braces you need to specify your parameters. Rest syntax is same. And calling the optional name parameter syntax is you need to specify the parameter name, then colon, and then the value. Let's understand it with an example. So here is the previous example. So here you need to specify curly bracket instead of a square bracket. And after that, when you are calling this function, you need to specify a variable name city and then colon and then the value. So second city is, let's suppose, Karachi, then comma, then city 3, it's Faisalabad. Let's save it and then run it. The name of city 1 is Lahore, the name of city 2 is Karachi, the name of city 3 is Faisalabad. The advantage of this parameter is you can change the sequence, it doesn't matter. Simply save it and then run it. So the output is same. The name of city 1 is Lahore, the name of city 2 is Karachi, and the name of city 3 is Faisalabad. So what if I remove this city 2? If I save it and then simply run it, let's see what happened. The name of city 1 is Lahore, the name of city 2 is null, and the name of city 3 is Faisalabad. I hope you have clear understanding of positional optional parameters. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about optional default parameter. Functions parameters can also be assigned values by default. However, such parameters can also be explicitly passed values. So the syntax of optional default parameter is function name. You can also specify return type before the function name, and the round bracket you need to specify parameters, and in the curly braces you need to specify parameter name, then equal to, and then default value.
rest syntax is same. Let's understand with it an example. Here you need to specify city2 is equal to Sahiwal and city3 is equal to Multan. Now if I remove this and simply save it and run it, let's see what happens. You can see the output. The name of city 1 is Lahore, which is given in the function when we are calling it, but the name of city 2 is Sahiwal, the name of city 3 is Multan. Optional default parameters, so when we will not put value for city 2, it will be use default. So what if I use city 2 and then simply I am using Islamabad. Let's save it, and now instead of Sahiwal it will be Islamabad. You can see the city name of city 2 is Islamabad. Same if I add city 3 and the value is Karachi, you will see this time our third city name will be Karachi instead of Multan. So this is the magic of optional parameters. I hope you have clear understanding of optional default parameter with default values. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Congratulations, at the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered what is function, how to define a function, how to call a function, how to return values in a function. Then we discuss about function with parameters. We have two types of parameter, required parameter and optional parameter. Then we have further three types of optional parameter, which is optional positional parameter, optional named parameter, and optional default parameter. I hope you have found this section very useful. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover exceptional handling. We will cover what is exception handling, how to handle exception using try, catch, on, and finally clause. Then we will also look what is stack trace and how to create our own custom exception handling class. So let's see what is exception. An exception or exceptional event is a problem that arises during the execution of a program. When an exception occurs, the normal flow of the program is disrupted and the program or application terminates abnormally. Every exception in Dart is a subtype of the predefined class exception. Exception must be handled to prevent the application from terminating abruptly. There are different types of exceptions in Dart. First one is format exception. Exception thrown when a string or some other data does not have an accepted format and cannot be passed or processed. Our second exception is integer division by zero exception. This exception thrown when a number is divided by a zero. The next one is IO exception. It is a base class for all input-output related exceptions. Fourth one is isolate span exception. It thrown when an isolate cannot be created. The next one is timeout. It thrown when a scheduled timeout happens while waiting for an async result. I hope you have a clear understanding of what is exception is. We will do practical example in our very next video. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. We will learn about exception handling in this section. So let's start with what is exception handling. As I told you, An exception or exceptional event is a problem that arises during the execution of a program. When an exception occurs, the normal flow of the program is disrupted and the program or application terminates abnormally. Let's understand it within an example. So open your text editor. Here, there are many types of exception available in Dart. Let's take integer division by 0 exception. So if I have variable int result is equal to 12 divided by 0, and if I print result, let's see what happened. If I run this program, you will see the error. So the error is a value of type double can't assign to a variable type int, and let's change it to double. And if I save it and run it, you will see the result. It's showing me infinity. Let's change it to the integer and change it to just add this sign. It means it will return integer. Now if I run it, you will see the result. And this time you can see integer by division exception. This sign simply means 12 divided by 0 and return the result in integer. So you can see it's giving us integer division by 0 exception. So how to handle it? Let's change it to the try block. Simply put it here, and now we know the exception type. So it is a type of integer division by 0 exception. So our first case is on clause. So simply after try block, you have to specify on block and then integer division by 0 exception, and then curly braces start, and then here you can specify your custom message. So I am printing here cannot divide by 0, and it with semicolon. Now if I run it, save it and run it, you will see the output. Now this time you can see the message, custom message cannot divide by 0. So basically we are avoiding this whole error, and simply we are printing cannot divide by 0. You can change this message according to your requirements. So this is our case 1. Now our second case is catch block. In try, I am taking result 2 divided by 12 divided by 0, and then print result. Save it and then run it. You will see the try block must be followed by an on, catch or finally clause. So it's simply saying we need to specify on clause, catch clause or finally clause. So let's start catch block. Here in the parameter I am simply giving e mean event, and then I am printing the exception thrown is, and by using string interpolation I am printing e, and simply if I end it with semicolon, save it, and if I run it, you will see the result. Let's change it to result2, and if I save it and run it, you will see the output. This time this is giving the exception thrown is integer division by 0 exception. So when you don't know the exception type, you can use catch block, and when you know the exception type, you can use on clause. Let's move to the stack trace. So I am simply commenting exception with stack trace. So here I have try block, and try block I am simply taking result 3 is equal to 12 or 20 divided by 0 and printing result 3. Let's end it with semicolon, and then let's start catch block, and in the parameter simply I am giving E and S, event and stack. Now I am printing the exception thrown is using interpolation. I am printing E, and after that I am using another print function, and now this time I am printing stack trace, and by using string interpolation I am simply printing S. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it and then run it. You can see the exception thrown is integer division by 0 exception, and this is our stack trace. This is the list of events that occur during the exception. So our fourth case is finally clause. So let's copy it, paste it here, and let's change it to 4, and after catch block I am simply using finally block, and I am printing this is finally clause, and it will always execute. Let's end it with semicolon. So finally clause always execute if error occur or if error not occur. So let's save it and then run it. So this is finally clause, and it will always execute. Let's change it to 5 and save it and then run it. So you can see this is finally clause and it will always execute. Let's comment it. Now save it and then run it again. You can see cannot divide by 0 is this is exception, and then after that we have second catch block, and this exception thrown is integer by 0 dB exception. This message is showing by this print function, and after that we have finally clause, and then in finally clause we are giving 4, and then this is finally clause, and it will always execute. There is no error in this code, and still we are seeing finally clause. You can test it by commenting it. Now let's save it and then run it. You can see 4, and this is finally clause, and it will always execute. Let's change it to 0, and this time you will see the error as well as this is finally clause, and it will always execute. You can see. So I hope you have complete understanding of different types of clause in exception handling. We will make custom exception handling clause in very next video. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn how to define our custom exception handling class and how to use it. So let's start it. So to make a custom exception class, we have a keyword class to define a class, then class name. So here I am making exception class with the name of check negative exception. Then we have a keyword implements, which implements our built-in exception handling class. Here I am defining a method which return type is string, and then method name is error message, which will return you cannot enter negative values, a negative number. After that, let's define another method which return type is void, and then simply check number, which will take one argument which type is integer, and then variable name is parameter name is number, which will simply check if number less than 0, then it will throw exception. And which exception? It's check negative exception. Now come to the void main method, and simply here we have a try block, and then what try? Simply I am calling check number method. I am simply giving -30 and catch it with parameter a, e, and then simply print e dot there is no method error message. So let's do one thing, simply take a var message, then is equal to check negative exception handling, then simply here message dot error message, simply end it with semicolon, control S, and then simply run it. So you can see you cannot enter negative values. If I simply run it with e dot error message, you will see it will not run, and it will give us an error. It is saying try correcting the name to the name of an existing method or defining a method name. So we need to create an instance of this exception class. So I have created an exception. I have created an instance of this exception class. Then we can get their method as well. So message dot error message. Simply save it and run it. You will see the result. You cannot enter negative values. So if I simply use it 30 and run it, you will see the output. There is no error. You can also define finally clause, and in finally clause you can specify your custom message. It will always execute. Let's end it with semicolon, save it and run it. You will see it will always execute, and if I change it to -30 again, and if I run it, you will see exception as well as it will always execute. So I hope you have clear understanding of how to define and use custom exception handling class. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back. Congratulations. At the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered what is exception handling, how to handle exception using try, catch, on, and finally clause. We have also covered what is state trace and how to create our own custom exception handling class. I hope you have found this section very useful. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section.
Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover object-oriented Dart. We will cover defining class and object, instance variable, field variable, reference variable, working with constructors, default constructor, named constructor, parameterized constructor, getter and setter, inheritance, method overriding, abstract class, interface, static variables and methods. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to start object-oriented programming. We will learn different object-oriented concepts in this section. Let's start with what is object-oriented. Dart is an object-oriented programming language and it supports all the concepts of object-oriented programming such as classes, object, inheritance, abstract classes. As the name suggests, it focuses on the object and objects are the real-life entities. The object-oriented programming approach is used to implement the concept like polymorphism, data hiding, etc. The main goal of OOP is to reduce programming complexity and do several tasks simultaneously. So basically, object-oriented programming is based on real-life entities. Don't worry, you will understand when we do practical example. Now understand what are classes and object. Dart classes are the blueprint of the object, or it can be called object constructors. A class can contain fields, functions, constructor, etc. It is a wrapper that binds and encapsulates the data and functions together that can be accessed by creating an object. A class can refer to as user-defined data type which defines characteristics by its all object. We can assume a class as a sketch or a prototype. It contains all detail about model name. For example, let's take car. It contains all details about model name, year, features, price, etc. Based on these properties of the car, we can build the car. Here the car is an object. There can be many cars, so we can create many objects of cars to access all the properties. Now let's come to defining a class. Dart provides class keyword followed by a class name is used to define a class. All fields and functions are enclosed by the pair of curly braces. The syntax is given below. So class, keyword, then class name, and then curly braces start. And after starting curly braces, we have fields, we have getter and setter, we have constructor, we have functions, and then curly braces close. Please don't worry about fields, getter and setter, constructor, functions. We will cover all these in upcoming videos. Here a class name represents the actual name of the class, which is defined by the user. In curly braces, we provide a class definition. A class can consist of fields, constructors, getter, setter, and methods. Now come to Dart object. Dart is object-oriented programming and everything is treated as an object in Dart. And object is a variable or instant of a class used to access the class properties and behaviors. Object have two features. One, state or property, and second is behavior. Suppose a man is an object with a property name, age, health, and behaviors, for example, walking, running, and sleeping. Programming objects are theoretically similar to the real-life objects. They also have state and behaviors. Here I am referring state to property. We can say property and object. An object is created from a template which is known as class. The fields of a classes are stored as object properties, whereas the method represents an object's behaviors. Now come to creating an object of a class. After creating the class, we can create an instance or object of that class, which we want to access its fields and functions. The new keyword is used to declare class followed by a class name. The general syntax of creating an object of a class is given below. So where, then object name is equal to and then new. After new keyword, then class name, and in the round bracket there can be a constructor arguments. Here object name and class name signifies as the actual object name and the class name respectively. Please note, new keyword is optional, so we can create object without using new keyword. Let's understand it with an example. So to define a class, we have a keyword class. But before that, let's think about a student. So a student has some ID. So it can be integer, so integer ID, and student also has a name, so it can be string name. So student can study, then student can sleep, student can eat. So these all are the property of a student. Do you think these all properties and behaviors belongs to a multiple student? It can be. So let's make a class of student. To make a class of student, we have a keyword class. Then class name, it can be student. Then curly braces start and close. Let's cut it and paste it here. Let's save it. Now, so here is a student class. Now let's create an instance of a student class. So I am simply taking a variable student1 is equal to and then class name. It is student. Then if I print the value of id student1 dot id, you can see we can access all properties and behaviors, methods of a student class. So id, name, sleep, eat, study. Let's take dot id, student1 dot id. Let's end it with semicolon, and if I run it, you will see the error and you will see the null. So it's showing field id should be initialized because its type int doesn't allow null. How to set an id? Let's make a default id student std1 dot id is equal to 30. Now if I save it and run it, you can see error is still exist. Let's extend our program student1 dot name, and the name is Ali. If I save it and then run it, it is still showing an error. Let's make it null. If I save it and simply run it, let's see what happened. It's still showing the value null can't be assigned to a variable type int because int is not nullable. Let's change it to var. Let's change it to var also. Let's remove it. You will not see any error this time. Let's run it, and you can see 30. Let's print std1 dot name. Let's save it and then run it. You will see 30 and Ali. You can define study. Let's see. Here I'm using string interpolation, and then I'm simply using this dot name. Is studying now. Let's print, and then here also I am using string interpolation. This dot name is sleeping now. Let's also print here this dot name is eating now. Now if I save it, there will be no difference in output. Now you can access std1 dot eat, std1 dot sleep, std1 dot study, and it with semicolon and simply run it. You will see the output Ali is sleeping, Ali is eating, Ali is studying. So 30 Ali, and then Ali is eating now, Ali is sleeping now, Ali is studying now. You can create another instance. Let's take std2.student, and let's std2.id is equal to 1, and std2.name is equal to it's Kashif. And if I access std2.eat, so you will see Kashif is eating. 30 Ali, Ali is eating now, Ali is sleeping now, Ali is studying now, and Kashif is eating now. So you can simply call another method as well. You can also print ID and name. Let's change it to 2 and then 2. Let's simply run it. You can see 30 Ali, Ali is eating now, Ali is sleeping now, Ali is studying now, and then Ali 1 Kashif, Kashif is eating now, Kashif is sleeping now, Kashif is studying now. You can create as much as instant you want to create. It doesn't matter. So this is the benefit of classes and objects. So class name can be country, class name can be city, class name can be employee, class name can be chair. It's up to you. I hope you have understanding of class and object. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is constructor and how to use it. A constructor is a special function of the class that is responsible for initializing the variables of the class. Dart defines a constructor with the same name as that of the class. A constructor is a function and hence can be parameterized. However, unlike a function, constructors cannot have a return type. If you don't declare a constructor a default no argument constructor is provided for you. So the syntax is class name, then in the round bracket you can specify parameter list if any, and in the curly braces you can specify your statement. We have also named constructor that provides named constructors to enable a class define multiple constructor. The syntax of named constructor is given below. Class name dot constructor name, then in the round bracket you need to specify parameter list if any and end it with semicolon. Let's understand it with an example. So define default constructor. We have a class name student, so here you will need to define a function with same class name. So student, and simply I'm printing this is default constructor, and it with semicolon, and if I run it you will see it will automatically call this is default constructor and then this is default constructor. So constructor is a special function which automatically calls at the start of the class. It means before executing any other code, constructor will run automatically at the beginning of the program when we create class instance. So here is a default constructor. We can specify parameterized constructor. To create parameterized constructor, we need to specify parameters here, for example, or var id or var name. Then in the body, you can specify this dot id is equal to id, and this dot name is equal to name. Please don't worry, it's simply I am assigning this id to this value. I'm basically assigning this id to this variable. So this dot id is equal to id. Now comment it, and if I run it, there will be no change but maybe some error. Let's pass the arguments here. So I am passing 40 and then Ali, and here I am passing 30 and then Widget. Let's save it and simply run it. Let's see what happens. So you can see Ali is studying, Ali is sleeping, Ali is so on, then Kashif is eating, Kashif is sleeping, Kashif is studying. Let's change it to Ali to Kamran and then save it and let's run it. You will see still Ali is sleeping now. Let's comment it because this Ali and 30 is basically assigning to this student.id, and also comment it and run it again. You can see Kamran is sleeping, Kamran is studying, Wajid is eating, Wajid is sleeping, and so on. So this is parameterized constructor. Let's add parameterized constructor, and this is default constructor. Let's comment it and come to custom constructor. So to define constructor, custom constructor, you need to specify class name, then dot, and then your custom constructor name. So it's a custom constructor. And I am printing I am a custom constructor. Let's save it and run the program. So here is the error could not find constructor student. Basically this is the error. Comment it and comment it. Let's remove these parameters simply. Let's save it and run it. Now this time you will call it here dot custom constructor, and here also dot custom constructor. Simply save it and then run it. And this time you will see no error. You can specify another constructor here. So simply it's a custom constructor, not customer constructor. Let's another custom constructor, and you can simply call another custom constructor this time. I am another custom constructor. Let's run it. You can see this time I am another custom constructor and I am a custom constructor. So it means you can define multiple custom constructor in a class. We have covered 3 topics in this video. We have learned what is constructor and how to define a default constructor. Then we have learned how to define a parameterized constructor. Then at the end we have learned how to make a custom constructor and how to call a custom constructor. So I hope you have a clear understanding of constructor. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is getter and setter. Getters and setters, also called as accessor and mutators, allow the program to initialize and retrieve the values of class fields respectively. Getters or accessor are defined using the get keyword, while setters or mutators are defined using the set keyword. A default getter setter is associated with every class. However, the default ones can be overridden by explicitly defining a setter and getter. A getter has no parameters and returns a value, and the setter has one parameter and does not return a value. So the syntax of defining a getter is return type,
then get keyword, and then name of the getter, then curly braces start and curly braces close. And the syntax of defining a setter is set identifier, set keyword, identifier name, curly braces start, then definition of the setter and curly braces close. Let's understand it with an example. Let's say we have a class of employee. An employee has name, var name, and employee has age. So if I create an instance of employee and if I set the value of name and it's Kashif, so basically it's a default setter. It's a default setter. Simply if I print imp.name, then it is a default getter. Let's save it and run it. So it's showing me Kashif. Let's say we have salary, but we need to set the salary by using custom setter and getter. So the question is how you can define custom setter and getter. So here we have return type and then get keyword. Let's define setter first. Set keyword, and in set keyword there is no return type. Set keyword and then simply I am giving the name of cell to setter, and it will take a one variable with double L, and it will simply this dot salary is equal to cell. It's a setter, and let's define a getter now. So return type is int, then get, and then name of getter, and it will simply return salary. Let's save it. And what if I here custom getter and setter and getter, setter and getter. So here if I imp dot salary is equal to 190,000. So here it basically custom setter. And what about custom getter? It's a custom getter. And simply if I print imp dot salary semicolon, let's save it, and if I run it, it will show us salary as well. So Kashif and 190. So basically this is our custom getter and setter, and this is our default getter and setter. So I hope you have clear understanding of getter and setter. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about inheritance. Dart inheritance is defined as the process of deriving the properties and characteristics of another class. It provides the ability to create a new class from an existing class. It is the most essential concept of the OOPS. We can reuse all the behavior and characteristics of the previous class in the new class. So we have here two concepts. Parent class, a class which is inherited by the other class is called superclass or parent class. It is also known as base class. And we have second class with the name of child class, a class which inherits properties from other class is called the child class. It is also known as the derived class or subclass. For example, suppose we have fleet of cars and we create three classes as Suzuki, Honda and Toyota. The methods model name, mileage and year will be same for all the three classes. By using the inheritance, we don't need to write these functions in each of the three classes.
As you can see in the figure, if we create class car and write the common functions in each of the classes, then it will increase duplication and data redundancy in the program. The inheritance is used to avoid this type of situation. We can avoid data redundancy by defining the class car with these functions in it and inheriting in the other classes from the car class. It enhances the reusability of the code. We just need to write function one time instead of multiple times. Let's have a look at the image again. So basically we have car, and in the car class we have defined model name, mileage and year, and in the Suzuki class we extend this car class, and in the Honda class we also extend this car class, and in the Toyota class we also extend this car class. So we have all these functions in these three classes also. So the syntax is, we have class keyword, then child class, and then extend keyword, and then parent class, then curly braces start, and then body of the child class, and then curly braces close. The child class inherits functions and variables or properties of parent class using the extend keyword. It cannot inherit the parent class constructor. We will discuss this concept later. Let's come to the types of inheritance. The inheritance can be mainly four types. These are given below. Single inheritance, multiple inheritance, Dart doesn't support multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and hierarchical inheritance. Let's understand single inheritance. In this figure, we have two classes, class A and class B. In the single inheritance, a class is inherited by a single class, or subclass is inherited by one parent class. In a multi-level inheritance, we have class A, class B, class C. In the multi-level inheritance, a subclass is inherited by another subclass or creates the chaining of inheritance. So in this example, class C is inherited by class B and class B is inherited by class A. Hierarchical inheritance. In the hierarchical inheritance, two or more classes inherit a single class. In the following example, the two child classes, let's suppose we name it Peter and James, inherit the person class. So in this class A, it's a person class, and class B and class C is a Peter and James class. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create new file with the name of inheritance .dart. In this example, let's make a class with the name of employee. Employee has name, var name. Employee has age. Employee has designation. Employee has salary. Employee has grade. Let's say we have class designer. So designer extends employee, and we have another class developer, extends employee. So designer can also have all these properties. Designer can have name, designer can have age, designer can have designation, salary and grade. Then developer can have name, age, designation, salary and grade. But if I say design UI, design UI, and we have another function, do programming. So developer do programming and designer will design UIs. So it is a behavior of this designer. So we can define it here. Let's cut this program, do programming, and paste it here. Let's say we have another behavior of post on social media. So it will post the design elements on social media as well as. And let's see, push to GitHub. And developer will push code to GitHub. So what if I create the instance of designer? For example, we have Ali as a designer. So we have variable name Ali, and Ali is the instant of designer. So if I click Ali dot age, designation, grade, name, salary, and design UI, and then we have another post on social media as well. So Ali has name. Let's change it to designer 1. So designer 1 has name Ali, and designer 1 dot age is equal to 25, and designer 1 dot grade is equal to 15. Similarly, if I create developer 1 is equal to instant of developer, and if I say developer 1 dot name is equal to Kashif, developer 1 dot age is equal to 28, developer dot 1 dot grade is equal to 15, let's say 16. Simply set the values. I am simply printing this dot name is designing UI elements. Let's end it with semicolon, and also I am printing here this dot name is posting on social media. Let's add the body of do programming. I am simply printing $this name is writing code for different applications, and simply add this here. This dot name is pushing code to GitHub regularly. Let's end it with semicolon. Now if I save it and run it, it will simply display nothing because we didn't print anything. Now let's print designer 1 dot name, and it with semicolon, and simply run this application. So it will display Ali. Let's print designer 1 dot age, print designer dot 1 dot grade, and it with semicolon, print line break. Let's print here developer 1 dot name, age, and grade. Let's save it and let's run it. So it will display the 3 properties of developer 1 and designer. So it's Ali 25 and 15, Kashif 28 and 16. Let's also call designer 1 dot design UI, and here I am calling developer 1 dot do programming. Let's end it with semicolon and simply run it. Let's save it and run it again. So Ali is designing UI elements, Kashif is writing code for different applications. Let's recap it. So basically, when we have similar types of properties and behaviors, we need inheritance. So in this case, we have 2 different types of employees. One is designer and second is developers. So designer and developer has some common properties, for example name, age, designation, salary and grade, but their jobs are different. Designer design UI elements and post them on social media accounts, and while developer do programming and push that code to GitHub. So in this case, we have made a base class, then we have defined another class with the name of designer and developer. And in the designer class, we extend this simply employee class, as well as we extend employee class in developer class also. So I hope you have understanding of inheritance. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about method overriding. Let's understand polymorphism first. The polymorphism is a combination of the two Greek words poly, which means many, and morph means morphing into different forms or shapes. Together, polymorphism means the same entity can be used in various forms. In the programming aspect, the same method can be used in different classes. This technique makes programming more initiative and more accessible. For example, we have shape class to define the shape of the object. This shape can be circle, rectangle, square, straight line, etc. So here the goal is common, but the approach is different. Let's come to method overriding. The method overriding is a technique to achieve polymorphism. Sometimes we want a subclass object to give different result for the same method when subclass object invokes it. This can be done by defining the same method again in subclass. The method has the same name, same arguments, and the same return type. When that method is called, the subclass method is executed instead of the method defined in the superclass. When we declare the same method in the subclass which is previously defined in the superclass is known as the method overriding. The subclass can define the same method by providing its own implementation which is already exists in the superclass. The method in the superclass is called method overridden, and the method in the subclass is called method overriding. Let's come to benefits of method overriding. The main benefit of the method overriding is that the subclass can provide its own implementation to the same method as per requirement without making any changes in the superclass method. This technique is much when we want to subclass method to behave differently also with the same name. Let's come to the rules of method overriding. The few rules of method overriding are given below. These points must be kept in mind while declaring the same method in subclass. The first one is the overriding method. The child class method must be declared with the same name configuration as the overridden method, I mean the superclass method. The return type, list of arguments, and its sequence must be the same as the parent class method. The overriding method must be defined in the subclass, not in the same class. The static and final method cannot be inherited in the subclass as they are accessible in their own class. The constructor of the superclass cannot be inherited in a subclass. A method that cannot be inherited, then it cannot be overridden. Let's understand the method overriding with an example. Let's make another class with the name of method overriding dot dart. Void main. Let's say we have class of human, and human has method with the name of run, and its return type is void, and it will simply print human is running. Let's say we have another class with the name of man, and it extends human, and it also has method with the name of run. So its type is void and its name is run, and it will only print man is running. Now in the main function, let's create a instance of man class. Let's run man1 dot run. So let's see what happened. Let's save it and simply run it. So it will display man is running. What if I want to display this human is running also? So here we have keyword of super. So here I simply add super dot run and it with semicolon. Let's save it and simply run it. So it will display human is running and as well as man is running. You can also change the sequence of this super dot run. Let's save it and run it. So basically we have superclass human, and in the superclass we have method name run, and it will simply print human is running. We have subclass with the name of man, and it extends human class, and it also has the method with the same name I'm talking about this time. So when I am creating the instance of man class and running this function, so it is simply printing man is running. In the method of subclass, we can also run the method of superclass by using super keyword. So I hope you have understanding of method overriding. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about abstract class. Abstract classes are the classes in Dart that has one or more abstract method. Abstraction is a part of the data encapsulation where the actual internal working of the function hides from the users. They interact only with external functionality. We can declare the abstract class by using the abstract keyword. There is possibility that an abstract class may or may not have abstract methods. Abstract methods are those methods which are declared without implementation. The concrete methods or normal methods are declared with implementation. An abstract class can obtain both types of methods, but a normal class is not allowed to have abstract methods. We cannot create the instance of an abstract class. That means it can't be initiated. It can only be extended by the subclass, and the subclass must be provided the implementation to the abstract methods which are present in the present class. Then it is necessary to declare abstract subclass. Let's come to the rules of abstract class. An abstract class can have an abstract method without implementation. If there is at least one abstract method, then the class must be declared abstract. The object of the abstract class cannot be created, but it can be extended. An abstract keyword is used to declare the abstract class. An abstract class can also include normal or concrete method. Concrete method means method with the body. All abstract method of parent class must be implemented in the subclass. Let's come to the declaring abstract class. An abstract keyword followed by a class name is used to declare the abstract class. An abstract class mostly used to offer a base for the subclass to extend and implement the abstract method. So syntax is abstract, then class keyword, and then the class name. After that, we have curly braces start and curly braces close, and between these curly braces we have body of abstract class. Let's understand with it an example. Let's make another file with the name of abstract class.dart. We have void main function here. Let's make a class with the name of shape. To make this abstract class, we need to define abstract keyword here and then class shape. And in the abstract class, we have one function which is draw. We will not define the body of the draw function. We will not define implementation of the draw method. We will simply only define function without any implementation. Let's make another class with the name of circle, and it will extend shape class. Now we can define the implementation of draw method. So void draw, and then it simply print drawing circle.
Let's end it with semicolon. Let's take an instance of circle class and I simply call circle.draw. Let's save it and simply run it. So it will display drawing circle. You can define normal function in the abstract class. For example, string my function, and here it is a body of that function. And here I am just printing my normal function. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's change it to void. We can also define another class with the name of rectangle. It will extend shape class, and we have implementation of draw function here, and it will simply display drawing a rectangle. Let's end it with semicolon, and simply if I create instance of a rectangle class and call rectangle.draw, and it will simply display drawing a rectangle. You can see drawing circle and drawing rectangle. So abstract class cannot be initiated, it only be extended by other class. So I hope you have clear understanding of abstract class. So thanks for watching, keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about interface. An interface defines the syntax that any entity must adhere to. That does not have any separate syntax to define interface. An interface defines the same as the class where any set of methods can be accessed by an object. The class declaration can interface itself. The keyword implement is needed to be writing followed by a class name to be able to use the interface. Implementing class must provide a complete definition of all the functions of the implemented interface. We can say that a class must define every function with the body in the interface that we want to achieve. To work with interface methods, the interface must be implemented by another class using the implements keyword. A class which is implemented the interface must provide a full implementation of all the methods that belongs to the interface. Following is the syntax of the implementing interface. So we have keyword class, then class name, then implements keyword, and then interface name. We also have rules for implementing an interface. A class that implements the interface must override every method and instance variable of an interface. That does not provide syntax to declare the interface directly. A class declaration can be considered as the interface itself. An interface class must provide the full implementation of all the methods belong to the interface. We can implement one or more interfaces simultaneously. Using the interface, we can achieve multiple inheritance. So basically, we can achieve multiple inheritance using interface. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create another file with the name of interface.dart. We have void main function here. Then we have class of employee here, and employee has function with the name of display, and return type is void. And it will simply print I'm working as an engineer in this company. Let's use interface. Now we have class of engineer, and simply it will implement. To use interface, we use implements keyword. So class engineer implements employee. And then in the engineer class, we have to implement display method as well. So we need to define display method. And here we need to do its own implementation. For example, I am printing I am working here. Let's end it with semicolon. And in the main function, let's create a instance of engineer class. eng1 is equal to engineer, and simply eng1 dot display. Let's end it with semicolon and simply run this application. So it will display I am working here. Let's say we have another class with the name of person, and here the method name is walk. I'm walking. Let's implement this person as well. So we need to use comma and then class name person. And then here we also need to implement the walk method. So let's say I am walking. I'm an engineer and I walk in the company. Let's end it with semicolon. And if I use in1 dot walk, end it with semicolon, and simply if I run it, you will see it will also implemented. I'm working here. I am an engineer and I work in the company. So basically, by using interface, you can use multiple inheritance in Dart. So basically, we are using interface here. You can use interface by using this implements keyword. So we can extend the behaviors and properties of the classes by using this implement keywords, and we can implement more than one class in interface. So I hope you have clear understanding of interface. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about static variable and static method. So let's come to static keyword. The static keyword is used for memory management of global data members. The static keyword can be applied to the fields and methods of a class. The static variables and methods are part of the class instead of a specific instance. The static keyword is used for class level variable and method that is the same for every instance of a class. This means if a data member is static, it can be accessed without creating an object. The static keyword allows data members to persist values between different instances of a class. There is no need to create a class object to access a static variable or call a static method. Simply put the class name before the static variable or a method name to use them. The static variable belongs to the class instead of a specific instance. A static variable is common to all instances of a class. This means only a single copy of the static variable is shared among all the instances of a class. The memory allocation for static variable happens only once in the class area at the time of class loading. Declaring static variable. Static variables can be declared using the static keyword followed by a data type then the variable name. So syntax is static, data type, and then variable name. The static variable can be accessed directly from the class name itself rather than creating an instance of it. So syntax is className dot static variable. Let's come to the static methods. The static method belongs to a class instead of a class instances. A static method is only allowed to access the static variables of a class and can invoke only static method of the class. Usually, utility methods are created as static methods when we want it to be used by other classes without the need of creating an instance. So declaring static methods. a static method can be declared using static keyword followed by a return type followed by a method name. So static return type, then method name, then we have round bracket, and after that we have curly braces start and close, and between the curly braces we have to specify our statements. Static methods can be invoked directly from the class name itself rather than creating an instance of it. So syntax is class name dot static method. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create another file with the name of static variables methods dot dart. We have void method here, and then we have class with the name of employee. Let's say we have variable name, variable age, and then we have static variable with the name of salary. And we also have function with the name of job, and then we have another function, and it's a static function, static void holidays. I need holidays. Now if I want to create instance of employee, so I need to create instance of employee class with the name of employee. Let's check the properties and behaviors of employee. Let's employee1 dot age and name. We have job, but we don't have holidays and salary. Let's say if I use salary is equal to 10, let's save it and run it, so it will throw an error because salary is a static variable. So if we need to access the salary, then simply we need to use employee dot salary is equal to 20. Let's end it with semicolon, and if I print employee dot salary and end it with semicolon, save it and run it, so it will display the salary. Similarly, we can use employee dot holidays, end it with semicolon, let's save it and run it, so it will display the holidays method. I need holidays. So we can't use static variable using class instance. It can be called using class directly. So I hope you have clear understanding of static variables and methods. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. Congratulations. At the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered defining class and object, what is instance variable, what is field variable, and what is reference variable. We have also covered working with constructor. We have different types of constructor, for example, default constructor, name constructor, parameterized constructor. Then we have covered getter and setter, inheritance, method overriding. We have also covered abstract class, interface, static variables, and methods. I hope you have found this section very useful. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview. In this section, we are going to cover functional programming. We will cover dart lambda expression, high order function, lexical scope, and lexical closure. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we will learn what is lambda function or anonymous function. We have learned the dot function, which is defined by using a user-defined name. Dot also provides the facility to specify a nameless function or function without a name. This type of function is known as anonymous function, lambda function, or closure. An anonymous function behaves the same as a regular function, but it does not have a name with it. It can have 0 or any number of arguments with an optional type annotation. We can assign the anonymous function to a variable and then we can retrieve or access the value of closure based on our requirements. An anonymous function contains an independent block of the code and that can be passed around in our code as function parameter. The syntax is as follows. But let me summarize this whole definition. In simple words, a function without name is a lambda function or an anonymous function. So the syntax is, in the round bracket we have to specify parameter list, and after that we have a curly braces and then statement, and at the end we need to specify semicolon after ending curly braces. Let's understand it with an example. So let me declare a normal function here. For example, void sum two numbers. It will take two arguments, int a and int b, and then after that I simply adding a and b and then printing some variable. This is a very simple function and there is no need of explanation. So let's define a lambda function. So we need to copy this argument list and body, copy and paste it here, then pass it to some variable. Let's put add two numbers, end it with semicolon. Now we have a special type for this type of functions, which is function. If I run it, you will see nothing. So this is the function declaration. Now how you can call it? Simply you can call it by add two numbers, and in the round bracket you need to specify arguments. Let's suppose 10 and 15 and end it with semicolon. Let's save it and run the application. You will see it will display 35. It will display 25. Let's take another example. You can omit this function keyword and simply use var, and I am giving here multiplication, then equal to, and then our body is, I am taking one argument and it will simply return c multiplied by 10, and it with semicolon. This is also a lambda function and you can also call it by simply calling multiplication, then I am giving 10. Let's run it. It's giving us 25 because it's returning a value, so cut it here, cut it and simply print it. Now save it and run it, so it will return 100. Let's understand it with another example. So this is the first way of using lambda function. Here I am using another way, second way of using lambda function. Let's copy this whole function, paste it here and simply comment it here, and then I need to make short this function, so remove this curly braces, also this one, and simply you need to remove this one also,
here I need to put arrow, and then I need to put print, and in print I am simply printing a plus b. Remove this semicolon, and if I run this, add two numbers, and if I give 10, 20, then it will return 30. Let's save and run it. It's giving me 30. So this is another way of using lambda function. So I hope you have a clear understanding of lambda function or anonymous function or nameless function. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is high order function. High order function is a function that can accept a function as a parameter and can return a function. So syntax is function name, and in the round bracket you can specify parameters. Parameters can be a normal parameter and a function. Then after that, curly braces, then you have to specify your statements, and then curly braces close. Let's understand it with an example. So here I am making a function with the name of my function, and return type is white. So it will take two arguments. First will be a string message, and second will be function, and its name is my func. After that, I am simply print that message and call my func. So here is a simple high order function. Let's use it within main function. So I am calling my function. Here I am giving hello world, and after that I will pass a function. So let's make another function with the name of sum two numbers, and it will take two numbers, a and b. Let's int a and int b, and it will simply print a plus b. Let's end it with semicolon. Now I am just defining function. So let's call sum two numbers here. Let's end it with semicolon, and here I need to give two integers. First is 10 and second is 20. Let's save it and simply run it. Let's see what happened. Spelling mistake here. It's numbers. Let's save it and run it again. Let's change it to print, save it and then run it. It's a plus b. Let's save it and run it again. I hope this time it will show the result. So it's showing us hello world and then 30, because we are passing function here, and it will simply calling this function my func, and here we are passing two parameters. So high order function is a function that can accept a function as a parameter and can return a function. So you can see we have declared this function. Here we give two parameters. First parameter is string type and second is function. Then we call this function here hello world and give the parameter hello world, and simply we pass a function sum two numbers, this function. And then here we give two values 10 and 20. If I change it to 20 plus 20, let's save it and then run it. So you will see it will return 40, hello world and 40. Let's change it to 20. Let's save it and then run it. So I hope you have clear understanding of high order function. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is lexical scope and closure. So, lexical scope is the definition area of an expression. In other words, an item's lexical scope is the place in which the item got created. Note, another name for lexical scope is static scope. Let's see what is lexical closure. In programming language, a lexical closure, also called closure or function closure, is a way of implementing lexical scope name binding in a function. It is a function object that has access to variable in its lexical scope, even when the function is used outside the scope. Let's understand it with an example. So I'm just creating here lexical closure dot. Here I have main function. Let's take a variable message, and here I am simply writing that is very good programming language. Let's end it with semicolon, and then let's make a function with the name of my message, and here I'm just overriding the message that is very flexible. Let's end it with semicolon and simply print that message. Let's run this function my message. Let's end it with semicolon and let's save it and run it. So here we initialize a variable with the name of message and give the value that is very good programming language. Then we have defined a function, and in the function we override the message. We override the value of this message variable. So we override that is very flexible. So basically we are overriding this message variable. So basically a closure function is a function that has access to the parent scope. This is very simple example of closure, but don't worry, I think this is comprehensive concept that I have delivered you. Simply remember it, a closure function is a function that has access to its parent scope. So I hope you have understanding of closure function. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Congratulations, at the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered anonymous function, a lambda function, high order functions, lexical scope and lexical closure. I hope you have found this section very useful. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome back. This is section overview and this is our last section. In this section, we are going to cover Dart collection. We will cover what is Dart list or array, how to define fixed length and growable list in Dart, what is set and set hash, what is map and map hash. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn what is list. Dart list is similar to an array, which is the ordered collection of the objects. The array is the most popular and commonly used collection in any other programming language. The Dart list looks like the JavaScript array literals. The syntax of declaring the list is given below. We need to specify var keyword and then list name. After equal to, we need to specify values between square brackets. The Dart list is defined by storing all elements inside the square brackets and separated by commas. Let's understand the graphical representation of the list on next slide. Here we have list 1. It is the list variable that refers to the list object. Then we have second thing, index. Each element has its index number that tells the element position in the list. The index number is used to access the particular element from the list, such as list name, and in the square bracket we need to specify the index number. The list indexing starts from 0 to length -1, where length denotes the number of the elements present in the list. For example, the length of the above list is 4. The Dart list can be categorized into two types, fixed length list and growable list. The fixed length lists are defined with the specified length. We cannot change the size at runtime. The syntax is given below. Var list name is equal to new and then list constructor, and in list constructor we need to pass the parameter size. The above syntax is used to create the list of the fixed size. We cannot add or delete an element at runtime. It will throw an exception if any try to modify its value. The syntax of initializing the fixed size list element is given below. List name and then square bracket, and in the square bracket we need to specify the index. After that we need to specify equal to and then value. The list is declared without specifying size is known as growable list. The size of growable list can be modified at the runtime. The syntax of the declaring growable list is given below, where list name is equal to and then square bracket. In the square bracket we need to specify different values. We can initialize list with empty or zero size by second syntax. The syntax is same for initializing a list value. Let's understand it with an example. Let's start with fixed length list. So we have a keyword list, then type of the list, it's string, it can be integer or boolean. After that we need to specify the list name, for example city names, then equal to, and then we have list constructor and a function field. We can specify empty list by using empty function, but I am using filled method, and here I need to specify length and then empty string. If it is integer, then simply we use 0. So I am using here string, that's why I am giving empty string. So here is defining a list. Now the question is how to assign values to this list. So we have city names, then in square bracket we need to specify index number, and then I am simply giving Bahawalpur. Let's end it with semicolon, and if I print it by using print function, then city name, and I am printing 0 index value. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it and simply run it. So it will display Bahawalpur. What if I print the length of this city names? So I have a function, I have a property city names dot length. And it with semicolon. Let's save it and run it. So it will display 5. Let's add another value to index 1. So here I am giving Multan. Let's end it with semicolon, and if I change it to 1, now this time it will display Multan. Let's copy it, change it to Lahore, Islamabad, and simply Jhank. Now what if I save it and run it? It will display Jhank, because I am simply updating the value of index 1. Let's change it to 2, 3, and 4. Let's save it and let's run it. So it will display Multan. What if I want to display all values? So we have 3 different methods. Let's start with first method using for in loop. So we have a loop for, then we have a name, let's suppose string city name in city names. Then after that we need to print it by using print function. So I am simply using city name, and it with semicolon. If I save it, you will see it will print all values. Let's add it another print function, and simply I am using for in loop. Let's end it with semicolon. Now we have another way to display these values by using simple for loop. Let's print here using for loop and it with semicolon. After that I have a syntax of for loop. Simply I need to specify index I is equal to 0, then I less than or equal to city names dot length. So simply it will run until length exceed semicolon, then I plus plus. I am simply increasing the value of I, and here I am simply printing city name and then index I. Let's end it with semicolon, save it and simply run it. So it's showing using for loop and using for in loop. Let's add the space here. Let's print and simply add line break here, and if I run it you will see. Let's copy it and add it here. Let's save it and simply run it using for in loop and then using for loop. We have also another way of displaying using for each. Simply here I am using line breaking, and after that we have city names dot for each. We need to simply remove this curly braces, and instead of curly braces we need arrow. We can change this variable name element. Simply it's element, and after that I am simply printing that element. This variable name can be anything. Let's end it with semicolon and save it, and simply let's copy it, paste it here and simply using for each. Let's save it and simply run it. So you can see here it's using for in, using for loop. Let's see last, using for in loop, using for loop, using for each. You can also update the value of these values as I told you before. Let's suppose let's change it to for junk to Lodhra and it with semicolon. If you run it you will see Lodhra instead of junk. You can change the value to null. Let's suppose 4 to null, but it's giving us an error because we have a strict type of the list. Let's remove this string from here and also from here. Let's save it, and if I run it you will see null instead of Lodhra. So this is all about fixed length list. We have another list which is growable list. Let's define country name list, then I have a string, then I have a country name. Country name is equal to list. Instead of list we need to use square bracket, and here I am simply using Iran, China, Pakistan. Let's end it with, and simply if I print the length of country names dot country names dot length and end it semicolon. Let's comment it, also comment it, and comment it as well. Let's save it, and simply if I run it, it will display the length of 3. Let's also comment it. Let's run it again in showing us 3. What if I add another elements? You can add here as well, but we have another syntax, country names dot add, and at the end in the add, you can specify the value as a parameter. For example, Bangladesh. Let's end it with semicolon, and if I run it, you will see the length will become 3 to 4. You can also add another value. Let's suppose India. Let's save it and run it. You can also print these all values using these 3 ways. You can also remove these value by using countrynames.remove. And simply what remove? I want to remove India. Let's end it with semicolon. Save it, and if I run it, it will become to 4 instead of 5. So we have covered fixed length list and growable list. I hope you have clear understanding of list. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is set and hash set. The dot set is unordered collection of the different values of the same type. It has much functionality, which is the same as an array, but it is unordered. Set doesn't allow storing the duplicate values. The set must contain unique values. It plays an essential role when we want to store the distinct data of the same type into the single variable. Once we declare the type of the set, then we can have an only value of the same type. The set cannot keep the order of the elements. Hash set is an implementation of set, and it is based on hash table. Let's understand it with an example. So let's add another file, set dot dot. Let's copy this all and paste it here. So we have basically similar syntax, little bit difference. Let's change, for example, this one. So we have here set instead of list. After that, here we have function set dot from, and in that elements parameter you can specify the values of your set, and if I run it, you can see the result. The length of set is 4. So these function can also work with set. But what if I simply add here India again? Let's run it. Let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But its length is 5. Let's copy India again, paste it here and save it, and if I run it, it will 5 again. Let's change this to Australia, and here Germany. Let's save it, and if I run it, you will see the difference. We have also another syntax of defining set. Let's here set, and then this time I am using integer, and then I am simply using numbers, and equal to, then I am using simply set. Let's end it with semicolon, and I am simply using numbers dot add, and I am adding 5 this time. Then I am simply copying this and pasting it here. Let's change it to 10, 20, 22, 7, and then 8. Let's print these values by using for in loop. That's num in numbers. Let's var num in numbers. After that, I am simply print num. Semicolon, if I run it, it will display all values. You can see it's showing length,
No, it's not showing length. It's showing definitely length of this line. Then after that 5, 10, 20, 22, 7 and 8. You can also use for each loop, for loop to display set values. So set is almost similar to list, but it's an ordered collection of unique items. It does not contain duplicate elements. You cannot get elements by index since the items are unordered. You can see this sequence, but it's not surety. So I hope you have understanding of set and HashSet. HashSet is simply implementation of this set. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is map and HashMap. The map object is simple key value pair. Keys and values in a map may be of any type. A map is a dynamic collection. In other words, maps can grow and shrink at runtime. Maps can be declared in two ways, using map literals and using a map constructor. Let's come to declaring a map using literals. To declare a map using map literals, you need to enclose the key value pair within a pair of curly braces. Here is the syntax. Where identifier name, you can specify identifier as per your choice. Then equal to, and after that we need to specify curly bracket start and close, and between these curly bracket we have pair of key and value. Please note, after key we need to specify colon, then value, and then separate each pair by using commas. Let's come to declaring a map using map constructor. To declare a map using a map constructor, we have two steps. First, declare the map, and second, initialize the map. The syntax of declare a map is as follows: where identifier name is equal to new and map, and then round bracket. Here new is a optional keyword. You can skip that. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create another file with the name of map.dart. I am simply writing void main. So to declare a map, I have a map keyword, then simply I am specifying a type. Then this type is basically for keys and second is for values. So we need to specify both. After that we write the name. For example, it's vegetables. Then equal to and then map. Let's end it with semicolon. Now come to how to initialize a value, how to assign a value to this vegetables. So let's start with vegetables and then round bracket. In the round bracket I am using ginger. Let's ginger to and specify the color of ginger. For example, it's light yellow. Let's end it with semicolon. You can assign another values by using same syntax. For example, here I am using reddish and it's white. This tomato and it's red. And how to print the values of these. So I am using print function and then vegetables, and then I am simply specifying the key. After that I am simply end it with semicolon. Let's run it and let's see what happened. You can see it's red. So what if I want to print all values? So we have for loop and then string, then key in vegetables dot keys. After that I am simply printing key and it will print all keys. You can see ginger, reddish, tomato. And for displaying the values of these keys, let's change it to value and simply vegetables dot values, and then here I am specifying value. Let's save it and it's change it to values. Let's save it and simply run it. It will display the keys and then values. What if I want to display keys and values in single array? So for this we have for each. Let's use vegetables dot for each, and here I am simply using key and value. Let's simply take key and value, and after that I need to simply use arrow key, and then I am printing and using string interpolation, and here I am using key is key and value is value. Let's end it with semicolon and run it, and you can see key is ginger and value is light yellow, key is reddish and value is white, key is tomato and value is red. What if I want to update the value of reddish? So here we have syntax of vegetables dot update, and here I am updating ginger, then comma, and here I am simply giving value in a round bracket. After that I have arrow key, and then simply I am giving light yellow to yellow. Let's run it, and you will see this time yellow instead of light yellow. So in this way you can update the value of this key. But if you want to check this key is available or not, so for this we have a contains key property, and here I am simply using ginger. It will return true or false. So here you can see, let's cut it and print it here. Let's see what happened. If I run it, it's still not showing anything. It's showing us true. So I hope you have clear understanding of map. Lasting hash map is simply the implementation of this hash. It stores the values in hash table. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. I hope you have found this course very useful. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Congratulations. At the end of this section, we have covered following topics in this section. We have covered what is arrays or list, how to define fixed list, and how to define growable list. Then we have covered set and hash set. Then we have covered map and hash map. I hope you have found this course very useful. Thanks for watching and good luck. Welcome back. In this video we will install Android Studio in Windows operating system. So come to the Google and simply type here Android Studio. Here is the first website, Android Studio, the official Android IDE. Let's click on this link. Now simply click on this download Android Studio button. It will show the terms and condition page. Simply scroll down and accept it. After that, let's click on this download button, and your downloading will be start. It's almost 1.04 GB. So you simply download by clicking this start download button. I have already it, so I will simply cancel it. Here I have a programs folder, and here I have already downloaded it. So simply I will double click on this exe file. The setup is loading. Please keep in mind the internet is compulsory while installing the Android Studio, because it's download the libraries and some required files while installation. We have this pop-up. Simply click on yes button. Click on this next button. Please check if it is not checked. Simply click on
and check it. Android virtual device. Simply click on next button, and simply install it. Let's click on next button and simply check this start Android Studio button and click start. Maybe on first time this screen is different on your operating system, so don't worry, simply open it or simply click on this gear icon and simply click on this SDK manager. Here we need to install Flutter SDK, so let's come to this and simply type Flutter SDK. Click on this Flutter framework. Here simply click on this get started button. Select the operating system, your required operating system. I have Windows, so I will simply click on this Windows button and simply scroll down and simply click on this Flutter Windows, and your downloading will be start. I have already downloaded it, so I will cancel it and simply come to the download folder. So I have this. I will simply copy this, come to the D, and I will create a folder with the name of SRC. I have this folder already. Let's delete this first and create a new one. You will not have this folder, and I will simply paste this Flutter SDK here. After that, simply extract it. Now simply cut it and paste here. Now come inside, come in bin folder and simply copy this path and type environment, so it will open this system property. Now simply click on this environment variables and click on this path and edit it. Here you will see I have already edited, so I will simply add it again. Simply click on this new button and paste it here. Let's click on OK. Here come to this path, edit it, and here you will also need to place it. OK. Now start the Android Studio again. Now click on this plugins and type here Flutter. Click on this and simply install it. I have already installed it. It will ask to install Dart while you will install Flutter, so you need to install Flutter plugin and Dart plugin together. Now we have this page. Now open this by clicking on three dots, come on SDK manager, and here you will see tools, advanced setting, come to the language, and here you will see Android Studio. Okay, fine. Let's click on this edit button and it will start the downloading. Basically it's downloading required SDK components from the internet, so don't be worried, just wait and watch. Select your APK level. It can be different and depend on your Android version. Select it and simply click on next button. It will simply download and install the components. So you need to have high-speed internet connection. Components has been downloaded and installed successfully. Now click on this finish button. So we have these SDK platform, SDK tools, and so on. So please check you have already installed Android emulator. Now come to this language and framework here and simply find the Flutter here. There is no Flutter here. Let's find here Android SDK is Kotlin Android. Okay, fine. Okay, simply click on OK, and now you have this Flutter project here. Simply click on this button. We need to select this Flutter. Here you need to specify a Flutter SDK. Simply click on this, or if you don't have see any path here, simply click on this. Now you need to set a path. Simply go to D where you created SRC folder, select this and click on this pen folder. Click on OK button It's showing us Flutter SDK is not found in the specified location. Okay, fine, no problem. Let's cancel it, close it, and restart the Android Studio again. Verify in environment variable. Let's click on this and click this button here. Click on OK. Come to this path again, edit it again. Simply click on this path and edit it, and simply click on this. Click on this and simply add slash here. OK, and OK. Run the Android Studio again. Now click on this Flutter project here. Select Flutter. Specify the SDK. So here we need to basically go to the file and simply click on this invalidate cache and simply clear file, system cache, local history clear, VSC log cache, and delete embedded browser engine cache. Let's click on this invalidate and restart, and simply click on this. Cancel it. Go to this file. Are using home screen, you need to open SDK tools. I will simply go to this setting and simply I will come to this language and framework, and here now we have many more. Here we have a Flutter. Let's select this Flutter and then when and click on OK. Let's click on this apply button, and it's showing us a Flutter SDK is not found in the specified location. Let's reset it. It's showing us 3.10. Okay, fine, that's great. Click on this OK button and let's create a new project. Simply click on this Flutter. Now click on this next and you are okay to go. Now type demo test project. Here you can specify underscore but not space. Here you will use your domain name. So my domain name is logisgrid.com, so I will use com.logisgrid.demo test project. Let's select the targeted platform, so I will simply use the Android and iOS, so simply uncheck these. Let's select Java, Swift, and click on this create button. So it will create the Flutter project. It takes time to set up first time, so don't worry. If you feel any errors, let me know. If you feel any error, don't be worry, just search on Google and you will find the solution. So here you can see this is a demo project. Now we still have to set up one thing more. Let's click on this device manager, and now we need to create a virtual device. Simply click on this create device. Here you will need to select a device, so I will simply use Pixel 5. Let's click on this next button, and here we have APK level 34. You can download API 34. We have 33. Let's click on this next button, click on this finish button, and it will create a virtual device for us. Now it has been loaded, so simply click on this play icon. You can see this starting AVD, and if it's not showing running device, simply click on this. It will hide and it will show it again. So now simply it's showing this error. Simply click on this cancel button and it's connecting. So our device is running. It will be so after running this, you need to select the device. It's already has been selected. So after that, when it's completely loaded, simply click on this run button and it will start your application. It will build the application and install it here. So I hope you have clear understanding of how you can install Android Studio and Flutter SDK in your Windows operating system. Please don't worry, it takes time first time to install all the components and all the tools. So just don't be worried. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this section, we will start from the basics and build a simple application together. We will cover creating a hello world example, then we will organize our application code and then add some logic into our application. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will start and make our first Flutter application. So here we need to create a project. So new Flutter project. When we will click on Flutter project, it will ask Flutter SDK path. So you set it in previous videos, so don't worry, just click on next button. After that, we need to put a project name. So our project name is first Flutter app. Please keep in mind you can use underscore between the application name, but you can't use space. So here you need to set a project location. So I have selected D project development and first Flutter app. Here you can put description as per your requirements. After that, simply put here organization. So here you can basically use your domain name. So it's com.logisgrid then application name. So our application name is Flutter app. Basically it will become a package name of your application, so it must be unique. So if you have any domain, you can use that domain name. So I will use Android language as a Java and ISO is Swift. What is the target platform? I will only, you can uncheck these options or select as per your requirement. I will create as it is. So I will simply click on finish button. So it will create our Flutter project. So here basically we need a virtual device to run our code. So here is a device manager. Simply click on that. Here I have already created a virtual device, so simply I will remove this one and simply I will create a new device. So here you can select a target device. So I will use a Pixel 5 device. I will click on next button. Here you can use your APK level. I will use 33 APK level. You can use as per your requirement. The latest one is 34. Please keep in mind the internet is compulsory to download the APK level. So I will click on next button. Then you can put AVD name here. I will use the default one and simply I will click on finish button. It will create a virtual device for me to test my code. Let's click on this play button. So it will run the virtual device. Here is the default code of our first application. Flutter basically created a counter application, default counter application when we create a new project. Let's click again. Let's click on OK and it will connecting to the emulator. So you can just click on that, so it will be hide and the emulator will be displayed on here. So here is the default code. Here is the project directory. So this is our project. Here we have many project files and folder. Here is an Android folder that is used for Android application. Here is the iOS folder. Here is the main lib folder, library folder. Here is a Linux Mac OS folder. This is used for Mac OS. This is used for Linux, and this is used for web. This is used for Windows. Here another files exist. Here we need to understand this pubspec.yaml file. Basically this is the file where we can specify our dependencies. We will learn more about it
in our later videos, so don't be worried. Here we have a main.dart file in the library folder, so it is basically a starting point of the application. You can see here is a starting point main.dart file. Here you can check main.dart file is selected as a starting point. You can see our Android application has been started and it will display the home screen soon. It will take few minutes to load complete and it depends on your system speed. So here we have different menus here. Here you can select the targeted devices, so you can test your codes in the target devices. We have selected Pixel 5 here. From this button you can run this application. Here you can set your project setting and etc. Please keep in mind, if you don't have the line number here, you need to show this line number, so it will help you to debug your code. Let's click on this button and then simply click on setting. Here you can simply search line number. Let's click on this and here you can see show line number. If it is unchecked, simply check it and simply apply it. It will take some time to load first time because it is getting ready to use. Let's click on OK button. Let's do one thing, simply click on this run button, so it will start our application. So it also will take some time to run this application in our virtual device. So you can see it's launching lib/main.dart on SDK gphone 64 x64 64 in debug mode, and you can see running Gradle task assemble debug. So our application is running. First time it can take 5 to 10 minutes to launch our application in our virtual device, so don't be worried, just wait. So finally our application has been started and you can see this application here, Flutter demo homepage. So here is our floating action button. If I will click here, you can see it will become 1, and if I click again it will become 2, 3. So this is basically a default Flutter application. So let's move towards our first application. I will simply remove this, and here first we need to import a material.dart file. So I will type import and it will give us suggestion. Click enter and simply type package. So our first suggestion is package:/flutter/material.dart. Simply enter, and here we have imported this material.dart file, which is compulsory file to make our Flutter application. Then here we need to use void main function, which will simply run another method with the name of run app. Here we need to type code for our application. So here we have another widget. Here we have material app widget. So what is widget in Flutter application? So basically everything is a widget in our Flutter application. There are different types of widget, stateless widget and stateful widget, and we will build our UI with the help of these widgets. So our first widget is material app. Now here we have many properties. So our first property is home, and simply it will return a text widget, hello world. Let's save it. Basically our emulator has been restarted. There are two features of Flutter: hot reload and hot restart. Developers waste a lot of time updating the code base and executing the app over and over again to see the effect of modified code. With hot reload, developers can quickly see the updated UI in the Flutter application. While Flutter hot restart has different functionality than the hot reload, it is used in the special cases where hot reload doesn't work. It works faster as compared to the full restart function, but takes more time as compared to the hot reload. Here you can see this hello world. So let's expand our application by using material widget here. So I will simply cut this text widget and use material widget here. Here we have a child property, and I will simply paste the text widget here. Here you can see the blank screen. So in the material, simply use color property, and we will use colors dot light blue accent. Let's save it, and it will perform the hot reload, and it will show the light blue color soon. Let's save it again. Let's click on this button and it will perform hot restart. So you can check the color of the application. Let's change this color to another color. So we have property of style in the text widget, so it will take text style. In the text style we have property of color, so it will use colors dot white. Let's save it, and nothing is going to happen. Okay, don't worry. Let's wrap this text into center widget. It's showing here. Let's change this font to little bigger. Let's change it to 40.0. Let's save it. Okay, fine, nothing is going to happen. Let's simply wrap this text widget into a center widget. So simply hover over this text widget and this bulb icon will be displayed. So click it here and simply wrap with center widget. So it will wrap this text into a center widget. So simply if I save it, let's see what happened this time. So you can see hello world here, but it's still coming on the left top corner. Let's save it again and let's perform hot restart. Let's click Ctrl Alt L and it reformatted the code. So you can see this hello world. Basically it's taking time to perform hot restart and hot reload. Otherwise this center widget will work at first time at your end. So let's add some more code in our application. Let's add a top bar here. So in the material app we have home. Let's cut this material from here to here, and let's add scaffold here. So scaffold is another widget. Here we have properties app bar, and I will use app bar widget here, and in the app bar widget we have title property, and here I will simply use text widget, my first application. After that we have body property, and simply I will paste that material icon here. Let's save it and you will see the app bar here. Let's perform hot restart by clicking this icon. So you can see this app bar, my first app. So we have another property here which is center title. Basically it is a property of app bar. So center title by default it is false. Let's make it true, and if I save it, this title will be aligned at the center of this top bar. Let's perform hot restart. So you can this title bar in the center. Here we have a debug banner, so let's remove it. So we need to add debug show checked mode banner is equal to, and then colon, and after that we need to make it false. Let's save it, and soon it will remove from here. So you can see the debug banner has been removed this time. So I hope you like this video. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will organize our application code. So after the void main function, let's create another stateless widget. So I will type stl, then I will simply click on tab button. So it will create a stateless widget for us. I will name it to my name, my app. You can change this name as per your requirement. And I will simply just copy this red material from here to here, and simply I will paste it here, and I will simply pass my app here. Let's save it, and you will see there is no difference between the previous output and this output. We can still optimize our code. So here we can remove this curly braces, this one, and simply we need to add arrow here. Let's save it, and it will work again, and there is no difference between previous output and this output. Let's change it to and I am writing some code. Let's save it. Our hot reload is not working, so I need to run hot restart. So you can check hello world, and I am writing some code. We can still organize our code. So in this example, I have simply created this main.file. Basically it is created by default, and simply I have write code here. So we can basically extend our application. This is only a single screen, but our application can have more than one screen. So in this case what will happen? So let's create this. Let's create another directory in the lib directory and name it to screens. And here simply let's create another file with the name of first. So here I will again import the material.dart file, and after that I will simply create stateless widget, and I will type simple stl and simple press tab, and here I will type first screen. Let's save it. Now here let's copy this material from here, cut this and paste it here instead of container. Let's save it, and in the main.dart file let's use first screen and then down bracket, and it with comma. Let's save it. But here we need to import this first screen .dart file. Let's click on here, and this bulb icon will show. Simply click on this and click import library package first Flutter app, then screen, and then first screen .dart. Let's save it, and there is no difference between the previous result and this result. Now you can add multiple screens. Let's change it to screen 1, first screen. You can see it's showing first screen. Let's create another screen with the name of second underscore screen .dart, and here I will import again material.dart file, and after that I will simply create stateless widget with the name of second screen. And let's copy this material from here and paste it here, and simply change it to second screen. Let's save it, and if you want to use second screen here instead of first screen, so simply use second screen. Now we also need to import this file again. Let's import this file and let's save it, and you will see soon second screen. Let's change this name to second screen. In this way, you can extend your application code and add many screens. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will add some logic into our application. So simply let's change it to first screen. Let's save it, and in the first screen, let's create another function. Let's create a function with the name of generate a random number, and its return type is integer, so it will return integer value. Now here we will use a random class. So first we will create an instance of random class. So let's take a variable with the name of random, and it will use random class. Let's import this random class. So at the bulb icon, let's import this .math library. Now we will use this random instant to generate a random number. Let's take a variable with type integer, and it will simply use random instant dot next integer, and here we will give the maximum number. So I will use 50. Let's end it with semicolon, and simply it will return this random number. Now instead of using this first, I will simply use your random number is, and then I will use string interpolation. If you are familiar with that, you can easily understand what's going on. So here I will simply use generate random number. Let's save it, and it's showing your random number is 34. Let's change it to 20. Your random number is 34. And if I save it again, let's use hot restart to change this number. So when our application will start, it will show a random number, and this random number can be between from 1 to 50. So this time it will become some other integer. Let's change it to 30, and this time it's 14. So you can cut this whole string from here and paste it here. Now this time we will use here string. So our return type will be string this time. And your random number is generate lucky number. So instead of using this generate random number, we will simply use a random number here. And in this, we will simply use generate random number. Let's save it. And this time your random number is 43. So in this way you can add some logic to your application. I hope you like this video. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Congratulations, at the end of this section, we have successfully built a basic Flutter application. We started with a simple hello world example, then learned how to organize our code for better structure. Finally, we added some logic to our application using functions. So thanks for watching, keep learning, I'll see you in the next section. Welcome to our Exploring Flutter Widget section. In this section, we will dive into essential Flutter widgets, empowering you to craft dynamic and appealing user interfaces. We will discover the versatile container widget to create flexible layouts with custom styling. We also learn layout management with row and column widget for arranging elements.
we will learn to create interactive app bar with the app bar widget. We will add interactivity and icons using various button widgets like elevated button, icon button, and more. We will enhance visual communication with the icon and image widget. We will craft scrollable list with the list view widget for organized content. We will learn how to provide user feedback using snack bar and enable seamless navigation with the tab bar. We will create navigation menus and attractive content layout with the drawer and card widget. We will implement user choices using checkbox, switch, and radio widgets. And at the last, we will also explore advanced widgets, range slider for value selection, and alert log for important messages. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about container widget. We will learn how to use container in our Flutter application. So simply, this is our demo application. So I'm totally removing it, and simply I am importing material.dart. After that, I have a run app function, but before that I have main function, and here I have run application, and in the run application I have a method with the name of my application, which I will create right now. So here I will create a stateless widget with the name of my app. So simply if I create STL and press tab, it will create a stateless widget. Let me name it. So its name is my app. If I control S and simply run the application, you can see empty screen. Here we are returning container. So our topic is container. But let me remove it. Here I will simply return material app, and in the material app I will give title. I will simply use home property and assign a container widget, which I will create shortly. Let me save it, and in the lib file let's create a new directory with the name of widgets. Enter, and in the widgets directory let's create a file with the name of container underscore widget.dart. So in this file, first we need to import material.dart. After that I need to create stateless widget. So simply I will use stl and press tab, and it will create a stateless widget. So my stateless widget name is container widget, and it will create a container and it will return a container. Let's save it, and in the main file let's import that file, this file. If I hover this container widget and simply if I click here, so this bulb icon will show. If I click here, and you can see inspection annotation here, there is no suggestion. I click it again and simply open, then you can see import library package course practice widget container widget.dart. If I click that file, you can see this file has been imported successfully. Now if this time I save the file, so it will perform the hot reload and our screen will be still blank, but you can see this debug icon. Now you can edit this file. So in the container we have many properties. Let's use color, and I'm using colors.indigo. Let's save it, and you can see the indigo color. We have a child property and I am simply using text widget. I am container. Let's save it, and you can see I am a container. You can remove I am. Let's use container. We also have another properties, height and width. Let's use height 200 and width also 200. Let's save it, and it will perform the hot reload, and the result will be display soon. It's not working because it's taking the whole width of a parent widget. So if I wrap this container in a center widget, you can see the result. Let's over here, and then simply you can see the bulb icon. Let's click it here and simply wrap with. It will be wrap in center widget. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. You can see width and height 100 by 100. Let's change it to 300. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. And you can see it's in the center. Let's comment it. If I save it, let's see what happened. But this time it will only takes the background of a container text. It will only contain the text area. Let's remove this center widget, save it, and you will see the result soon. We have margin and padding property here. Let's use margin, and we have a property edge insets dot all 0 only. Let's use only, and I'm using for top 20.0 and for left 10.0 and for right I'm using 10.0. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. You can see this. We also have a padding here, so you can use edge insets here also. Edge insets dot only. You can use all, and let's use 20.0. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. We have another property of alignment in the container. Let's use alignment, and alignment is alignment dot top center, center, bottom left, bottom right. Let's use bottom right, and if I save it, you will see the text will move to the bottom right. You have another property. Let's use top left, top right. Let's use top right. Let's save it, and you will see the text will move to the top right corner. Let's use this center. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. We have another property of this text widget. Let's use by using semicolon, and after that we have a property of style, and then we have multiple values for this property. Text style, and in the text style we have a first property color, and color is colors dot white. Let's save it, and you will see the result soon. If I click here, if I hover on this text style and simply press Control, and then you can see this underline here. Let's click it here. You can see multiple properties of this text style. We can set color, background color, font size, font weight, font style, letter spacing, word spacing, so on. We have many properties we can set according to our needs. Let's close it, and simply if I use font size, let's say 20.0. Let's save it, and you will see soon. Let's change it to 25. We have another property of font weight. dot, let's use 100. Let's save it and you can see the result. So we have learned alignment property, color property, text child property, text property, and in the text widget we have learned about style, we have learned color, font size, font weight, we have learned margin and padding in container. So I hope you have a clear understanding of container. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about row widget. So let's start it. Let's create another file with the name of row_widget dot. Now simply we change this container widget to row widget. But before this we need to import here package :flutter then material dot, and then after that I need to import create stateless widget with the name of row widget. Let's save it, and here now I simply need to change row widget, and after that if I click here and simply click on this bulb icon, you can see import library. Let's import this file and you can see this row widget file has been imported successfully. So here let's use container as it is, and here I have a file with the name of, I have a property with the name of child. Let's use child and simply give row. Now a row, we have basically, we can use multiple widgets in a row, so it will be placed horizontally to each other. Let's use children property. Here we have a children property instead of child property, and here we can use widget 1, widget 2, widget 3. Let's remove these all and simply let's use text, and I am simply giving text 1. Let's end it with comma and let's save it. It will perform the hot reload and you can see the result. Let's give a color to colors dot purple. Let's save it and you can see this. Let's change the color of this text one. Use style property, text style, and here simply I am using color property of text style, colors dot white. Let's save it. We have also another property of text decoration. It's not text decoration, it's simply decoration, and text decoration dot none, so it will remove the underline. Let's click Ctrl Alt L and it will format the code. Let's copy this text widget and paste it again and change it to text 2. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. And if I copy this again and paste it here, you will see the overlapping, maybe overlapping. So it's showing us overlapping screen. So you can simply wrap this text widget to expanded widget, so it will remove this error screen. Let's wrap it with a widget and change this widget name to expanded. Let's cut it, use expanded, comma here, and give child property and simply paste this text. Also cut this, use expanded, and to child property paste the text. Let's save it and you can see the result. So basically it's a one row. So if you want to use multiple rows, I will let you know in very next video how to use multiple rows in a single screen. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. In this video, we will learn how to use column, how you can use multiple rows in a single screen. So basically you can achieve this by using column. So let's create another file with the name of column widget, column underscore widget dot dart. Let's import package and colon Flutter and then material dot dart. Let's create stateless widget with the name of column widget. Let's copy this whole container from here and paste it here. Let's come to the main file and simply change it to column widget. Let's import this file. Let's save it and you will see there is no difference between the previous file and this file. So now if I open this column widget and if I want to use multiple rows, so simply we have here, let's cut this row and simply use column here, and in the column we have a property of children just like as row. Let's paste this row here. Now if I save this file, so here is the first row. Let's copy this row and after that paste it here. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. Let's copy this row again and paste it once more and then once more in 2 times. Let's change this to 1 2 3. Let's change to 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 and 12. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. Here one thing is very remember to where there is no restriction to use text only. You can use another widget. Let's say we use container here. In container we have color of, let's say, colors dot red. Let's give height to 100 and width is also 100. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. So at first we have container instead of text. So if I copy this, let's copy this and paste it here. Let's remove these two. If I save it, you will see the result soon. Let's add margin, edge, inserts dot all, and I am simply giving 5.0. Let's save it. Let's copy it, paste it here and here also. Let's change it to yellow and let's change it to green. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. So you can basically remove this as well. Let's remove this row and you can simply repeat this row. You can copy this row, paste it here. Let's save it
So here I am using, this is expanded widget, second expanded widget, third expanded. After that we have this one. After that we have row, and after row we have children. We have another square bracket. This one. After that we have this column. Let's copy this row and paste it here, here and here. Let's save it. Now we have another property, let's say main axis alignment, and we have main axis alignment dot space between center. Let's use space between. Let's save it and you will see the result. So let's copy and paste it here again. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. Let's change it to center. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. Now in the container you can use child property and simply use text here. Let's say hello. Let's save it and you can see this one. So you can use style property of this text style. Here I am using font size is equal to 15.0 and color is colors.white. Let's save it and see the result soon. So here you can use also alignment dot center. Let's save it. You can see hello. So I hope you have clear understanding of column widget. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn how to create app bar. I'm talking about top bar of the application. Let's create another file with the name of scaffold widget dot. Simply import package Flutter and material dart. After that let's create stateless widget with the name of scaffold widget. Let's save it, and in the main file I'm simply using scaffold widget, and let's import this file. Let's save it, and in the scaffold widget let's copy this file. Let's copy from this return container to and paste it here. Let's save it, and this time it will simply display the previous result. Here we will return scaffold widget instead of container. So I need basically here on the top of the screen we need a app bar. So I will return scaffold, and after that I have a property of body. To body I will simply paste this return container. Let's remove the semicolon, and if I save it you will see there is no difference between the previous result and this result. So here we have a scaffold widget, and in the scaffold widget we have a property body, and I have assigned this container to this property body. Here I have another property with the name of app bar, and to app bar property I have a app bar widget, and in the app bar widget we have different properties. We have property title, and to title I am simply giving a text widget my app. Let's save it and run this file. It will perform hot reload and you will see the top bar here. So basically we have scaffold, and in the scaffold we have app bar property and body property. There are another properties as well.
To check the properties, simply hover over the scaffold widget, click Control and then simply click on this. You can see these properties. These all properties can be used in the scaffold widget. We have a on dryer chain, we have a end dryer, we have primary, we have extend body, we have body, app bar. We are using app bar and body. So you can use remaining properties according to your needs. So here we can change the alignment of this app bar title. Let's change it to center title. Let's use center title and give it to true. By default it is false. Let's save it. My app title will be centered this time. You can see this. Here we have property of color scheme, and in the color scheme I have property of color scheme dot dark, and if I save it you will see the result. Let's comment it out and come to the scaffold widget here. Here if I need to change the color of app bar, so you can simply change the color of app bar by using background color property here. So here I am using background color colors dot red, and if I save it you will see the color of app bar will change soon. So I hope you have clear understanding of app bar. So thanks for watching, keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about buttons. So in this video we will basically learn elevated button. So let's create another file with the name of elevated underscore button underscore widget dot dart. Let's import the dart material file. Material dot dart. Let's create a file with the name of elevated button widget. Let's save it and let's simply use scaffold here, and here we have app bar, and in the app bar we have title, and title is elevated button. After that we have body. Let's use container here, and in the main file let's change it to elevated button widget, and simply remove this one and simply import this file. Let's save it and simply run it. Let's change it to center titled and it's true, and in the container we have property of child. Let's use column here, and in the column we have children property, and children I am simply using elevated button, and in this basically we have two compulsory parameter on pressed and child. Simply I am giving this null function, and on child property I am simply giving a text which will say click me. Let's save it and you will see the result soon. Let's wrap it into center. Let's save it. You can style it by using style property and elevated button dot style from, and in the style from we have different properties. For example, we have primary, and what is primary? We have color dot green. Let's save it and run it. You can see our background color of the button has been changed successfully. We have another property of text style, and here we apply text style, for example colors and colors dot red. I'm using colors dot red, but it's not applying. Let's change font size to 25.0. Let's save it and check is it working or not. It is working. We have here another property of on primary. It's colors dot, let's say red. So basically we can change the color of this text by using on primary property. Let's change it to white or black. So we don't have padding here. So basically you can use padding here. So simply use edge inserts dot only. Give right to 10.0 and left to 10.0. Let's save it and simply run the file. Let's change it to 20 or 30, and here also give 30. Let's add top as well. Give 20 here and bottom 20. Let's save it. Let's add margin here as well. Edge inserts only, and top, on the top I am simply giving 20. Let's save it. Now simply give it 15 as well, also here. Let's change it to white again. Simply save it. And here we have on pressed property of this. Let's add print function here, and I am working. Let's end it semicolon. Let's save it, and this time if I press on click me, you will see the result here. You can see I am working. So now this time you can simply copy this elevated button and paste it here, so it will be copied successfully. Now you can add space between these elevated button by using a special widget with the name of sized box. Add height here 10.0, and it will add the space here. Let's save it and you will see the space here. Now simply copy this size box, add it here as well, here and here. Let's save it and you will see the space between all the elevated buttons. So I hope you have clear understanding of how elevated button works. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about floating action button. So let's get started. Let's create another file with the name of floating underscore action button underscore widget dot dart. Let's import the package and material dot dart. Let's create stateful widget with the name of floating action button widget. Let's save it, and in the main file let's change it to floating action button widget. Let's save it and let's import this file. Let's save it now. Let's import this file and save it now. And in the floating action button widget.dart, here simply copy this file from return this to this, copy and paste it here, and simply remove this column widget. But we don't need this whole file this time. We have a work in this file. No, we have work here. So in the scaffold widget we have app bar property, body property, and now our third property is floating action button. It's floating action button, and then we have a widget of floating action button. Then here we have different properties. We have a background color property. So let's say we have colors dot use light blue. Then we have another property with the name of foreground color. Let's use colors dot white. Then we have a required property of on pressed. Let's add null here, and you can use empty function here. Let's save it, and it will perform the hot reload, and you will see the floating action button here. Let's change it to floating action button. Let's save it, and you will see the result here. Now it's simple circle. It don't looks like a button. So we have another property of icon. Let's click here, and here we have many properties. Basically we have a property of child here, and to child we can simply assign icon widget. So in the icon widget we have property of icons dot, let's say, add, and if I save it you will see the plus icon here. You can see here. You can change this to account circle. Let's save it, and you will see the updated icon here. Let's change to plus. Let's change to add here, and in the on pressed function simply let's print a you have pressed me. Let's end it with semicolon, and let's save it. Now let's click the plus icon, and you can see the output here. You have pressed me. Let's click it again. You will see you have pressed me. Let's click it again, and you can see you have pressed me. You have pressed me. You have pressed me. So I hope you have enjoying this video course. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about icon widget. So to use icon in our Flutter application we have a icon widget. So let's create another file with the name of icon underscore widget.dart. Let's change it to darts and import package flutter material.dart. After that I will simply create a stateless widget with the name of icon widget. Let's copy this scaffold here from here to here. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, let's change it to icon widget and remove this whole thing and return an empty container. Now in the main.dart file, let's change it to icon widget and simply import this file. Let's save it and it will perform the hot reload and our screen will be refreshed and you can see the output. So come to the icon widget here. Now in the body we have a container and simply we have a child property, and to a child I am simply giving a row widget, and in the row widget we have a children property. So here we can simply use icon widget. So in the icon we have icons dot, let's say, account circle. After that we have another property. Let's save it and check the output. So you can see this icon. We have also size property here, and let's say give it to 60.0. Simply save it and check the output again. We have another property of color, and color is colors.red. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Now I need to reformat the code, so I am simply clicking Ctrl+Alt+L. Now we can copy this icons and paste it here again. Let's change it to icons dot unit outline and change it to green. Also change it to some other icon. Let's say this accessibility and change it to yellow. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Let's change it to blue. Now we have 3 icons, so you can simply use main axis alignment dot center. Let's save it and you will see now in center position. You can also change this to space between. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. We can extend our application layout as per our requirement. So in this application I will simply use a text just below the icon. So we need to use column here. So instead of this icon I will simply use column, and in column I will simply use icon, and then after icon I will simply use text, and text is, let's say, account details. I simply cut this icon and text and simply I will use children property here, and in the children property I will simply paste it here. Let's save it and you will see the text here. Now simply cut this icon as well and use another column, and in the column we have a children property, and here I will use AC unit semicolon. Let's save it and you can see this icon as well. Let's cut this icon as well and use column here,
and in the column I have a children property. Here I will simply place this icon and I will use text widget, let's say accessibility, and it with semicolon. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Now let's add some padding here. Add inserts dot all, and here I will simply use 10.0. Let's save it and you will see the padding will be added just there. Let's change it to 20. Now if I want to duplicate this row, so let's change it to row and let's use children here. Remove this padding. Let's save it, and after this row I will simply use this icon here. This is ending here. After that we have row, and after that we have basically children property. Let's cut this row from here to here and use square bracket here. Let's paste it here. Now let's save it and you will see the output soon. Now cut this and use here, no problem. Now let's copy this row and paste it here. Let's save it. Basically we need to use column here instead of row, so simply change it to column, and now we have multiple rows, so simply copy this row and paste it here, paste it again, paste it again. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Let's paste it again. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Let's paste it once more. There is no property of padding here, so wrap it to container, and in the container I will simply use padding, edge inserts dot all, and I will use 20. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. We have column. Let's add main axis alignment dot space between, so you can see the beautiful layout of the icons. So I hope you have clear understanding of icon widget. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about icon button. An icon button is a picture printed on the widget. It is useful widget that gives the Flutter UI a material design feel. We can also customize the look and feel of this button. In simple terms, it is an icon that reacts when the user will touch it. So let's create another file with the name of icon underscore button underscore widget .dart. Let's import package :flutter / material.dart, and here I will use stateful widget. A stateful widget is a widget which has some state. So I will create stateful STF and simply I will click tab and it will create a stateful widget, and I will name it icon button widget. Let's save it and copy this return scaffold from here and paste it here. Now let's remove this from here. Let's remove this. Now in the main.dart file I will use icon button widget Let's save it and it will give the warning. Let's import this icon button widget file. Let's save it. Let's import it again. Let's save it, and now our UI will be changed soon. So in the icon button widget, let's change it to icon button widget. So I will make a icon button. When I will press on that button, it will work and it will give us some result. Let's take a child property and use column here. So in the column I have a children property, and here I will use icon button. And in the icon button we have different properties. Our first property is icon. So icon will be icon and then icons dot, let's say, volume. Let's say volume up. After that we have another property of icon size. So our icon size will be, let's say, 45. After that we also have color property. So it will colors dot light blue. We have also tooltip property. Let's say increase volume by 10. After that we have a required property of on pressed. So we take an anonymous function here. Let's save it and it will perform the hot reload and you will see the icon here. Let's change our column main axis alignment. Main axis alignment is main axis alignment dot center. Let's save it and it will take our volume button to the center. Let's change it to center again. And we can add simply padding here, edge insets dot all, and I will give 50. Let's save it. Simply use this container in a center widget. Simply wrap this container widget in a center widget. Let's save it and you can see the volume icon. Let's change it to 75. Let's save it. Let's add text here. So our text is speaker volume. And it now I want that if I click on this icon button, it will increase the volume and I want to show the here. So let's take a variable with double type and let's take a speaker volume, speaker vol, and give it to 0.0. Let's add underscore here to make it private. Now here I will use this variable. So I will use string interpolation and here I am using speaker vol. Let's save it and you will see speaker volume 0.0. Now I want that if I click on this volume button up, so it will increase the speaker volume. So here I have a set state and here I will simply increase the speaker volume by 10. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it and it will perform the hot reload. And now if I click on this button icon, you can see 10.0. Now it will become 20.0. Let's add some style, text style, and use font size to 20. Let's save it and you will see the font size increase. So let's add another volume icon button. and here is volume down, and it will decrease by 10. Let's save it. Now if I click on this button, it will increase the volume, and if I click on this button, it will decrease the volume. So this is magic of stateful widget, and we have used icon button here. So I hope you have clear understanding of icon button widget. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about outline button. It is similar to elevated button, but it contains a thin rounded rectangle border. Its outline border is defined by the shape attribute. So let's start with practice. So let's make a file with the name of outline button widget .dart. Let's import the material.dart file. And after that, I will simply use stateful widget with the name of outline button widget. Let's save it, and let's copy this whole code from here and simply paste it here. Let's save it, and in the main.dart file, I will simply use outline button icon. Let's import this outline button widget file here. Let's import it again, and now it has been imported successfully. Let's save it, and you will see the output soon. Let's define the double variable underscore speaker wall, and it's 0.0. Let's save it. Now the error has gone. Now I will use the outline button instead of these speaker icons. So simply remove this icon and change it to outline button. And we have a compulsory property of onPressed here. And we have child property, and child I will simply use volume up. Let's save it. Now simply remove this icon as well and use outline button here, and here I will use anonymous function as well as I will use text volume down. Let's save it, and you can see these outline button. Let's add set state, and I will simply use speaker wall plus equal to 10. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's copy it. And add it here, and simply use minus instead of plus. If I click on volume up, it will change this speaker volume by 10, and if I click it again, you can see it is increasing the value of volume. And you can see if I click on volume down, we have different properties to style outline button. Let's use another. Let's click Ctrl Alt L to reformat the code, and here we have outline onPressed and simply child property. After child property, we have another property highlight. It's inside the text. Let's use highlighted border. Let's check if it is present right now in the latest SDK or not. We have on hover, on long, on focus chain, style. We didn't have these properties. Let's change this volume of color. Let's use text style, and if I use color, Let's check it is working or not. Let's change it to colors.red. Let's save it, and you can see this. Let's add background color. Let's use colors.green. Let's save it and check if it is working or not. You can see it's working, but it's not looking cool. Let's remove this. Let's add font size to 20.0. Let's save it, and you can see this. We have another property of style just after the child property. So here we can have outline button dot style from, and here we have primary property, and here we can use, let's say, purple. Let's remove this color property from here, style property from here. Let's save it, and you will see this purple. It's not working. Let's add background color. You can see it's working. Let's add background color, and I will use simply colors dot blue, light blue. Let's save it, and you will see the background color of this button. We have another property, shape here. So I will simply use shape here, and here I have a rounded rectangle border, and I will give border radius to border radius dot circular, and I will simply use 10 value. Let's save it, and you will see the corner. Let's copy the whole style from here and simply use here. Let's save it. Let's cut it from here. Here we have on pressed, here we have child text, and after text I will simply place it here. Let's save it, and you can see this. And let's change this primary color to white. Let's also change it to white. Let's save it, and you will see this. So we can also customize our outline border as per our requirement, but if you don't use this background color, simply remove this and change it to green. Let's save it, and you will see the outline button again. So I hope you have clear understanding of outline button. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to see how we can display images in Flutter application. When we create an application in Flutter, it includes both code and assets. Assets mean resources. An asset is a file which is bundled and deployed with the app, and it is accessible at runtime. The asset can include static data, configuration file, icon, and images. The Flutter supports many images formats such as JPEG, PNG, BMP, and so on. Displaying image in the fundamental concept of most of the mobile apps. Flutter has an image widget that allows displaying different types of image in the mobile application. So here we have two types of images. First one is asset image, and second one is network image. So let's understand one by one. So let's create another file with the name of image_widget.dart. Let's import material.dart file and create stateless widget with the name of image widget. Let's save it, and I will simply copy this scaffold from here and paste it here. After that, I will simply remove these whole code. Let's save it. And in the main.dart file, I will use image widget. Let's save it. Let's import this image widget. Import library, and it has been imported successfully. Let's save it, and you will see the output soon. Let's change it to images. Now here I will use asset image first, and then I will use network image. So to use asset image, I will simply take a column here, and in the column I have children property, and I will simply I will use asset image dot asset, and here I will give the name. But first we need to import the image. So let's open the browser and check in the download directory. We may have images. Let's use this image. Let's copy this file and paste in the project directory. So we have here course practice, and here I will simply create another file with the name of assets, and in the asset folder I will create another file with the name of images, and I will place image here. After that, I will simply rename it to 1.jpg. So first we have one asset image. You can see assets folder, and in the asset folder we have a images folder, and then we have 1.jpg. The second thing is very important. We need to specify the path of this image in pubspec.yaml file. Let's open this pubspec.yaml file, scroll down, and here we have different assets. Let's uncomment this assets code. Please keep in mind, here we need to specify proper spacing. We only allow 2 spaces, 1, 2. Let's remove this third space. After that, come to the next line. Here we need to specify only 2 spaces after that, 1 and 2. Let's remove this third space. Let's remove this third space as well. Let's comment it. Now here we have assets. Basically we have assets folder, and in the asset folder we have images folder, and then we have 1.jpg. If we have many images, then we can simply use assets images, and it will take all images placed in images folder. Let's use 1.jpg. Now copy this path, come to here image widget, and simply here I will paste it in the single quotes. Let's save it, and it will display this image soon here. Let's rerun this file again. Now we need to upgrade this pubspec.yaml file. Let's open this, and here we need to update pubscat or get pubget. Let's click on this pubget, and it will update the pubspec.yaml file. Now let's save it and open this main.dart file, and let's open this image.widget file. Let's save it. It's still showing unable to load assets images 1.jpg. Let's check assets images. Okay, no problem. Let's stop this. Let's save it and run this again from scratch. After restarting the application, you can see the image here. Now we have another type of image, and it's image.network. And here we will use the source. So let's open the browser And let's open the pixum.photos here. Let's take a random image from Lorem Pixum website. Let's copy this and open in Edge. And here we have simply, let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's save it, and there is no need to import anything in the pubspec.yaml file. So you can see this image here. Perform hot reload again, and this time it will again change the image. We can also specify here text height and width of the image. So let's say we have height of 300. Let's save it, and you will see it will change the height. Let's use width as well, and it's also 300. Let's save it, and you will see the updated version of the image. You can also use text here. So simply I will use text widget here, and I will use Lorem. I have used two types of image. First one is asset image, and second one is network image. Hope you like it. Let's save it, and you will see the text here. So in this way you can use different types of images in your Flutter application. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about list. Flutter includes a list view widget for working with lists, which is the fundamental concept of displaying data in the mobile apps. The list view is a perfect standard for displaying lists that contains only a few items. List view also include title, which gives more properties for the visual structure to a list of data. Let's understand with it an example. So let's create another file within a widget directory with the name of list_widget . Let's import the material.dart file. And then simply create a stateless widget with the name of list widget. Let's close this file, close, and close. Let's open this file and simply rename to list widget. Let's save it, and also import this library. It's a list widget. Come to the main file. Let's import this manually. Let's copy this and paste it here, and simply change it to list_widget.dart. Let's save it, and this time it will work. Now do one thing more. Let's copy this whole scaffold from here and paste in list widget here. Now let's remove this whole data. Let's save it and run the file. So it's running here. It's running Gradle task assemble debug. So it will show the output shortly. Let's change it to list view widget. Let's save it. So here we have a container. Now to create a list, we have a list view widget. So in the container we have a child property, and to child I am using list view widget, and in the list we have a children property. and in the children we will use list style. Here we have different properties. The first one is leading, and to leading I will use simply icon and icon start. Let's use home. Let's use account circle. Now if I save it, let's see what happened. Let's stop this and run it again. Now you can see this icon. So come to the list widget, and we have another property for this, and its title. Let's use text widget, and here I am simply using account icon. Let's save it and you will see the text here. Now we have another property of subtitle. Now I am also using text here, and simply I am using, this is account icon description. Let's save it and you will see the description just below the account icon text. After that we also have another property with the name of trailing. Here we can also use icon. Let's use icon dot delete. Let's save it and you will see the icon here. Now we can copy this list style from here. Just copy and paste it here. Paste it again here, paste it again here, and let's paste few times. Let's save it and you will see the beautiful list. So here it is. You can change the icon of this account circle to some other icon. Let's say accessibility. Here I am using AC unit. Here I am using let's save it and you will see the icons will change soon. So in this way you can create beautiful list. I hope you have clear understanding of list view widget. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about snack bar widget. Snack bar in Flutter is a widget showing the lightweight message that briefly informs the user when certain action occurs. It displays the message for a very short period, and when the specified time completed, it will be disappeared from the screen. By default, snack bar display at the bottom of the screen. It is an excellent way to give feedback to users. It is also contains some action that allow the user to undo or redo any action. Usually the snack bar is used with the scaffold widget. Let's understand it with an example. Let's extend this example. So let's create another file and name it snack bar underscore widget.dart. Let's import the material.dart file and simply create stateless widget with the name of snack bar widget. Let's save it and simply let's copy this and paste it here. Let's do one more thing. In the main.dart file, let's change it to snack bar widget. Let's save it. Also import this file. Let's import the library. Simply save it, and if I save it, you will see there is no difference between this result and previous result. So let's come to here and let's change it to snack bar widget. Now if I refresh the page, you will see snack bar widget. So
I want when I click on this list, so I want to show us short message here at the bottom of this application interface. So we have a snack bar. So after the return or after this widget, let's create a snack bar. So we use void, so the return type is void, and then I'm using show snack bar function. So it will take two parameters, build context, and second is item, string item or integer item. Let's use string item. Now in this function, let's take a variable with the name of snack bar and assign a snack bar widget here. Let's assign a snack bar widget. So here we have one property content, and to content I will just use text widget, and here I will use string interpolation, and I will write you have just tapped, and by using string interpolation I will use this item variable. Then after that we will use another property of action. So in the action we have snack bar action widget, and in this widget we have two property. First is label, and simply I use undo, and after that I have another property on pressed, and it simply I will print I have just undo the last operation. Let's end it with semicolon. Now we have a snack bar ready. After this semicolon I need to add one more line. So I will use scaffold messenger.off, then dot show snack bar, and I will give this snack bar, I will pass this snack bar here. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it. It's performing hot reload. Let's stop this application and simply save this and simply run it again. So it will take few minutes to restart the application, and it will then display the result. The application process has been started. It's installing the APK file in our virtual device. So our previous list is showing. Now I want to display the snack bar just here at the bottom of the application. So I will call this snack bar. So here in the list tile, after the trailing icon, I have a on tap, and on tap I will simply call show snack bar, and I will give item 1. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's copy this, paste it here and change it to 2. Let's copy this whole on tab. Let's paste it here and simply change it to 2. Let's paste it here as well and change it to 3. Let's save it. It's performing hot reload. Now if I click here, you can see this. You have just tapped 1. Let's click here. You have just tapped 2. Let's click here, here, here. You can see if I click on account icon here, last one, you will see you have just tapped 7. It's showing previous snack bar. So you can see you have just tapped 7. You can customize this message as per our requirement. So I hope you have clear understanding of snack bar. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how the tab bar works in Flutter. The tabs are mainly used for mobile navigation. The styling of the tab is different for different operating systems. For example, it is placed at the top of the screen in Android devices, while it is placed at the bottom in iOS devices. Working with tabs is a common pattern in Android and iOS apps that follows the material design guidelines. Flutter provides a convenient way to create a tab layout. To add tabs to the application, we need to create a tab bar and tab bar view and attach them with a tab controller. The controller will sync both so that we can have the behavior which we need. Let's understand it with an example. So let's create another file with the name of tab bar underscore widget dot. Let's import the material dot file, and after that I will simply create tab bar widget. Let's save it and let's copy this scaffold. After that I will simply remove this child list view, and in this I will simply use tab bar, and in the main file I will change the code here. Now instead of snack bar widget or simply tab bar widget, we will pass here a default tab controller. So in the default tab controller we have different properties like length, and you can set the length of your tabs. For example, it's 3, and then we have a child, and here we will simply use tab bar widget. Let's save it, but don't forget to import this file. Let's import this file. Now in the tab bar widget we have different types of screens here. Now we have app bar, and in the app bar we have different properties. For example, background color, title, center title, and here we have another property of bottom. Let's use this bottom property, and here we will use tab bar, and here I will simply define tabs. So how many tabs? We have 3 tabs, and I will simply use icon. We have property of icon, and I will use icons dot home, and we have another property of here text is tab 1. Let's end it, and let's copy this tab. Let's paste it here and here again. Let's change it to tab 3 and change it to tab 2. Let's change the icons of tab 2. Let's change this to account balance, and also change this third icon. Now let's change it to account circle. Let's save it. Now we need to define our tab bar view. So let's change this container to tab bar view. Now here we need to define our tabs. We have a children property here, and in the children property we will define, let's say, text. I'm a tab 1 content. Let's end it and simply copy this. Let's change it to 1. Now simply copy this and paste it here again. Let's change it to 2 and let's change it to 3. Let's save it, and you will see here our tab content. This is I am a tab 1 content. Let's click on this and you can see I am a tab 2 content. Let's click on this and you will see I am a tab 3 content. Let's change it to, let's wrap this text into a center widget. Center, let's wrap this as well. Let's wrap this as well. Now if I save it, you will see the content of the tabs will be center aligned. Now one thing is important to remember here. You can assign different screens instead of this center or text widget. Let's create a directory and let's change it to
remove the dot extension. Now here I will simply create a dot file. Let's say first underscore screen dot. Let's create another file with the name of second screen dot. Let's add third underscore screen dot. Now here I will simply import the material dot, and after that I will simply create stateless widget with the name of first screen. Let's wrap this container in a center widget. Let's use this container and simply I will do some customization. Let's say background color is colors.red, and we have child property of text here, and simply I will use I'm a tab 1 content. Now simply copy this whole file and paste it here and change this first screen to second screen, and copy this and paste it here. That's it. Also copy this and paste it here and simply change this to third screen. Let's copy it and paste it here. Let's change it to third. Let's change it to 2. Let's save it. Now in the tab bar widget we need to import these files here. So our first file is first screen, and here I will simply import this file here. Let's import this file. Let's copy it, paste it here. Instead of pasting these file, I will simply use second screen and third screen. Let's remove these and let's import the second file. Let's save it and let's see what happened. So you can see our tab 1 content, tab 2 content, tab 3 content. You can customize these file here. So we have a center widget. Instead of center widget, we can simply use container here, and instead of container here we will use center. Let's cut this and paste it here. Now simply copy this from here and paste it here and change it to second, and also paste it here and change it to third. Now let's change it to blue and let's change it to green. Now if I save the all files, and you will see it the output. So our tab 1 content is simply, you can see it's third. Basically you can see here, if I click on tab 1, you can see its color is red. If I click 2, you will see the green color, and if I click on third tab, you can see the blue color. So you can customize the layout of this text widget. Let's say I will use style and text style. Let's say font size is 20.0. Let's save it and you can see this. Let's copy this, paste it here, also paste it here. Let's save all file, and now if I click on tab 2, you can see the I'm a tab 2 content. If I click on tab 3, you can see the tab 3 content. So I hope you have clear understanding of tab bar. So thanks for watching, keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video.
Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about Flutter Drawer. The mobile app that use material design have two primary options for navigation. These navigations are tabs and drawers. We have learned tabs in our previous video, and in this video we will learn about drawers. A drawer is the alternative option for tabs because sometimes the mobile apps do not have sufficient space to support tabs. A drawer is an invisible side screen. It is a sliding left menu that generally contains important links in the application and occupies half of the screen when displayed. Let's see how the drawer works in our Flutter. So Flutter uses a drawer widget to create a sliding left menu layout with a material design widget. Let's understand it with an example. So let's create another file with the name of drawer_widget.dart. Let's import the material dart file. Now I will use stateless widget with the name of drawer widget. Let's save it. And in snack bar, I will copy this return scaffold from here and paste it here. And I will simply remove this list view and I will change it to drawer widget. Let's save it. And in the main.dart file, I will remove these default tab controller. I will also remove this from here and I will simply place here drawer widget. And I will import this drawer widget file from here. Let's close this. Let's save it and you will see soon. So there is blank screen here. So come to the drawer_widget file. So here we have another property of scaffold, which is drawer. Let's add here let's add a color of, let's say colors.purple. Let's save it and you will see the background color of container widget. So after body we have a drawer property, and here I will use a drawer widget. And in the drawer widget we have different types of properties. So we have one property child. To child I will simply use list view. As you are familiar with list view, so I think it's clear to you. Now on the list view I will simply use padding. But before using any padding, let's use children property. And in the children property, our first widget will be a user account drawer header. In the user account drawer header, we have two property, account name and account email. Let's change it to Mahmood Khalil and let's change it to jamo_gmail.com. Let's end it with semicolon. We also have another property of current account picture. Here we are making mistake. Let's cut it and simply use text widget here. Let's paste it again. Let's cut it and simply wrap in text widget. Here we have a current account picture. So we have another widget with the name of circle awaiter, and in the circle awaiter we have different types of properties. So our first property is background color, and let's use this to colors.blue. Let's save it and let's also change it to blue. So our app bar color will be changed to blue. You can see here is a 3 bar, and you can see if I click here it will be hide, and if I click it you can see it, the sidebar will be displayed. And here you can see Mahmood Khalil and demo@gmail.com. We are making just a waiter
So let's wait. After that, we have another property of child, and I will simply use M. And we have simply style property here, and I will use text style. In the text style, I will use font size to 40. Let's save it. Now if I click on this, you will see this is our avatar. Let's change it to blue, but let's change it to blue isn't. So let's save it, and you can see our avatar here. Now we have designed our drawer header. After that, I will simply use list style, and in the list style I will simply use leading, and it will be icon, and which icon dot, it's icon dot home. Let's add title, and it will be text widget, and I will use home. After that, I will simply use on tab, and here I will make it empty. Now let's save it, and you will see the first icon here. Now you can copy these list style and paste it again and again. Let's remove this man. Let's paste it again and again. Let's save it. Now let's change it to first screen, screen 1, screen 2, screen 3. Let's change it to another icon. Let's save it, and you will see the output soon. So you can see. Now after that list style, we will use divider here. So here it is a divider, and in the divider we have different properties. For example, height is, let's say, 30.0. After that we have another property of thickness. Let's make it 5. After that we have another of property of indent, and give it to 20. Let's say change it to 5.0. After that we have colors property, color. So color dot blue. Let's save it, and you will see the divider here. Let's change it to indent to 10, and thickness is 3. Let's save it, and you will see the result here. So it's looking beautiful. After that, let's copy this, and after the divider, let's change it to logout. Here simply use logout. Let's save it, and you will see the logout button here. Now I want, if I click on this screen 1, so it should open this first screen, tab screen. So let's define routes first. So in the scaffold, in the main.dart file, we need to define routes. So let's define routes. So our first route is home. This is name of the route, and here I will use context, and after that I will simply use first screen. Let's end it with semicolon. Now let's import this first screen file. use second screen. Let's copy this and paste it here and use this to third screen. These are our routes name. So let's change it to third. Now I will simply import this file and change this name to second and also third. Let's save it. And if I click on this screen 1, you will see this. Nothing happened. Okay, no problem. Now come to the dryer widget, and here we will use on tap, and here I will simply use navigator dot push named, and here I will use first screen and end it with semicolon. Let's copy this and paste it here also and also here. Now change it to third screen and change it to second screen. Let's save it, and after performing hot reload, when I will click on screen 1, it will go to the screen 1. So let's save it. Let's run it again. Let's define another route with the name of home, and here I will simply use dryer widget. Let's change it to home. Now let's save it. Let's save it and perform hot restart. So you can see here. So if I click on the screen 1, you will see it go to the tab bar 1 content. So let's change this to let's add scaffold here. Let's cut and let's add scaffold, and in the scaffold we have app bar property, title is screen 1, and body, we have body property, I will simply place these containers to here. Now if I save it, you will see this. Now copy this scaffold and paste it here and change it to 2 and simply change it to 2. And also change it to 3 and simply change it to 3. Let's change it to blue, change it to green. Now if I save it, you will see. Now if I click on screen 2, you will see I am a tab 2 content, and if I click on screen 3, you will see I am a tab 3 content, and if I click on screen 1, so you can see I am a tab 1 content. So I hope you have clear understanding of dryer. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about Flutter card. A card is a sheet used to represent the information related to each other, such as an album, a geographical location, contact details, etc. A card in Flutter is a rounded corner shape and has a shadow. We mainly use it to store the content and action of the single object. In this video, we are going to learn how to create a card widget in Flutter application. Let's understand it with an example. So let's create another file with the name of card_widget.dart.
Now simply I will import the material.dart file, and after that I will simply create stateless widget with the name of card widget. Let's save it, and here I will simply remove these initial routes, or simply I will comment these initial route and these two things. I will use card widget, and I will import this file from here. Let's save it. Now in the triad icon, simply I will copy this scaffold from here and paste it in the card widget here. Now I will simply remove this triad, and in the container I will simply use simple container. Let's save it. Let's change it to card widget. Now perform the hot restart and it will refresh the screen. Now here is a card widget, so I will simply wrap this container into a center widget. So let's wrap it with center, and in the container I will simply use width of container is 300 and height is 200. After that we have property of child here. So in the child I will simply use card, and if I save it you will see the result. So here we have a card. In the card we have first property is shape. So our shape will be a rounded rectangle border, and here I will use border radius to border radius dot circle, and I will use 15. Circle, circular, and I will use 15. Let's end it with comma and let's save it, and you can see it is changed to corner icons. Now after this shape we have another property of color. So at colors dot, let's use this indigo accent. Let's save it, and you will see the color of card soon. Now here we have elevation, so let's use elevation. Let's use 10. So it's giving a shadow here. Now here we have property of child, and I will simply use column as a child. Here we will use list style, and the list style I will simply use leading, in the leading I will simply use icons dot, and the icon is about, let's say, AC unit. I will simply use size here, and size will be 30.0. Let's save it. Let's close the last comma. Here we have a problem. Let's use title here. So here I am simply using text widget with the name of Mahmood Khalil. Let's save it. And here we have the argument found this candidate, but the argument don't match. Okay, don't worry. Let's column. Let's cut this list style and use children here. Let's paste it now. Let's change it to icon with capital I. So you will see the icon here soon. So you can check icon. Now see if it is a color property or not. So it's a colors dot. Let's change it to white. Let's save it, and you will see the color of icon will be white. Let's change it to style. Use style property, text style. Use color property here as well, and colors dot white. Let's save it. After the title we have another property of subtitle, and I will also use I'm a software engineer. Let's end it with comma and use style property and then text style, and simply I will use color property here as well. Let's use colors dot white. Now you can check this, it's looking pretty good. Let's add font here. Font size is 15.0. Also add here font size is 15 point. Let's change it to 13. Let's save it and let's change it to 20 here, and let's change it to 17 here. Let's save it, and now it's looking cool. Now change the size of this icon to 40, so it's looking more beautiful. After list style, simple I will use button bar, and in the button bar I have a property of children, and here I will use elevated button with two property. First is child, and I will use text is, let's save it, and after that we have on pressed here. Let's use it, and after this elevated button, let's copy this and paste it here, and let's change it to reset. Now let's save it, and we can see these two things. So you can change this to height to 150. Let's save it, and you can see it's looking pretty good. So this is a card. I hope you have clear understanding of card widget. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about checkbox. A checkbox is a type of input component which holds the Boolean value. It is a GUI element that allows the user to choose multiple options from several selections. Here a user can answer a marked checkbox means yes, and unmarked checkbox means no value. Typically, we can see the checkboxes on a screen as a square box with white space and a tick mark. A label or caption corresponding to each checkbox describes the meaning of the checkbox. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create another file in the widget directory with the name of checkbox widget. Let's import the material.dart file. Now let's create a stateful widget with the name of checkbox widget, and here I will simply return this scaffold. I will paste it here. Here I will remove this dryer and change it to checkbox widget. After that, I will come to main.dart file, and here I will change it to checkbox widget. After that, I will simply click here and come to the bulb icon. The import suggestion is not showing here, so no problem. I simply copy this, paste it here, and I will change it to checkbox underscore widget.dart. I will save it, and you will see the result soon. Now in the checkbox widget, just above the override method, I will take a variable with type of bool, and its name is initial value is equal to false. Now here I will take a column, so I will take column in a child property, and here I have a children property. So here I will use text checkbox label. After that I will end it with comma, and then I will take checkbox, and here we have two properties two required property. One is value and second is onChain. So the value will be this dot initial value, and here onChain I will simply take a null function here. Let's add some more code here. Let's say bool and its value. Variable type is bool and variable name is value. So here I will use set state, and here this dot initial value is equal to value. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's take a variable value, and here I will add null check. Let's save it, and you can see here checkbox here. Let's remove this color from container. Let's add padding here. You can see this checkbox label. You can also customize this checkbox by using some other values, by using some other properties. So our another property is check color. So check color can be colors dot green. Let's save it. Let's perform a hot restart. We have another property of active color. So active color can be red. Let's save it, and if I click here, you can see the red color of the background and green color is our mark. Let's change it to row. Let's save it, and now this checkbox will be horizontally aligned. So I hope you have clear understanding of checkbox. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about Flutter switch. A switch is a two-state user interface element used to toggle between on or off states. Typically, it is a button with a thumb slider where the user can drag back and forth to choose an option in the form of on or off. Its working is similar to the house electricity switch. In Flutter, the switch is widget used to select between two options, either on or off. It does not maintain the state itself. To maintain its state, it will call the onChain property. If the value returns by this property is true, then the switch is on, and false when it is off. When the property is null, the switch widget is disabled. In this video, we are going to understand how to use switch widget in Flutter application. Let's understand with it an example. Let's make another file in the widget directory with the name of switch widget.dart. Let's import material.dart file. After that, I will create a stateful widget with the name of switch widget. Let's save it, and I will simply copy this scaffold from this file and paste it in switch widget. Let's remove this content and change it to switch widget. After that, in the main.dart file, I will simply change it to switch widget. Let's save it, and now let's import this file. It's suggesting now. Let's click on import library. Let's save it, and it will update the UI. Now in the switch widget, let's take two variables of bool type. First one is switched, and its value is false, and second one is text value, and its switch is off. After that, let's take here a column. We have children property here, and in the children I will simply use switch. Here we have two required property of value and onChanged. Let's change its value to is switched, and our onChanged event simply make it null now. After that, we have another property of active color. So our active color is colors dot blue. Let's add another property with the name of active track color, and its color is colors dot yellow. We also have two more properties, inactive thumb color and inactive track color. Let's use inactive thumb color, and its colors dot red accent. Now use inactive track color, and its colors dot orange. Let's add a function here, and the function is toggle switch. Let's make this toggle switch function. So the return type is void, and its name is toggle switch. It will take a value, and now we have some condition. If is switched is equal to false, then change its set state to is switched, then change the state of is switched, and is switched is true, and text value is switch is on. We have else block, and here we will simply set state, and in the set state we will set is switched to false, and text value will be switch is off. Let's end it with semicolon. Now we will pass here value. Let's remove this bool. Let's save it, and here we have, let's add question mark here. Let's call it directly. Now we have on off state. We need to add here our text widget, and here in the string interpolation we will use text value. Let's end it with comma and save it. Let's add some padding here. Let's save it, and it switches off. If I click here, then it will become switches on. Let's click it again, switches off. Let's click it again, switches on. So I hope you have clear understanding of switch widget. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will learn about range slider. A range slider in Flutter is a material design widget used for selecting a range of values. It is an input widget where we can set a range of values by dragging or pressing on the desired position. In this video, we are going to show how to use the slider widget in our Flutter application. Usually, we use the slider widget for changing a value, so it is required to store the value in a variable. This widget has a slide this widget has a slider class that requires the onChange function. This function will be called whenever we change the slider position. Range slider can also be used for selecting a values from a continuous or discrete set of values. By default, it uses a continuous range of values. If we want to use discrete values, we must have to use a non-null value for division. The discrete division indicates the number of discrete interval. Let's understand all this within an example. Let's create another file with the name of range_slider_widget.dart. Let's import the material.dart file, and after that I will create stateful widget with the name of range slider widget. Then I will copy this scaffold from this file and paste it in our range slider widget. Then I will come in, let's remove these from container. Let's change it to range slider widget. After that I will come to the main.dart file and I will change it to range slider widget, and I will copy this file and paste it here, and I will simply change it to range_slider_widget.dart. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. Here I will take a variable with the name of value. So its type is int and value is underscore, so it will be private. Underscore value is equal to 5. Now let's cut it from here and come to the range slider, and I will paste it here. In the container I will take a row, and in the row we have children property, and in the children property I will simply take a icon, and this will be a volume up icon, and its size will be, let's say 45. Let's end it with comma. After that I will take a slider here. Let's wrap this slider in an expanded widget. Let's take a expanded widget here, and to child I will simply give this slider. Here we have two required properties. One is value and second is onChange. Give it to null, and this value will be underscore value dot to double. And in this function I will use set state, and here I will take a value, and here I will simply use underscore value is equal to value dot round, ended with semicolon. Here we have an error. Let's change it to 5.0. Let's save it. Here we need to use another properties. First one is minimum. So min is 1.0 and max is, let's say 20.0. Let's save it. Let's change it to double. Let's save it. Let's change it to double. Let's perform hot restart here. Here we have also another property with the name of division, and division will be by 10. Let's save it and hope this time it will work. So you can see this. We have also another property of active color. So active color will be colors dot green. We have another property of inactive color, and its color will be red. Let's save it, and you can see this is working perfectly. So I hope you have clear understanding of range slider. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about radio button. A radio button is also known as the options button, which holds the Boolean value. It allows the user to choose only one option from a predefined set of options. These features make it different from a checkbox where we can select more than one option and the unselected state to be restored. We can arrange the radio button in a group of two or more and display it on the screen as a circular holes with white spaces. We can also provide a label for each corresponding radio button describing the choice that the radio button represents. A radio button can be selected by clicking the mouse on the circular hole or using a keyboard shortcut. Let's understand it with an example. Let's create another file with the widget directory with the name of radio button underscore widget dot. Let's import the material dot file. And here I will create a stateful widget with the name of radio button widget. It's radio button widget. Let's save it. Let's copy this range slider from this return scaffold and paste it in radio button here. Now let's simply remove this row from here and change it to radio button. And let's remove this one. After that, in the main.dot file, let's change it to radio button widget. Now we need to import this, so copy this file, paste it here and simply remove this and simply write radio and it will pop up and simply enter. Let's save it. I have run this file and it's simply installing APK file in our this virtual device, so soon it will respond and display the result. Let's add here. I will take enum and I will take fruit names. Let's say fruits, and I will simply use to banana, comma apple, and then orange. After that, let's cut it and paste it here. Let's change it to fruit. Here I will simply take fruit types and our fruit will be is equal to fruits dot and it's banana. Let's say. Let's end it with semicolon. After that, I will take a child here and I will use column here, and then we have a children property, and in the children property I will use list style, and in the list style I will simply use title, and the title will be fruits dot banana. After that we have leading, and in the leading I will simply use radio. In the radio we will use value attribute, value property, and let's use text here, and the value will be fruits dot banana. Here I will use value attribute and the value will be fruits dot banana. Let's use here simple banana. Then we have another property, its group value, and our group value will be this fruit. And it with semicolon, and then we have onChanged property, and here we will simply take fruits value, and here I will use set state, and in the set state I will simply use fruit is equal to value. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's change it to fruit, and here I will simply use fruits value. You can remove these fruits, and here I will use add null check. Let's save it. Let's perform hot restart. Let's stop this and run the application again. So you can check here a radio button. Let's extend this application by adding more text widgets, by adding more radio buttons. Let's click on wait button and simply copy this and paste it here, and I will simply change it to our second value is apple. Let's change it to apple. Let's save it, and you will see the second radio button as well. Let's add third value here. Change it to orange, as well as change it to orange. Let's save it. And let's perform hot restart. So it will show the third value as orange. Let's click on wait. Let's save it. So you can check third value as well. Banana, apple, orange. And if I click on apple, you will see it will be selected. And if I click on orange, it will be selected. So I hope you have clear understanding of radio buttons. Keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about Flutter alert dialogs. An alert dialog is a useful feature that notifies the user with important information to make a decision or provide the ability to choose a specific action or a list of actions. It is a pop-up box that appears at the top of the app content and the middle of the screen. It can be dismissed manually by the user before resuming interaction with the app. An alert can be thought of as a floating model which should be used for a quick response such as passport verification, small app notification, and many more. The alerts are very flexible and can be customized very easily. In Flutter, the alert dialog is a widget which informs the user about the situation that needs acknowledgement. Let's understand it with an example. So let's create another file with the name of alert_dialog_widget.dart. Let's import the material.dart file, and after that simply create a stateless widget with the name of alert dialog widget. Now simply copy this scaffold and paste it here. Now I will simply remove this content from here and change it to alert dialog widget. Now in the main.dart file, I will simply change this to alert dialog widget. Let's save it and let's import this file as well. Let's copy this, paste it here and simply change this to alert. Let's save it, and now this will change. Let's remove this debug icon to false. Now let's remove this debug icon, so I will simply make debug show check mode banner to false. Let's save it and it will remove soon. Now let's come to the alert dialog widget, and here I will simply use
margin, and I will simply use, there is no need to use margin because we already using center widget. So here I will simply use child, and in the child widget I will simply use the elevated button. Here we have a onPressed property, and after that we have a child property. Let's use text widget and add show alert text. Let's save it, and it is showing a button. Now let's make a alert dialog. So after that, let's make show dialog, show alert dialog, and parameter is build context. Now here we need to create two things. First we will create a alert dialog, and then we will show this alert dialog. So let's create the alert dialog. So we will use alert dialog, and then we will use alert, here we simply create an instance of alert dialog with name of alert. Let's use title here, and title is simple alert. We have another property of content. So in the content we also use text widget, and here I will use, this is an alert dialog. This is simple alert box. Now let's show it. So we will make show dialog, and here we will simply use context as a property, and we will use context, and then we have a builder property, and then simply we will use builder context, and we will use context, and after that we will return this alert. Let's cut this whole code and paste it here. Basically we cut this code from here and paste it here, just inside this show alert dialog. Let's cut this code from here and paste it here. It's not a builder context, it's a build context. Let's save it. Now we simply call this show alert dialog in here. So I will simply call show alert dialog, and simply we will pass context. Let's end it with semicolon, and let's save it. And if I click on this show alert, it will show the alert dialog. So you can see simple alert, this is an alert dialog. We can add, and if I click here, it will simply disabled. I will simply click it again. So you can add some buttons here. So let's add a OK button here. So in the show alert dialog we have two things. Here is a alert, and here is a show dialog. Let's add one more. So here we need to make OK button. So its type is widget. Let's name it OK button, and it will become a text button. Here we have a child property, OK, and another property is onPressed. So it will simply pop the navigator. So I will use navigator dot off, and it will simply pop. So it will basically display this alert and show the main screen. Let's save it and perform the hot restart. And here we need to use
third property with the name of actions. So in the action, simply I will use OK button. Let's save it. Now if I click on show alert, it will display OK button as well. So if I simply click on OK button, you can see it's disabled and it shows the main screen. So I hope you have clear understanding of alert dialog. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Hello again and congratulations at the end of this section. Throughout this section, we have embarked on a journey through the fundamental building blocks of Flutter app development. We have covered a diverse range of widgets that are essential for creating dynamic and engaging user interfaces. We have started by mastering the art of layout with a versatile container widget, with an organized element with row and column widget, and created interactive app bar using the app bar widget. We added functionality with various buttons like elevated button, icon button, and outline button, while also incorporating icons and images for visual appeal. We learned about scrollable list became a breeze as we delved into the list view widget. We provided user feedback using the snack bar widget and enabled initiative navigation with the tab bar. For more complex design, we learned to create navigation menus and appealing content layout using the drawer widget. We also learned about card widget. User input was tackled through widgets like checkbox, switch, and radio, allowing user to make choices effortlessly. We wrapped up with advanced widgets, including the range slider and selecting values and the alert dialog for important messages. As you move forward, don't hesitate to experiment with these widgets. Combine them creativity to build amazing interfaces that reflect your app's personality. I want to thank you for joining me in this widget-packed section. Your commitment to learning and growing as a Flutter developer is inspiring. See you in the next section. Welcome to the logical section of Flutter course. In this section, we will dive into essential concepts and techniques that will empower you to build stunning user interfaces and implement logic seamlessly in your Flutter apps. We will learn the difference between stateless and stateful widget. Creating visual appealing user interfaces is crucial for user management. We will learn how to design UI, and we will make simple UI for interest calculator. We will explore the process of adding logic to our Flutter application. We will discover how to make our app interactive by incorporating conditional statement and event handling. Input validation is essential for ensuring data integrity in our application. In any application, in our last video, we will learn how to validate user input effectively, providing a seamless user experience. By the end of this section, you will equipped with the skills to design captivating user interfaces, implement logic, and handle user input validation in your Flutter application. Thank you for embarking on this learning journey with me. Keep learning. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about what is difference between stateless and stateful widget. So let's understand what is state. The state of an app can very simply be defined as anything that exists in the memory of the app while the app is running. This includes all the widgets that maintain the UI of the app, including the buttons, text, fonts, icons, animation, etc. So now as we know what are these states, let's dive directly into our main topic. What are these stateful and stateless widgets and how do they differ from one another? So the state is the information that can be read synchronously when the widget is built and might change during the lifetime of the widget. In other words, the state of widget is the data of the object that its properties are sustaining at the time of its creation. The state can also change when it is used. For example, when a checkbox widget is clicked, a check appears on the box. The widgets whose state cannot be altered once they are built are called stateless widgets. These widgets are immutable. Once they are built, any amount of change in the variables, icons, buttons, or retrieving data cannot change the state of the app.
while the widgets whose state can be altered once they are built are called stateful widgets. These states are mutable and can be changed multiple times in their lifetime. This simply means the state of an app can change multiple times with different sets of variables inputs data. Classes that inherit stateful widgets are immutable, but the state is mutable, which changes in the runtime when the user interacts with it. So I hope now you have clear understanding of stateless and stateful widgets. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video with practical examples. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to start our stateful widget application, which is interest calculator application. So here is a demo application. So I am simply removing this whole code. After that, I will simply import the material.dart file, and then I will simply start void main, and here I will run or call my app function, and here I will simply run another function. So let's make a stateless widget with the name of my app. So here I will call my app stateless widget, and here I will simply return material app, and in the material app we have home property, and here we will call first screen. Let's create this first screen. So make a directory, and here I will add directory with the name of screens, and here instead of first screen, let's change it to home screen. And here in the screens directory, I will create home_screen.dart. Here I will also import the material.dart file, and after that I will simply create a stateful widget, and its name is home screen, and I will return scaffold here. In the scaffold we have two properties. And in the app bar we will give title, and title will be interest calculator. Let's make it to center, so the center title will be true. And after app bar we have a body. So here I will simply use a container just for now. Let's save it, and in the main.dart file let's import this home screen. Let's save it, and it's performing hot reload, and you will see the output soon. So here we have interest calculator. Let's remove this debug banner. So here we have property with the name of debug show checkmark banner, and then I will make it false. Let's save it, and now the debug banner has been removed. Now I will make a few text field, then maybe a drop down, and then we will have one or two buttons. So let's start with this container. So in the container we have a child property, and to child I will use simply a column. In the column we have children property, and in the children property we can use multiple widgets. So let's start with a beautiful image. So on the top I need a image. So here we have asset image.asset. Let's copy this finance icon.png. Let's copy it, come to the project directory, and here we have interest calculator, and let's create a folder with the name of assets. And in the asset folder let's make another folder with the name of images. I will paste it here, and you can see this folder here.
Now in pubspec.yaml file, let's add this here. Come to here, let's uncomment it. Please keep in mind you have to use two spaces here, 1 and 2. After that, let's use 1 and 2. So here we have a asset and then images, and images. After images we have a finance dash icon.png. Let's save it and let's click on pub upgrade. Now come to home screen, and here we will simply place path here. So path is assets slash images slash finance dash icon.png. Let's save it. Let's perform the hot restart. We need to restart the application. So here you can see the image. So you can set width. So let's change its width to 400. Let's save it. Let's change it to 300. Okay, fine. Let's cut this image and add row here. And in the row we have a children property, and in the children we will use this widget. Let's save it. So there will be no difference. Let's add here main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot center, and it will become center. Now after this row we will make a text field. So let's start with text field, and in the text field we will use decoration property, and in the decoration we will use input decoration. Here we have a label text. So label text will be principal amount. After that we will use a hint text. So hint text can be enter principal amount. E.g. 15,000. Let's save it, and you can see this. Let's add border. So border will be outline input border. Here we have border radius, and border radius will be border radius dot circular, and in circular I will use 5. Let's save it. Now we have a border. Let's add some padding here. Let's use edge insets dot all, and here I will use 10.0. So it's looking pretty. Now simply copy this and paste it here and change it to the rate of interest. Let's save it, and you can see this second text field. Let's add some space here. So I will use sized box, and I will simply use height 15. Now after that I will make two more field, and first field will be basically it's a drop down widget. It's not a field. So after here, let's add another size box and height will be 15. Now here I will use a row. So we have a children property, and so our first thing will be basically I want to use two side by side widgets. So let's use drop down button. Here we have two properties. First is items and second is on chain. Let's change it to anonymous function, and in the items I will use a variable. So let's define a variable here, var, and variable name will be currencies, and currencies will be, I am using list here, so is dollar, rupees and pound. Let's end it with semicolon. Please keep in mind I am using underscore before the variable name, so it will be a private. So I will simply use here underscore currencies dot map, and here I will take a value and it will return drop down menu item. Let's add one more bracket here. It will return drop down menu item, and it will again has one property, and property is child. Let's use text widget and assign this value to this. After that we have value property, and value will be this value. After that let's convert it to list, and in the onPressed function let's simply take a new value and name it new selected value. Let's save it. It's showing some error, so let's wrap this in a widget, and this widget will be a expanded widget. So instead of wrapping this into a expanded widget, let's wrap this row into a expanded widget. Let's save it. So here you can see this drop down. Before this drop down we will also use another text field, so let's copy this, and after that let's paste it and change it to term, and change it to terms in here's EG10. Let's save it. Let's use hot restart. Let's stop it and then restart this application. We are missing one attribute here, one property here, so let's use value, and value will be rupees. Let's save it. Now simply wrap this whole container into an expanded widget. We have a problem in our interface, so I have wrapped the whole code into expanded widget. So basically we have an error, and it's expanded widget has wrong ancestor. Here I have a change of a few things. So first I have wrapped this whole code into a list view. After that, in the list view we have children property, and simply I have used image widget here. I am talking about this widget. After that I have used this text field, and for this spacing I have used this size box. After that I have used this text field. After that size box. Then I have a row, and in the row we have a children property, and then in the row we have a children property. After that I have used expanded widget, and in the expanded widget I have simply used this text field. I am talking about this field. After that we have used a size box to give space here. Then I have used this expanded widget, and in the expanded widget I have used this drop down. So let's add two buttons here. So after this row, let's add one more row, and in the row we have a children property, but before that let's use a size box here. Let's use a sized box here, and I will use height 10.0. And in the children property let's use elevated button. In the elevated button we have two compulsory or required property. First one is on pressed, and second one is child. So I will use here calculate. Let's copy it and paste it here, and let's change it to reset. And here I will use definitely a size box, and its width will be 10.0. Let's save it, and you will see the output soon here. Let's add main axis alignment, and this will be center. Let's save it, and you can see this. After that let's add size box again, and use height as 20.0. After that let's use one text box, and simply here result will be displayed. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's wrap it into center widget. Let's save it. So this is the interface of our application. In our next video we will add logic into this application. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. So in this video we will proceed our application. So let's add some logic to here. So here we have this rupees value here in the drop down. I want to make it more reliable. So let's take another variable with the name of current selected item, and here it will be rupees. After that come to down and change this to current selected item. Let's save it, and there will be no difference. There is some error here, so let's save it, and basically you need to change this spelling. Let's perform the hot restart. Now I want, if I select this rupees to pound, it should be changed to pound. So here we have a drop down button, and this is on change property. So here we have special function set state,
and in the set state I will use this dot underscore selected item is equal to new value, new selected value. Let's end it with semicolon. Now it is giving us a error, so let's click on this bulb icon and click on add a null check. It will add the exclamation sign here. Let's save it. And now if I click on this rupees and select it pound, it is pound now. If I click on again and simply select the dollar, it will become dollar. Now one thing I need to add in these field, if I click on principal amount, it opens the keyboard but there is no numeric keyboard. So I want that if I click on this field or this field, the numeric keyboard must be open. So let's add here another property with the name of keyboard. Let's add here keyboard type, and its type is text input dot number. Let's copy it, add it here, and also add it here. Now save it. Now if I click on this rate of interest field, you will see the numeric keyboard will be open. If I click on principal amount field, you will see the numeric keyboard is still open. If I click on term field, the numeric keyboard is still open. Now I want to get the value of these fields. So we need to use controller. So basically we need to use controller. So first we will make a controller, then we will assign this controller these text fields, and then we will use these controllers to get the values of these fields. So simply we have a text editing controller class, and here I will use principal controller. It's a name of the controller, and after that I will simply use text editing controller and it with semicolon. Let's make another controller for rate of interest. Let's add third controller for term, so it will be a term controller. Let's end with semicolon, and after that we need to basically use controller here. We need to assign controller, and this controller is basically principal controller. After that we need to assign controller here, so it is ROI controller. After that we need to assign controller here, so its controller is term controller. Now I want, if I click on this calculate button, it calculate the interest and show the result here. So in the calculate button we have a onCrest property, so here I will simply call set state function, and here I will call another function with the name of calculate interest. Let's end it with semicolon, and I will make this function just below. So its return type will be string, then our name of function, a method, and after that I will get the value of principal amount. So let's take a variable with type double, so principal controller dot text. Because it's a text, so let's change it to double. So we have double dot parse, and then I will simply paste it this text value. After that I will take another variable of type double, and it will be a ROI. So I will use double dot parse, and here I will use ROI controller dot text. After that I have another variable of type double and its term. So I will simply use double dot parse and I will use term controller here dot text. Let's end it with semicolon, and after that I will use a standard formula to calculate the total payable. So I will take another variable of type double and the variable name is total payable. So the formula is principal plus and then add principal amount plus ROI plus term and then divide by 100. Let's end it with semicolon. After that, let's store it into a string value. So I will take a variable with string type, and here I will simply use after. I will simply use string interpolation term years. Your investment will be worth of total payable in our currency is current selected item. After that, let's end it with semicolon and simply return this result. Let's save it, and now let's add principal amount, let's say 20,000. Rate of interest is 10% and term is 10 years. Let's use rupees and simply click on calculate button. Now nothing is happened, so let's take another variable with the name of var display result and make it empty. Here we will use this display, this dot display result will be equal to calculate interest. So let's save it, and here we will use this display result. Let's save it, and now if I click on this calculate button, you will see after 10 years your investment will be worth of 20,200.2 in rupees. If I select this to dollar and click on calculate button, you can see it's changed to dollar. Now if I click on this reset button, nothing happened. So I want to clear this fields. So here we have a on pressed property. So let's call the reset fields function here, and simply I will make this function with return type void and its name is reset fields. So it will basically empty the principal field. So it will be principal controller dot text is equal to empty string. So ri controller dot text is equal to empty string, and then term controller dot text will be empty string. After that I also reset this. So let's change this one to is equal to underscore currencies and index will be 0. After that I also change this to empty string. So display result is also empty. Let's end it with semicolon, save it, and here I will call it in a set state function. Let's save it, and now if I click on reset button, you can see everything has been reset. I hope you enjoyed this video. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will add some validation into our application. Let's suppose all fields are empty and I simply click on this calculate button. So what happened? It's showing us some error. It's invalid double. So we need to add validation. So if the fields are empty, so it will show some error message. So to add validation, we basically use form element. So we will wrap these all code into our form widget. So let's cut this list view from here and simply add form widget. And in the form widget, we have a child property and simply paste it here. So let's save it and it will work again. Here we need to add a form key. So to make a form key, we need to make a key. So here I will take a variable and its name is form key and it will use global key and then it will use form state. Let's end it with semicolon. After that we will add here key. So our key is form key. Let's save it. Now we need to add a validator. So here after that we have another property of validator here. But to use validator we need to change this to text form field. Also change it to text form field. Change it to text form field. Then simply add validator here and validator will take a value. And if value is empty, then it will simply return please enter a principal amount. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's add a null check here and let's save it. Now copy this validator and simply add it here. Add it here and change it to rate of interest. After that paste it here also and change it to term. Let's save it. Now come to the calculate button and here in the set state let's add if condition if underscore form key. So it will identify that we are talking about which form. So if form key is dot current state dot validate. So it will simply let's cut this from here and add it here and just cut this to this. Let's save it. It's showing us error, so add a null check here. Let's save it. Now if I click on calculate button, it's showing us errors. I hope you like this application and at this time you have clear understanding of different types of widgets, form widget, form text field widgets, how to use different functions in application, how to use set state function, how to use validation, etc. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video.
Hello again and congratulations at the end of this section. Throughout this section, we have delved into crucial concepts and techniques that form the backbone of designing captivating user interfaces and implementing seamless logic in our Flutter apps. We begin with the difference between stateless and stateful widget. This foundational knowledge sets the stage for building responsive and dynamic apps. With the art of UI design, we explored creating visual appealing interfaces. We even applied these principles to craft a simple UI for an interest calculator. We then journeyed into the world of logic implementation by incorporating conditional statements and event handling. We transformed our static UI into an interactive experience. To ensure data integrity and a smooth user experience, we learned how to effectively validate user input using the text form field widget and validation. Now, equipped with these skills, it is time to unleash your creativity. Combine your UI knowledge with logical fitness to create apps that are not only visually stunning but also functionally robust. I want to express my gratitude for joining me in this section. Your dedication to mastering UI and logic in Flutter is commendable. So keep learning. I'll see you in the next section. Welcome to the Building a User CRUD app with SQLite in Flutter section. In this comprehensive section, I'll guide you through the process of creating a fully fledged user management app with SQLite integration in Flutter. Our journey begins with establishing a solid foundation. In our first video, we will create a database connection class that will serve as the backbone for interacting with SQLite. A well-structured app starts with a clear data model. We will make the user model and repository class, ensuring data integrity and a separation of concerns. Efficiency is a key. In our third video, we will learn how to implement a service class that handles database operations, making our code cleaner and more organized. In our fourth video, we will dive into a UI design as we craft an inviting home screen layout for our user management app. A user-centric app requires thoughtfully designed screen for each operation. In our next video, we will create UI design for adding, editing, and viewing user. Bringing the add user screen to life, in our next video, we will add logic to capture user input and store it into the SQLite database. And we will display all these users on a home screen. In our next video, we will implement the functionality to delete users from the database. In our next video, we will learn how to enable editing and implement changes to a user record. In our next video, we will create a detailed view for each user, allowing user to inspect their information. Completing the cycle of user interaction, we will learn input validation using text form field and validation method. This ensures data accuracy and a seamless user experience. Upon completing this section, you will possess the skill to develop a fully functional user CRUD app in a Flutter powered by SQLite. From database connection to UI design and logic implementation, you will be well equipped to create powerful applications that manage user information efficiently. So I hope you like this section as well as this course. Keep learning. Happy coding. Bye-bye. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to make our first CRUD application using SQLite database. So our application will look like this. Here we have a floating action button. If I click on this floating action button, so simple form is open and I will simply add name here. Let's add dummy contact here. And here, this is description. And if I click on this save detail button, it will save this record. And you can see this. If I click on edit button, we can edit it. So our record has been edited. If I click on delete button, our record has it. It is asking from us, are you sure to delete it? Let's delete this by clicking this button, and you have a snack bar message here, user detail deleted successfully. So I hope you will enjoy this section. Let's come to the coding part. We are going to start our application. So let's remove the default code. And simply add material.dart file. After that, we have a void main function, and it will simply return run app function. Let me tell you one thing. We are going to use SQLite database. SQLite database is the standard SQL based embedded database engine. It is small and time tested database engine. SQLite package provides a lot of functionality to work efficiently with SQLite database. It provides standard methods to manipulate SQLite database engine. There are core functionalities provided by SQLite package is SQL packages are create, or open database method in execute SQL statements against SQLite database, advanced query methods to reduce to code required to query and to get information from SQ database. So we will use SQ database in our application. So here let's make my app, and after that let's make my app. So I will use stateless widget with the name of my app. Here I will use material app, and in the material app we have a property home, and here we will use scaffold. Let's add app bar here. So our title of the app bar will be SQLite CRUD application, CRUD app. After that we have a body, and we will simply use container here. Let's save it. We have a updated interface. Let's do two more things. Let's make this title in center, and let's remove this debug banner. So in the material app, let's use debug show checked mode banner and then make it false. After that, in the app bar, let's use center title and make it true. Let's save it, and you can see the updated interface. Now to use SQ database, we need to use two dependencies. So in pubspec.yaml file, let's come to here, and after that let's use SQLite, and after that let's use pathfinder, path provider. Let's save it, and after that let's click on pub upgrade. It will download the dependencies and embed in our application. So you can check this detail here. Now come to the main.dart file again, and let's make a folder with the name of screens. Let's add one screen here and name it home_screen.dart. Let's import the package material.dart. After that, let's make a stateful widget with the name of home screen. Let's save it. Now come to the main.dart file, and let's cut this and use home screen here. Let's import this file and come to the home screen, and let's paste the copied code here. After that, just remove the comma, and now it will work smooth. Now we need to make a database connection first. So in the library folder, let's make another directory with the name of db helper, and in the db helper let's make another file with the name of database connection.dart. Now here we need to import 2-3 libraries. First one is SQLite. After that, let's import another package with the name of path. So it's path.dart. Let's import pathfinder also. It's path provider. After that, let's make a class with the name of database connection, and here we will use future because we need a database connection in future, and its type is database. Here we have set database function, and when we use future we also use sync just before the body of the method. So here we will set our directory path. So let's take a variable with the name of directory, and directory will be await because we are using async here, so we will use await here, and it will get application document directory. Let's take another variable with the name of path, and it will join our directory dot path, and here I will specify the database name. So it's our user management DB, so let's use users underscore DB. Let's end it with semicolon, and let's take another variable with the name of database. We will also use await here, and it will simply use open database. Here we will use path, so I am using this path variable here. After that we will use version, and it will be 1 in our case. After that we have another property of on create, and it will simply use create database. We will make this shown. After that it will simply return this database. Let's end it with semicolon, and now this class is okay, and here we have this function. Now we need to define this one. After returning and after this method we need to define create database, so it also will be a future, and its type is void. Let's use create database, and it will take few arguments or parameters. So first parameter will be database, and its type is database. After that we will pass version here. We also use async here. Here we will use string and our SQL statement. So our SQL statement will be create table with the name of users, and its field will be ID, and it will be integer, and it also will be a primary key. Let's make another field with the name of name, and its type will be text. After that we have a contact field, and its type is also text. After that we have description field, and its type is also text. Let's use await here, and then simply use database dot execute function, and here we will pass this SQL. After that let's end it with semicolon. So here we have a database connection DB helper file, so we will use this file in our future videos. So I hope you have understanding of this database connection. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will make a user model class, and then we will make a repository class. So let's make another directory with the name of models, and the model simply make a dart file with the name of user dart, and in the user dart we will simply make class user. And in the user we will define our variable. So I am taking a integer type and variable name is id. I am simply putting question mark here so it can be null. After that, let's take a name of type string and it can also be a null. Let's take contact and it can also be null. After that, let's take description and it can also be null. Now let's make a map. Let's take a variable with the name of mapping, and here we will make a map and its type is string dynamic. So key will be type of string and value will be type of dynamic. Now here we will use this mapping variable and id will be id question mark null. After that we have a name and it will be name. Here by adding exclamation sign I am adding null check. After that let's do it for contact, so it can be null. After that I am making it for description and it can it can also be null. So description exclamation sign and semicolon. This exclamation sign mean it can be null, and simply return this mapping. Let's click Ctrl Alt L and it will format the code. So here our user class is done. Let's make a repository class. So in the DB helper, let's make a file with the name of repository dot, and in the repository we will define our methods. Let's import this DB connection file. Let's also import SQLite file, and here we will use repository. Basically we have made a class with the name of repository. Here we will define our database connection, so it will be database connection because we will use it later, so it can be late. After that let's make a constructor here. And here I will simply use database connection is equal to database connection. After that let's create a connection of our database. So I will use static database underscore database, and here I will use future because we are using it in future. So database question mark, and after that we will use get database, and it can be a async. Here we will define our database connection. So let's use this database and we will use await here because we are using async. When we use async we need to use await, and after that we will use underscore database connection dot set database function. Let's end it with semicolon, and here we will use if database connection is already set, then we don't need to set it again. So we'll check, we will add check here. So if underscore database not equal to null, simply return this database, else let's define this or set this database and then return underscore database. Let's end it with semicolon. Here we have a mistake. We have this equal sign. Basically we don't need it here. So here we have set our database connection. So now we need to define some methods here. So our first method will be insert data, which will be used for inserting data. So let's name it insert data, and it will take two arguments. First one is table and then it will take data. Let's use async, and after that let's take a variable with the name of connection, and let's use await database, and let's return await connection dot insert. Let's use table and data here. Now basically we also need to add a null check here. So our first method is ready, which is insert user data. Let's make second method which will read all user data records. So it will use for read user data records. Let's name it to read data. It also will take table. We will pass table name here. Let's use async. Let's use connection and use await here. After that simply return await connection dot query, and here we will pass table name. Let's add null check here also. Let's save it. After that we will make another method with the name of read data by id. So it will take, or it will read a single record. Read a single record. Let's name it read data by id, and it will take table name and then id. Let's use async, and here we will use connection await database, and after that let's return this await connection dot query, and here we will pass table and then id, but we will not use id like this. We will use where class here, and after that where we will simply use id equal to question mark, and then after that let's add comma, and here we will use where args, and it will be id. Let's end it with semicolon, and let's add null check here. We need to define another method with the name of update data. So it will be used to update data. So its name is update data, and it will take table and data. Let's use async here, and here we will use connection await database, and simply it will return await connection and null check here dot update
and here we will pass table and simply we will pass data, and then we will use where id is equal to question mark and then add comma and simply use where arguments. Let's use data of id. Let's end it with semicolon. After that, we need to define another method with the name of delete data by id, which will be used to delete the record. So its name can be delete data by id, and it will take table and id, and it can be, and it also will be async. After that, we need to use connection equal to await database. After that, we will use return await connection, add null check dot raw delete. Here we will pass our query, so it can be delete from table. So this table will be used here, where id is equal to question $sign and then id. Let's end it with semicolon, and we have finished our code for this repository class. So I hope it makes sense. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will make a user service class. So in previous classes, we have made database connection file, repository file, and in the repository file, we have defined these methods. So now here we make this database class, so this class can be used in every CRUD operation. So if we are going to make a user management application. Let's say we add another model, let's say articles. So basically we will use this database connection file for article model as well. And let's talk about repository. So these all methods are generic methods. So these all methods can also be used for articles model, because here we are using simply table and data. We are not defining here table name and data. We are simply using generic name. So let's make a service. So in the lib folder, let's make a directory with the name of services, and in the services, let's make a dart file with the name of user service dart. And in the user service, let's import async here. After that, let's import the repository class. Let's use package and then user management app, and then add db helper, and then here we will use repository. After that, let's import model file as well. So simply use package user management, and here we will use models, and here we have user dart file. After that, let's define a user service class here, and in the service class, let's take repository here, and it will be late.
After that, let's create an instructor of service, user service, and here define this repository to repository. After that, we need to define methods. So let's add command save user, and here let's name it save user, and it will use async. Here put user, so it will be a user and its name is user. We are using user class here. So after that, it will return await. Let's use underscore repository dot insert data method. Let's give a users table and data will be user dot user map. Let's end it with semicolon. Now let's copy this and paste it here, and let's change it to read all user records. Give name it to read all users data. It will be async, and then simply we will use dot read data, and here we will put users table name. After that, let's define edit user. Let's name it update user, and it will take user, and after that we will use update data, and it will take table name as users, and data will be user dot user map. After that, name it delete user, and it will take only user ID, and let's simply use delete data by ID. Give table name and user ID here. So in case of articles, we will simply define this service for articles, and then we will use this repository and this database connection. So I hope it makes sense. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. So now this time is to make our application operational. So let's come to this home screen, and here simply let's copy this. There is no need to copy here. Let's use scaffold here. Is there any scaffold here? There is no scaffold here. So let's come here and simply, we have already scaffold here. Let's change it to container again and simply come to here. Now here I will use list. So it will be a user list. So I will simply use user and then underscore user list, and it will be type of user. Let's end it with semicolon, add late here. Please import your user class here. So let's add package user management models and simply user dot dart. After that, let's use user service here, and it will be a user service type. Let's make it final. Now let's also import this user service class. So it has been imported, and now it's okay. Now let's make
a method with the name of get all users, and it will be async. And here simply we will take variable and its name is users, and it will be use await underscore users service class dot read all user data. So basically here we make a method with the name of get all users, and it will be async, and here we are using a method of read all user data of this service method. I am talking about this method, and here we are passing table name, so it will use repository.read data method. Let's come to home screen again, and here now use user list, this user list, and it will be equal to user list. Now use for each loop, so users dot for each, and it will take user, and here we will use set state, and in the set state we will map our user model. So I will take user model is equal to user. After that, user model ID will be equal to user ID. Let's use dot ID. Now copy this code and paste it here. Let's use dot name and make it equal to name. Use contact description, make it equal to description, and make it equal to contact. After that, we will simply use user list dot add, and here we will pass user model and it with semicolon, and that's it. Here we need to define our initial state here, and after this and before this, let's call this get all users and with semicolon. Now in this body, let's use list view dot builder, and our item builder will be, and our item builder will take context and index. Before that, let's use item count property. So our items will be user list dot length. In the item builder, let's use return, and it will simply return card. And in the card, let's use child property, and it will use list style. And in the list style, let's use on tap. After on tap, let's use leading icon, and it will take icons dot person. After that, let's use title, and here we will pass user list dot index, and after that dot name. So it can be also null, so we will use like this. After that, we will use subtitle, and here we will use user list index dot name. It can also be null. Let's save it, and nothing happened because we don't have any data. After this subtitle, let's use trailing, and here use row. And in the row, let's use children property. And in the children property, let's use icon button. And in the icon button, let's use onPressed property and use anonymous function. After that, we have icon property. So icon will be icon dot edit. Let's copy this icon button again and paste it here and change it to delete. Let's save it, and nothing is going to be happen because there is no data. So first we need to add data. So let's make floating action button. So here let's make floating action button, and it will be a floating action button, and here simply used onPressed. Here we will call our add user screen, but before calling this add user screen, we will let's finish this video here, and we will make user interface for our all screen in our next video. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will make UI of our applications. So let's create another file with the name of add user.dart. Let's import the material.dart file here, and after that let's create a stateful widget with the name of add user. Let's copy this scaffold and paste it here. After that, let's remove this floating action from here, and in the body let's remove this list builder. Let's use container here, and in the container let's use column. In the column we have a children property, and children let's use a text. Let's simply change it to add user and simply use text field here. Here let's use decoration, and it's input decoration. And in the input decoration let's use border. Let's use outline input border, and here just use border radius is equal to border radius dot circular and add 10 here. After this border let's use hint text, and it will be enter name. After that use label text, and its name. After that let's copy this text field from here and paste it here, and let's change it to, let's also paste it again. Now let's change it to enter contact. Let's change it to contact. Use description and add description here. Let's save it, and in the main.dart file let's call this add user. Let's import this file here, add user. Let's change it to add user. Let's change it to add user. Now you can see this. Now we need to improve this interface, so add a box sized here. It's sized box, and we will use height 15.0. Let's copy it and paste it here and here. Let's save it and you will see the output soon. After that, let's add padding, and it will use edge insets dot all, and I will use 10.0. Let's save it and you can see this. Let's add 12. Now after these text field, let's take a row, and here we will use children property, and in the children property we will use elevated button, and in the elevated button we have a child property, and we will use text save, and after this we will use on pressed property. We will use anonymous function here right now. Now copy this elevated button and paste it here and change it to reset. Add size box here and use width 10.0. Add comma here and let's save it and you will see the output soon. Let's use main axis alignment and it will be center. Let's save it. Now these buttons will be in center. Now let's take another file with the name of edit user.dart file and simply copy this and paste it here and change its name to edit user, edit user, edit user, edit user, and edit user, and also change title to edit user. Let's save it and everything is okay. Change this to update. After that, let's take another file with the name of view_user.dart file and import the material.dart file. After that, let's make a stateful widget and name it view user. Now let's copy this scaffold from here and paste it here. Remove this extra return, expand it, and simply remove this, and after that change it to view user. And in the container, let's use a column, and in the column we have children property, and in the children let's use text and use name. Let's end it with semicolon, copy it, paste it, paste it, and paste it. Let's use ID, name, contact, and description. We will enhance our user interface of this file later. So we will continue more from our next video. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will add our logic into our add user file. So to get the values of these fields we need a text editing controller. So let's take text editing controller for name, and I'm giving its name to name controller, then text editing controller. Let's copy it and paste it again. Change it to contact controller and then description controller. let's take a variable with the name of user service, and it will be a user service. Let's import this user service file. So this service has been imported here. Now assign these controllers to the relevant text field. So here its controller is name controller, its controller is contact controller, and its controller is description controller. Let's save it. After that, come to the save button. Here we will use set state, and here we will take a variable with the name of user, and it will be a user here. After that, simply take user dot name will be name controller dot text. Copy it. There is no need to copy. Let's use user dot contact is equal to contact controller dot text. Use user dot description is equal to description controller dot text. Now take another variable with the name of result and use await here underscore user service dot with save user, and here I will pass this user, so it will be a underscore user. Let's end it with semicolon. Now we will use navigator dot pop, and it will take context and this result. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's add this user class here, so it's need to be import user model here. Let's save it. And what's wrong with it? Let's check this. Add async modifier here, so we need to add async in set state. Let's save it. Let's perform the hot restart. Let's now add name here, and name will be Mahmood. After that, add the contact here, and then this is description. Let's click on this save button. Let's come to this main, and here change it to home screen. Let's save it, and with it will update the UI. Let's come to this main home screen. Here we need to use icon. Basically we need to use child, and then we will use icon here. So icon will be icons dot add. Let's save it. Now on this floating action button, let's call the add user screen. So let's call navigator dot push, and it will take contest and route. It will take material page route, and builder will be contest, and here we will simply call add user. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's add user here. So if I click on this plus icon, it will show this screen. Let's add padding here.
Let's add 10 here. Let's perform hot restart. Now click on this name. Click on this add button. It will open the add user screen. Now click on this name and simply click Khan. Now click on this field and type Khan. After that, add some dummy contact. Let's click on this save button. Now come to here and print user added. Let's end it with semicolon and let's click on this save button again. Let's save it and let's perform hot restart again. Now click on this plus icon and add type name here. It's Mahmood. After that, add contact and type some random number. After that, let's add description. And now click on this simple save button. When I have clicked on the save button, it's showing us an error. Let's make one thing. Let's add a future type function name. Let's name it save data and it will use async, and here we will simply cut this and paste it here. After that, we will simply call save data here. Now if I click on this save button, let's see what happened. It's still showing us an error. It's showing us unhandled exception, late initialized error, field database connection has not been initialized. So come to here and check either in user service repository is working perfectly. Okay, fine. And the repository there is a connection or not. So let's add package user management. Then here we have a DB helper file and then database connection. Let's save it. Let's save it and let's perform hot restart. Let's click on this save button. Let's click on this plus icon again. Add name here. Add contact and then description. Let's click on this save button. Here is the error. Let's change it to repository. We have our application ready, so let's click on this floating action button. Now click on this name field and I am typing my name here. I am typing contact and in description I am simply typing description. Let's open this add file. Now if I click on this save button, you can see user added and we are back on this home screen. So our first user has been added successfully. Let's add another user here. Type Khan here. Add dummy description. Let's save it. Let's stop it. Save this file and run the application again. So here is a error. This error, trailing widget consumed the entire tile with please use a size widget. So let's use the size widget. So I am wrapping this in a size box and then simply I will give it width to 150. Let's save it. It's performing hot reload and now you can see the result. So if I click on this add, and if I click on this name and type Khan, and in the contact let's type 1 2 3 4 5, and let's add description. This is description. Let's save it. Here we have some disturbance, so let's click on this save button, and you can see this user added. And if you can see here, Khan, let's perform the hot restart again. So it will reload the result. If you want the new record will show automatically, then you need to call a function just after the add user button. Click on this button again. Let's click on this. Let's set this to button. So in add screen, we need to make it center. So let's remove this expanded. Let's remove this expanded from here, also from here. Let's save it. And now this button will become in center. You can see this. Let's click on this back button. Now, so I hope you like this video. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will write code for our delete this record. So when I will click on this delete button or trash bin icon button, so a pop-up will be show, and when there will be a to button and a text, are you sure you want to delete this item? And when we will click on yes, the item will be deleted and snack bar will be show here, just here. So let's start to make a snack bar. So in the home screen, let's make a snack bar. So it show snack bar and it will take message. Here we will use scaffold messenger.off, and in the off we will pass context dot and then dot show snack bar. In the snack bar we will pass snack bar with content. So here we will pass snack bar. So snack bar will be with content and content will be message. Let's end it with semicolon and save it. So here we have a snack bar. Let's add the underscore, so it will be private. After that we will make a delete function which will delete the item. So after that let's make a delete data dialog, and it will use build context. We will pass user ID as well. It will return dialog box show dialog. In the show dialog we have some properties. First one is context, so we will use context here. After that we have another property builder, and here we will pass some parameters, and it will simply return alert dialog. In the alert dialog we have title, and title will be a text. In the text we will write are you sure to delete it. After that we have some actions. So in the action we need two text buttons. So first button will be Here we have a child property. Child we will use delete, and after that we have on pressed property. We will make another text button and we will change it to close or cancel. Now write some code for this delete operation. So here we will take a variable with the name of result and it will simply use await. So here we are using await and it will be async. And here we will use underscore service user service dot delete user, and here we will pass user ID. After that we will use set state, and in the set state we will simply use if result not equal to null, then simply use navigator dot pop, and after that simply we will call get all users, and after that we will simply use show our snack bar, and message will be user has been deleted. Let's add exclamation and then semicolon, and in the cancel button let's use navigator dot pop, and here we will simply use context and it with semicolon. And now if I click on this trash icon and it's not working, basically we need to call function in the delete button. So let's use this delete function. Let's call this function, make it private, and let's call this delete data dialog. Here let's call delete data dialog, and here we will pass context and then underscore user service dot, instead of that I will use, here we will use underscore user list, and then here we will use index dot id. Let's end it with semicolon and let's save it. Now if I will click on this trash icon, the dialog box will be show with a text and 2 button, and when I will click on that delete button, so this will be deleted. Let's click on this button. So it's showing us, are you sure to delete it? Let's click on this delete button. So it has been deleted. Let's click on this again and let's cancel it. Let's click on this again and let's delete this. So it has been deleted. Let's come to the home screen again and let's change it to, let's come to here delete data dialog, and here we have these buttons. Let's change it to elevated button and change it to elevated. Let's save it, and this time we will have a beautiful buttons. So let's click on this trash icon, and now we have delete and cancel button. Let's cancel it. I hope you have clear understanding of how you can add delete functionality in your application. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will write code to update the record. So here we have this edit user file. So let's do one thing. Instead of writing functions again and adding controllers in this file, let's remove this whole file and let's copy this add user code and paste it here, and simply change this to edit user, change it to edit user, change it to edit user, change it to edit user, and here also use edit user. So let's save it and let's change it to edit user, and now this is fine for us. So here we need to use here after this key, let's add comma and let's add required, and it will be this dot user id, this dot user. It's okay. Now let's come to this home screen, and here instead of writing code in this delete icon, let's add here. So here we need to write code, so simply it will be navigator dot push, it will be constant dot push, and here we will use context. After that we will use material page, and here in the builder we will call edit user page. Let's add edit user file here. Let's copy this and simply paste it and change it to edit user. Now come to here we have edit page. Let's come to the home screen. In the floating action button we have this. Let's copy this and come to here and simply paste it here and change it to edit user. And in the edit user, let's pass user. So user will be underscore user list. Here we will use index dot, and after that here instead of using dot we will use comma, and after comma we have dot push, and after that, and here we will pass simply user, and after this bracket let's do one more thing. So here we will pass data by using then function, and here we will pass simply data, and after this we use if data not equal to null, do one thing, let's call get all users and simply show snack bar, and here we will pass has been updated. Let's end it with semicolon here. Here we have some error, so let's troubleshoot it. After this material page we have a builder property. After edit user we have this, then we will use data here. After this data we have bracket, and then we have this bracket. After that let's add here a bracket. So we have called it successfully. Let's save it, and in the edit user we have this error, so let's see what is saying this. Let's create field user. So here we have a variable user. Let's make it final user and then user. Let's save it. Now here we have these text controller, but we need to define initial state here. So after this override method, let's define initial state here. Let's define init, and here we simply set this initial state of these text controllers. So let's use here name controller dot text is equal to, here we will use widget. Basically we are getting the value of the current user, so here we will use widget dot user dot name, and then we will add null check here and end it. After that we will use contact controller dot text is equal to widget dot user dot contact, and after that we will add null check here as well. Then we will use description controller dot text is equal to widget dot user dot description, and then we will add null check here. Let's end it with semicolon, and that's it. Now if let's change this to update. Let's change this save data to update data, and after that we have this function. We will change this soon. Let's change this to dot update user, and that's it. And after that let's use user updated. Let's save it, and this time if I click on this icon button, our edit page will open with data. Let's change it to edit user, and let's save it. Now it's edit user. Let's add another n in the name, so click on name field, add n here. Let's retype, and here let's add 6. Here add updated. Now if I click on this update button, it will return to the home page, and you can see this snack bar, but there is no data updated. So let's refresh the application. If I click on this button again, let's see what happened. I'm simply clicking on this Khan record. It's not has been updated. Let's click on edit user, and let's come to here, and here we have updated user. Let's check the code again. Let's come to this function. Here we have user dot. So here we forget to use one thing. Let's use underscore user dot id is equal to widget dot user dot id. Let's end it with semicolon. Let's save it, and if I click on this again, let's add, and here let's add 6 here, and let's add updated here. Let's click on this update button, so you can see user updated. Now you can see this Khan and Khan, but here we have this confusion. Here basically we are using a name and same name both in title and subtitle. Let's change it to contact. Let's save it, and now it will update the UI. So here it is. So I hope you have clear understanding of this video. So thanks for watching. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will write code for view user. So if I tap on this row, it will open the view user page, and the data of this user will show on view user page. So let's come to the home screen here, and here we have this delete button, and here we have this edit button. Here we have this on tap property. So let's copy this from this to this, and copy it and simply paste it here.
Now we don't need this, so remove this, and here we also remove this, and now here we change it to view user, and here we will use as it is. Let's import this view user as well. Here let's copy it and paste it here and simply make it view underscore user. Now come to this view user and here add required this dot user, and here we need to use final user. Let's end it with semicolon. Here import this user class. Let's copy it. Let's copy this both and simply add it here. Let's save it. So here we have these columns, so let's add row here, and in the row we have children property. So our first text will be this one. Let's copy it and paste it here, and then after that we will use this, and here we will use widget dot data dot, it's not data, it's user, widget dot user dot id. Let's save it. Let's click on this Khan button and you can see this. Let's remove this id and check what data has been in this user. What data is it? What data? Let's remove this string and let's use dot name and add null check here. Let's save it, and you can see this Khan. So simply we have this row. Let's copy it and paste it here, change it to name. Let's remove these. Let's copy it, paste it here and paste it again here. Let's change it to contact and change it to contact. Let's change it to description and change it to description, and remove these. Let's save it, and you can see this. Now add colon here and space, and do one more thing. Let's add padding here. Let's use hinsersets.all and here use 15. Let's save it. Now let's add textile. Let's use style property, and here we will use textile. Here use font size 15. Let's save it. Let's change it to 20. Now it's prominent. Let's add font weight dot bold. Now let's copy this and paste it here and remove this bold. Now copy this, paste it here, here and here, and copy this and paste it here, here and here. Let's save it, and you can see it's looking cool. You can card inside of this column or container. Let's use card. Let's save it. Let's remove this padding, and here we have card. Let's wrap this. Let's change it to container, and let's wrap this into widget and make it card. Let's check these properties, and here we have color, elevation. So let's add color and colors dot blue. Let's save it. Let's change it to fluorescent. Let's add the height and it will be 200. Let's save it, and you can see it's looking good. Let's add, it's okay. Now let's add elevation here. So add 15.0. Let's wrap this into a padding. So use 10 here. Let's save it, and now this time it will look cool. Here we have some problems, so let's change it to 18 and change it to 16, change it to 18. Let's save it. Now do one thing more. Let's change the color of this icon text. So color will be colors dot white. Let's copy it, paste it here, 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 and also here, add here, and also add here. Let's save it. Let's remove this comma. So this time I hope it will look like, so I hope this time it will looks cool. So do one more thing. Let's change this id to, let's use simply .toString. So here we have id. Now click on back button and it will return to the home screen. So I hope you have liked this video. So keep learning. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the very next video. Welcome back. In this video we will add some validation to our application. So if I click on this add button, it will open the add user button, and if I click on this save button, it simply come to the home screen and the record has been added, but it's not showing here. If we restart the application, it will show here. So what is the solution to this problem? If fields are empty, so it show some validation message. So first come to the add user. Here we have this container, so we need to wrap into a widget and change it to form. To use validation we need a form. After that we simply create a form key. So here we will use key, but we will create this key. So after this, let's create a form key. So I will take a variable with the name of, and I will use underscore form key, and I will use global key, and I will use form state here. Let's add it with semicolon and simply use this form key here. Let's end it with comma. Now we need to use here a validator method, but first we need to change it text form field. Now we will use validator here, and validator will take a value, and here we will use if value dot is empty, then simply return please enter your name. Let's end it with semicolon. Add a null check here. So let's copy this and now change this to text form field and add here as well. Let's change it to add contact. After that, let's change it to text form field and add also here and change it to description. Now save it and let's change it to please. Let's save it. Now if I click on this plus icon and click on this save button, it's going to the home page. Let's perform the hot restart. Now click on this add button again and simply click on this save button. So it's coming again here. We forget to add one more thing. So here on this save button, let's add one thing more. Here simply I will add a condition if form key dot current state dot validate then cut this and paste it here, otherwise it's a current state. And simply we need to add null check here. Now let's save it. It's performing hot reload. Let's perform hot restart. The application has been restarted. Let's click on this add button and simply click on this save button. So it's showing us an error. Let's click on this back button. Let's remove this. Simply delete it. Let's remove this and simply click on delete button. Let's remove this as well. Here we have reset. If I type here, now I don't want to save it, I simply want to clear it. If I click on this reset button, it should clear this field. So let's come on pressed and use set state, and here we will use these controllers. So name controller will be name controller dot text will be empty. After that contact controller dot text also will be empty, and after that description controller dot text will also be empty. Let's save it. And now if I click on this reset button, it will clear these fields. So here it is. If you want to extend the application functionality, I hope now you can extend it. So thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this section. Keep learning. I'll see you in the very next video.
Welcome to the Building a User Cred app with SQLite in Flutter section. Welcome back and congratulations at the end of this section. Throughout this section, we embarked on a journey to craft a complete user management app using the power of Flutter and SQLite. From establishing a robust database connection class to designing an inviting home screen layout, we have covered the essential building blocks of app development. We created a user model and repository class for data integrity and efficiency, while a service class streamlined our database operation. UI design took center stage as we thoughtfully crafted screen for adding, editing, and viewing users. We breathed life into the add user screen, enabling editing and deletion, and provided user with the detailed view for their information. We concluded our journey by mastering input validation using the text form field and validation method, ensuring a seamless user experience. With these skills in hand, you are now equipped to confidently create user-centric apps that efficiently manage data, engage users, and provide a smooth experience. I want to extend my sincere gratitude for joining us on this hands-on journey. Your commitment to learning and growing as a developer is inspiring. I hope you enjoyed this course. Happy coding!